Good morning, chat. I do not know what that voice was. We got ads starting. I completely forgot to do my going live messages. Oh yeah, so I made us live on Kick today too. Could be, oh, we're not live on Kick yet. So hopefully my PC is okay with this because I'm trying a different setup here. So it should be okay. Oh. My hip just wants to like pop today. Like I can just feel the knot ready to like ease up. I just can't get it to like just crack out. Damn it! I'm sending my links out and forgetting to include the image. Oh well. I sent it out in my own Discord, so that's good. Did I at least send it on no, I didn't even send it on Twitter. All right, I think chat is or Twitch is all out of ads, so that's good. So welcome in, welcome in. Can I not insert this? I guess not. So let's see here. Oh, so okay. So we are not streaming on Kick at the moment. Hold on. Let me make a change here because apparently Kick is not accepting the 10 megabit a second feed. Let's try sending them my Twitch feed. I'm gonna open me an energy drink. I wonder what it keeps disconnecting. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, it does not like this feed at all. Let's stop that. I don't want to re-encode this as part of the issue. I doubt it's the bit rate. Let me just try sending this. Oh, it just keeps disconnecting. Let me see what my other PC was configured as, because apparently this is not functional. Like, it just keeps looping. Not showing anything because it's going to show my stream keys and whatnot, so not showing that. Okay, what was I doing? So I was sending, okay, so I was sending, wait, what? Apparently I was weird. So apparently I was sending 10,000 and 8,000 to Kick. I'm not really sure what was going on here. Let me see just what the well, maybe I do this. Oh, I think it's okay. Not you reuse encoder when it's not streaming or recording. That is being used though. Because I don't want to re-encode this. I just want to send what is already being encoded. Okay, now it's not doing. I broke it worse. Okay, we're gonna delete this and start again. So, all right, guys. Sorry for this. We are going to learn sandbox at some point. I do, you know, I was, God, I just wanted this to work for the stream. This is not the issues I expected. I was expecting issues, but not with this. I was expecting it to just like buffer overload and whatnot. All right, let's see. New target. So kick. I just need to grab my stream keys in that, and you guys are not seeing anything. Like, it is possible that I got the wrong details here. Where is... Okay, so stream key and that. Yes. Right. Cannot use when not streaming or recording. All right, well, let's do a new scene. We're just gonna, here, I can show this. I don't have OBS running. I can show this as long as I'm not showing my stream key, which is currently hidden. So as soon as that loads up, so keyframes, they suggest 2. So kick constant 6,000, slow these tuning. We'll just do high quality for now. I wonder, yeah, the keyframes, B frames. Like share from Twitch, YouTube. That should be. It feels like my heat's on. It's like super warm in here right now. So, and then start connecting. Reconnecting. All right. Not sure what's going on here. Bloody Goose, what's up? So, like, it's continuing. So I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't want to... Like, we're not skipping on Twitch, are we? Now that I did this? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna hide this because I'm gonna look at my other PC, which I think has my stream key open. No, it does not, but... Like, what is my resolution in that? We are... Oh, so we were sending 1080, so I think it's an issue of... The resolution is just super wrong for this. All right, Beaver. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think kick might be working. We made it 10 seconds, 11 seconds. Yeah, so it was a resolution issue. Okay, so I'll boost the quality back up there. So Kick will get, I don't know, 9K. I have to stop Kick. Kick, you're gonna get restarted. What else can we, what else should we change here? So I had it down to medium. Let's drop it up, bump it up to good. I can show you guys this again. So I don't know if Kick's gonna get audio from this. I also don't know how my GPU here is gonna handle this. Because the issue is, I had overheating issues on this one before. Look at that. So much data. So much data. All right, let's see here. Because I've had issues with overheating on this laptop. It's like 76 in this office. Because my furnace is cranked up right now. What are you up to, Beaver? All right, so let's see here. Minimize that. Temperature wise, 95 Celsius. That means the stream's gonna get laggy here. That's not good. Let me try moving the cooling pad here. But this is always ran hot. My laptop here just boils. I need to get a different streaming PC. It's a laptop. It's a gaming laptop. But yeah, I have a cooling pad under it too. But like it's 75 in my office here. Yeah, Windows, or not Windows, but this laptop does not like this. This is wrong PC. Like the CPU for just OBS is running 100% right now. Like I'm running 3 streams. Yeah, I know it's quite hot. It's thermal throttling right now. The voltage is actually dipping. But this thing always runs hot. Let me see if we can lower it a little bit. But I think OBS runs in yeah, I know. I could cook an egg on here. So I do have it set to above normal. Let's drop it down a little bit. Just drop it back to normal. But like there's like it's pushing an ultra wide out. But oh, so we are dropping frames. I wonder which stream is laggy. So YouTube or Twitch doesn't look bad, right? Easy. So we're getting encoding lag. Problem with these stats is this just generic for everything. It doesn't tell you which stream is actually dropping frames. Yeah, like just imagine playing on that. I bought an i5 year and a half ago. I was intending on using it as the streaming rig, but I cannot, so it's too small of a system. I can't fit the 2060 I have for it. I was gonna put that in there and use that as the streaming rig, but I can't fit the graphics card in there. And I tried using my PC that's in the other room, which does work kind of. Hey Panda, welcome in. You want to learn Blender with me? All right, I think we are probably okay. What's going on?
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
It's a squished format. Wait.
What was that alert?
Was that a YouTube alert? I don't know what that alert that just. Oh, okay. I think Kick is crashing. Wait, why? Apparently, apparently those are Twitch redeems, and no, it's Kick is stuck refreshing again. What the fuck? It was working fine a minute ago. I'm gonna give it less bit rate. Let's just give it 7K. See if that helps it. I don't think it's a bit rate issue, though. I could let's lower the preset so it goes a little faster. Low latency. Just do single pass. Profile. I don't know what the profile should be set to. And you know what? I don't really care that much for Kick. Let's just give it 30 FPS. Also, does anyone on Kick, if it's working, is it getting audio? Like, it's already squished because I have it set to 1080 and it just reconnected. Let me stop this. Well, the NVIDIA GPU should be able to handle 3 streams at once. So I just restarted the Kick stream. Which that's there. I'm just close. Ignore that. Did I send that? Yeah. So let's see here. Are we still stuck in reconnecting? I think we might be okay now, except for I don't have video here. Oh. Mic check 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so okay, so Kick seems a little more stable now. If this doesn't stabilize in the next like 5 minutes, we're gonna go on without Kick again. I was doing Kick a while ago, but hey, Bloody, are you following over there? Click that follow button if you're not. I have 16 followers on Kick. I'm trying to take advantage of nice. I'm trying to take advantage of every network that I can right now. I am gonna have to do something for another streaming rig or something. So let me see here. Like actually we can do, so we could do Amazon in incognito mode, right? Let me see here. So I gave it my zip code so that we get the prices. Yeah, no, I don't check Kick. I literally never go to Kick. I opened up Kick yesterday or the day before to check something. I forget what I was checking, but so like there's these PCs. I would not be able to insert a graphics. Oh, I thought my doorbell was ringing. It's Facebook is chiming. So like there's these mini PCs. I should ask my prior job if they still have these, because we have some of these at our prior job and they're like Athlon Ryzen 9s. I think the ones that we have are like $600 ones. So like I could set up one of these. The issue I was having with my old setup for Kick is my network traffic. So I was sending to that PC along with, so I don't have any crossover cables between stuff. I send from my gaming PC over the network to my laptop, which then pushes out to the internet, which it's only less than 50 megabytes out. But my NDI connection sends, I think it's 300 megabytes a second. And I only have a gigabit network here. Yeah, you're fine, buddy. Like, as long as there's audio and it doesn't seem like it's lagging anymore, so it must have been the bit rate. So, but like I'm sending 200 megabits out from here, which I was expecting 300, but there's no adjustment settings for. Why would setting up a VLAN be no traffic? Like, it's still got to go over the network cable through my switch and then come to the laptop. What I was doing before was I was sending from the laptop out to the other PC, mirroring what I was sending. But what I should have set up was more of a restream setup. But I was using NDI over my network to using the full bandwidth of whatever's shown on OBS. Send that. But what I should have done was set up an RTMP server on the other PC, and then just have that do the sending to Kick. So what I'm doing right now is just doing RTMP from my laptop to 3 different sources, but I'm also encoding it 3 different times. Sound is good. All right, so it should be the exact same sound that Twitch is getting, which would be the same as doesn't allow broadcast. Okay, so I know a decent amount of networking, but I don't know. I understand broadcast is on 255, but I don't know what broadcast messages exactly are. I didn't get that far into my CCNA 15 years ago. Like, I know, like, Wake on LAN is a broadcast message, right? It's just like a one-time ping. My glasses are filthy. Now I can't read. Okay. And anyone in YouTube or Kick, or not YouTube, Twitch or Kick, make sure you go follow me over on YouTube. I discovered last night, apparently I don't get ad revenue until I reach 1,000 subscribers, followers. My glasses are even worse. So right now I only have the options of getting gifted subs, all the subbing stuff, but not the ad revenue, which sucks. I was really hoping to start getting ad revenue, even though it's like next to nothing. Like I was looking at like Social Blade, and they were estimating I would, based on what I currently got. I'll post it. I'll pin it in a minute. I just want to get my glasses clean. I was gonna pin the link with the subscribe link, but like I was looking at Social Blade, and it was saying I would make like $100 to $400 a year based on my current stats. So it's a lot less than I was anticipating. But having monetization would give me a little more motivation to actually make some content, because then I can make a living off it too. But I had to deal with some issues on my account up until last night. There was some broken things with my account. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I was gonna make a redirect, but there. Best for that. We talk to each other on Discord, right? Are you in my Discord? 'Cause I know nothing about VLANs. For a VLAN, don't you have to have a well, I guess I have pfSense on my router. That's what I run. So I know I can do VLANs within pfSense. second. I want to... Right at the start of the stream, I was trying to set up my... I was trying to set up a redirect for my YouTube. Let me see... Wait, did I? Oh, there it is. Excuse me. Ooh. Is my website offline right now? No. Wait, what? What do you mean, bloody hoofs? You're talking about my my YouTube? Yeah, I'm thinking of rebranding it. I've been thinking of rebranding for a while. I'm actually thinking of rebranding the YouTube to just Beautiful Potato. So more of like a studio name, and then my Twitch is just my personal. Digital High Five was supposed to be my my digital media studio back in like 2005, and I just never went anywhere with it. So I've been just kind of holding on to it. Like, I have videos on there from 19 years ago. So 2005. And to be honest, I stole the name from people that I was making content with. Like, I was kind of that asshole. Like they actually, one of them went to media school in the end, but we made one of it's like the 4th or 5th video is all the guys that were in the group with me. But yeah, one of them suggested the name and I branded it, which it was cool at the time. But yeah, I'm thinking of rebranding to Beautiful Potato or Beautiful Potato Studios or something. Have you actually looked at did you look at my YouTube? Because that's exactly what the first handful of videos are. Like, you literally go... It's literally that. Like, it's literally... Group of guys sitting on a couch. So low quality. Wait, I owned dighighfive.com? Hold on, I don't remember this. What is the way back? I don't remember owning dighighfive.com. That was it, right? Oh, no, I spelled it out. Oh my god, what did I do back then? What was the website? No, I joined Twitch so my date is my join date is much older than it actually is because it's owned by Amazon. But I never did Twitch until, like, I started streaming in mid 2020, early 2020. Like, I started streaming about like a little bit before I started playing DayZ. Like, we switch to this tab. No, we don't want to switch. I'm hitting random buttons. Switch to tab. There we go. Then close that. So if you look back at my Twitch stats, like I started October 6th, 2020. But yeah, if you look at like directly on Steam or on Twitch, it says that I like joined in like 2012 or something. All right, so the website basically has nothing in 2026. Let's see if this one, like, I wonder if this just doesn't render. But this was just a WordPress site. Possible show this month. While at work today, at work, I came up with a few ideas to throw into this next month's show. After a little more research, the show will be shot and ready for editing by the end of the month. Depending on what I come up with, these clips may just be compiled into a teaser or just a short ass show. It's from February 15th, 2006. Oh, I swear my phone just goes into random wait, what? That's what the video is back then? Wait, what is Outbreak RP? Was that the name of the DayZ server I was on? That must have been the DayZ server name I was on. Yeah, oh, I remember, yeah, because I was doing, it was the server name, the day of how many days I've been alive or something on that. And then like I was calling my character Lori or something, I don't know. It was an RP server. I didn't start DayZ on a vanilla server. I was doing an RP server. But yeah, apparently I had this domain registered for 2 years. And then I changed it to Digital High Five, which I don't think this one's mine. I don't see, and it says there's an edit in here early in the year. Oh, it's right there. Page cannot be displayed. But yeah. Oh, and oh, I clicked the wrong thing. But yeah, like the fifth video, whatever, is also a couch video. I don't know if you guys can't hear this one's my dungeon. I was just a little basement video. And then I got like some just live band footage. Like I was doing a mix of things. Let me get the audio. Wait, why is this? Oh, this is just a mock video. Why is this not playing? Of course, it's all blurry. What the fuck, YouTube? 140p. Oh, that's 1080. Why did it go in? We did, I was on an episode of Hack 5 back in like 2011 or so. Like this was 15 years ago. All right, so I was trying to set up a redirect quickly, but so the issue I was having is none of my redirects work right now because I switched over my domains from Squarespace to Cloudflare, and apparently it didn't copy all my well, I think I've noticed like YouTube renders everything down to the lowest quality all the time. Like I assume it's just their way of trying to save space or save data. Like if you're not actively like watching it. I don't want to show my Cloudflare because I don't fully know where everything is in this. So if I just I literally just paid Squarespace to renew my domain, and if I transfer Cloudflare's wanting 1046, I'm gonna wait on that. I just want my redirects working again. Is like, what are my other redirects? So, oh, like merch.beautifulpotato is throwing a SSL handshake error. I wasn't expecting this when I configured this last night. I would have poked at this a little more. Subdue. So, are you familiar with Cloudflare on using its stuff? Like, I'm thinking it's gonna be easier to just set this, like, pull my domain directly over. So your domain is using custom name servers and has domain forwarding rules defined. Follow the instructions to update your domain's DNS records at your DNS provider. Yeah, so it's doing... Oh, okay, so I just need to... Okay. I just need to add this rule. Or do I gotta add each of these rules? I gotta add each of these rules. It's actually not too bad, though, because they give me a copy-paste field. Metro. Let me... Alright, let me see here quickly. Oh. Okay, that one already exists. Wait. Oh yeah, you do. Hold on. I knew exactly where that was. I clicked the wrong audio tab. That's fixed now. Alright, let me see. Oh shit, my Discord links are not working. So what are these? These are C names. So C name merch. Well, these are... All right, let me see if this takes place. So we'll do merch, and I need to do... I just want to get a couple of these working, so... I thought I did, but it's not for... So what it is my Squarespace has domain forwardings. The domain forwardings are not working. And like I'm looking at, like it's forwarding like it's doing the domain correctly, but it's not doing the forward, which I'm not sure how they do, where they do forwarding, because they don't have a tab that's just domain forwarding. Well, I guess I could just look at domain, or wait. Forward? I'm not the best with DNS. Nothing shows up here for... I think it would be probably easier if I just transfer the domain over here. Okay, that worked. That worked. The merch.beautifulpotato works again. All right, what else did I need? I need Patreon, which no one uses anyways, but I wanted a what was the... Oh, back is hurting. All right, so Patreon. I just want to get a couple of these in. DZ. Discord I need. All right, later, Bloody Hoofs. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking on yeah. I'm Kick. We'll jump into Sandbox here shortly. I just want to get all these done. Okay, so those work. Am I missing any in here? I might. Okay, so those should be all good now. Good. Okay, let me. But yeah, we were talking earlier. Like maybe I buy one of these for cheap, so like a $300 mini PC, and just use this for the streaming PC. But at the same time, like I could use my i5 if I'm not using the GPU. Like I could just send it over to the i5, and because this is a Celeron, this is kind of shit. Like I could just send it over to the i5 and just do it all on the CPU. But my my initial let me just close out of this. Like my initial plan was, like, I own an Intel Arc. I wanted to send AV1 to YouTube. I've literally never used this Intel Arc, and I heard that they're discontinuing the Arcs now. I heard they're just getting discontinued and just no more. Yeah, like it would have been cool if they helped fix the market. Like Nvidia has fucked the market so bad. All right, let's jump into Sandbox. How long have we been going? We've been going an hour now, haven't we? Just under an hour. Maybe, I was kind of thinking maybe also we wait for ads, but ads are about 8 minutes away, 9 minutes. I don't know if some things move that off screen. So I have no clue what I'm doing when it comes to Sandbox here. Like I've been messing with it for... I was messing with it for a couple hours last night. So let me just see here. So this is a default project and I just started throwing shit at it. But I don't know, I can't get the... Like I wasn't able to get the player to work correctly. So we're gonna open up some videos and watch those and try to work along with them. Which one? My gaming PC? If you're asking on that one, no. I have two of them in use, and I have a riser card using for another one, which is causing issues on the board. I cannot shut down my PC unless I use a command line. Like Windows shutdown will shut down and instantly turn back on. And that all started happening after I installed the riser M.2. Oh, my back almost popped. So this is Sandbox, which for some reason my controls are a little fast. So if I hit F5, so it just shakes for some reason, but I can run around, but my camera isn't in the right places. Oh god, that's actually making me feel sick. So, but it was a default project where it just let me spawn in these. It's a Sabyrinth model, so I don't know. Excuse me. Oh, this lets me... Wait, what? I don't know why there's two different colors. I'm not used to the controls for this. Well, it's not boot looping. It's just not, it doesn't allow Windows to shut down. Oh, this is the collision box. I don't know. Okay, I can't stand with this vibrating. I don't know why it vibrates like that. So we're gonna load up some tutorial videos and kind of work along with it. Except for the video that I was watching, I don't want to do video 1 because it's just kind of explaining things. But let's close project. Don't save, I don't care. New project. I learned a thing. So I don't know if contains first person, third person, top down example, bare minimum, map, sandbox game add-on. But yeah, I'm out of, I know I'm not out of PCI slots. I know I might be. Oddly, the light on that drive isn't lighting up anymore. It used to just randomly blink. I wonder if it's just, if I go into folders, if it's actual access. I don't know. Doesn't matter. All right. So this. So I was checking this out.
What Sandbox is and why I think it's a serious competitor to the big established game engines like Unity, Unreal, and Godot. And then we're going to jump right into it and as quickly as possible get you up and running in the editor and moving around and making things happen. There are
so these are long videos.
Kind of glaze over, but that's just because the purpose is to get you up and running and changing things as quickly as possible. I will go into more detail on the editor, how to do things, how to code in future tutorials. So Sandbox is a new game engine from the creators of Garry's Mod and Rust, and it has some very important key features that I think make it a serious
PZ3. I wonder
Blender is really hard, you guys. And this is
so like I loaded this up in Blender Vitals. Both of these seemed kind of okay. But yeah, I'll do PC, learn more Linux stuff. In a 25-part video. All right, I'm gonna just do that search. Oops. Wait. Wait. Is it named 3 Easy Steps? Sorry, my back is like really knotted up right now. Tutorials.
So for this video, I just want to focus on
Not actually, yeah. This. None of this is like beginner tutorials. This is all like here's specific thing tutorials. That's not really like, that's not what I'm looking for right now. Like the bare minimum, bare learning is what I'm looking for at the moment.
contender. Now, a lot of people think of Sandbox as an alternative to, say, Roblox, but it's so much more than that. It does have the benefit of being able to load directly into games if you're playing it just like Roblox. However, I think of it as a more serious engine akin to Unity without the problems that Unity has. And here's why. So it has a fully featured editor just like Unity, with batteries included, everything that you need to make a game. It uses C#, so it's performant, and unlike Unity, it's open source. It only costs $20, and not only can you publish your games on their platform for quick feedback from players.
So on that note, you have to pay the $20 to get access to the store side of things. You can use it and play the games, but you can't buy or sell anything without paying for it. At least from my experience. A beginner. So are you talking about, Dev, are you talking about for Sandbox or are you talking about for PZ? Or you're agreeing, I think you're agreeing with what I was saying is their stuff is, it's more expert focused, but I'm looking for more like, here's the bare minimum of what you need to know to how to use Blender. So ads are about to start any second. They've been averaging less than like 30 seconds for most people, but we'll find out here. Oh, back is killing me. I might go AFK, which is gonna probably be after the ads are done. Then like I need to go like stretch my back. It's all like I've had a really bad knot in my back for a while. I complain about it every stream. I just remember I keep getting distracted on this. Oh, excuse me. Where is that link above? I just saw something update above. I have no clue what just updated. So there's YouTube. Who pasted that? That's from StreamerBot. Is that the command? Yeah, it's 100% a back issue or a chair issue. But yeah, I wanted to add this as a redirect rule earlier. That's the whole reason I opened up Cloudflare and Squarespace. Did I close Squarespace? I literally opened Squarespace a half hour ago to add this rule to add my add this URL. I think I closed it. I wanted to add a URL for add a rule. Need my authenticator app. At least I'm doing this during the ad break. I really should make this yt.beautifulpotato.com, not youtube.beautiful, because that's going to throw me off. Because it's gonna get saved into my search history or my browser history. So every time I type YouTube, it'll go to there. Okay, so then I need to also add it to here. All right, so that currently doesn't work because Cloudflare hasn't updated it yet, but it should in a few minutes. Let me just make sure it's actually saved on both. Like all that should be functional. So, all right, yeah, that's working now. Okay, so if you type YouTube, whatever. All right, I don't know why this is open anymore, so let's get back to
You
this.
can also export your game and publish it directly on Steam with no royalty fees, and that's a really big deal. Another huge feature.
But yeah, what I was saying is you do have to pay that fee buy the actual game. So you can install Sandbox directly from their GitHub, being that it's open source. You do need to change the application ID to 480 so that it'll load, because otherwise it'll throw errors saying that you don't own the game. I'm like stretching my leg. My hip is really hurting. But yeah, like you can do all the editing and that in there like I was doing earlier. I forgot that I had this open. So let's try to get through this and then go to his page.
And it also supports hot reloading. Now, I've been a programmer for 15 years, and when I tell you that the iteration time between making changes in code and seeing those changes reflected in the editor is really, really significant. The longer you have to wait, the slower your development timeline is going to be. And when you're working on something for months or years, a long wait time between making code changes and seeing them reflected in the editor really, really stacks up. So there's a lot more to explore that Sandbox has to offer, and I'm going to leave all the links that you'll need in the description. Quick background on me: I'm Joe, and I'm a full-time indie game developer. I've made Spellmasons, which has over 1,000 positive reviews, and my next game, Some of You May Die, is coming out soon. Both of these were made in my own game engine, but I do have experience in Unity, Unreal, and Godot. So let's get into it. So to get started, find Sandbox on Steam and purchase it, then go to Steam, search for it in your library, and launch it. So here in the docs, what it recommends is exploring Testbed, which is basically a game that shows you everything that Sandbox is capable of. So if you search for Testbed and then click on this one right here, weirdly, there are multiple games called Testbed. You can tell this is the one you want because the number of times it's been liked and favorited. And then just click New Game. So Testbed will allow you to explore what the engine has to offer right now. Here we can see we have a bunch of different scenes. So let's jump right into physics and then go into joints. So this shows you a bunch of different joints that come with the engine, like spring, rod, rope, hinge, door, slider, ragdoll, fixed, that kind of thing. And you can just press escape, come back out, and jump right back into another one. I noticed that once the initial game loads, the load times are rather fast. So now let's get into the actual code of things and get into the editor. And now in Steam, you'll want to open up the S&box editor, and let's download Testbed so that we can actually change the code and experiment with things. So there's a link right here in GitHub. Git is a version control software that's used to manage changes in code over time, so that if you do something that you don't like, you can revert back to a previous version where the thing wasn't broken. Git is its own entire thing to learn, and there are plenty of awesome tutorials online, but if you don't want to get into that right now, you can just download the Testbed files as a zip file. So you can go into code, download zip. So you'll need an IDE or integrated development environment in order to write code and change things. I like Visual Studio Code. There's also Visual Studio itself, and there's many more. I'll leave links in the description for where you can download and install those. Once we start up Visual Studio Code, I'm going to go into Open Folder and open it. Okay, so now we are in the Testbed project and we can run it in the editor itself. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So we launch the S&box editor, not S&box itself, the editor via Steam. And when that's open, we're gonna go into Add Project from Folder. I'm going to navigate to that directory, and then I'm just gonna click the Sandbox project file and open. And here it is, Testbed. So let's click on it and launch it. Okay, now we have our editor open, and it's very similar to Unity if you're familiar with that. It starts with a welcome tutorial. I recommend going through this if you're not familiar with these kinds of editors. So we want to get into Testbed from within the editor. And clicking play will do nothing right now because we don't have a scene selected. And scenes are like levels in a video game. So we're going to go in the asset browser and choose Assets, Scenes, Tests, and then double click on menu.scene. Now if we click play, we're back in the Testbed. And we can click on any one of these, and this is actually taking us to another scene. We could just don't have a scene selected. The Sandbox.
So I somehow I zoned out there. How far did I zone out?
Online, but if you don't want to get into that right now, you can just download the Testbed files as a zip file. So you can go into code, download zip.
Oh, so okay, so they were yeah. I don't know why. I hate when YouTube or Microsoft does this. What am I saying? Stop playing. I don't know what that actually is. I do know what that is, but I'm looking for Yeah, here. So let's say because I have their GitHub open. Face punch. Where did he say to grab this?
Download testbed so that we can actually change the code and experiment with things.
S&box games, div doc, getting. I'll just go here for now. Like, what is error? All right, so your first project. Explore the engine. So, where's the link here? Download the source. Zip.
So there's a link right here in GitHub. Git is a version control software that's used to manage changes in code over time, so that if you do
like
something
he threw me off here when he started explaining what Git is. I'm just like, I know what Git is.
you don't like, you can revert back to a previous version where the thing wasn't broken. Git is its own entire thing to learn, and there are plenty of awesome tutorials online, but if you don't want to get into that right now, you can just download the testbed files as a zip file. So you can go into code, download zip. So you'll need an IDE or integrated development environment in order to write code and change things. I like Visual Studio Code. There's also Visual Studio itself, and there's many more. I'll leave links in the description for where you can download and install those. Once we start up Visual Studio Code, I'm going to go into Open Folder.
Oh, hold on.
And open it. Okay, so now we are in the testbed project, and we can...
All right, where do I want to put this stuff? Game div. S-box. Drag that there.
run it in the editor itself. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So we launched the S&box editor, not S&box itself, the editor via Steam. And when that's open, we're going to go into add project from folder. I'm going to navigate to that directory, and then I'm just going to click the sandbox project file and open. And here it is, testbed. So let's click on it and launch it. Okay, now we have our editor open, and it's very similar to Unity if you're familiar with that. It starts with a welcome tutorial. I recommend going through this if you're not familiar with these kinds of editors. So we want to get familiar with, and here it is, testbed. So let's click, and then I'm just going to click project from S&box editor, not S&box itself, the editor via Steam. And
where
when
was
that's open, we're going to go into
oh, that is a, like, that looks like a folder view. Like, I get it, but S-box in here. There we go. Testbed. All right. Like, we're following along on a tutorial today. That's what we're doing.
add project from folder. I'm going to navigate to that directory, and then I'm just going to click the sandbox project file and open. And here it is, testbed. So let's click on it and launch it. Okay, now we have our editor open, and it's very similar to Unity if you're familiar with that. It starts with a welcome tutorial. I recommend going through this if you're not familiar with these kinds of editors. So we want to get into testbed from within the editor, and clicking play will do nothing right now because we don't have scene selected. And scenes are like levels in a video game. So we're going to go in the asset browser and choose assets, scenes, tests, and then double click on menu.scene. Now if we click play, we're back in the testbed, and we can click on any one of these, and this is actually taking us to another scene. We could just boot right into a scene, and here we are. Now we're in the testbed, except we're in the editor. So if you press escape, it goes back out to the menu browser. So what happens if I want to use my mouse in the editor? I can simply alt-tab, and then here I am in the inspector, where I can move things around and interact with things. So for example, I can select the citizen, which is this guy right here, and I can go and I can change things like his local position. So I can make him float like this. And this is just the basics of editing things in the inspector. So now let's change some code. I want to show you how the
All right, let's this is still loading. Why am I drinking an energy drink this hour? Oh, it's only 7 p.m. Like, it feels later to me. I got 2,600 steps today. That's good. I went and got breakfast at a local diner earlier. Just went and had some had a Western skillet. Why is this taking so long?
Loading works because this is one of the killer features of this engine. So if I go into the platforms scene, I'm going to bring up my editor here. What we want to change is something about the code itself. So I'm going to go find this sliding platform that I can stand on. So I'm going to go under platforms in the hierarchy, and it's one of these. And I'm just toggling on and off the model renderer to see which it is because they're not named well. It's this one. Okay, so I can do things like change things in the editor, like make this green or something like that. Okay, but I want to change its behavior in the code. So this is a game object right here, and it has multiple components on it. It has a collider, a model renderer, a move component, and these define things about its behavior. For example, if I toggle off the model renderer, it's not going to display the model, the cube that it is. My little citizen player here also has a renderer. So if I go into player and click on body, you'll see that he has a skinned model renderer, and if I turn that off, he disappears. Components are how you make something happen on a game object. It also has a collider. If I turn off the collider, I'm going to pass right through it. You see, it's not affecting me anymore. And then the move component makes it move around. So I can enable all of those, and now it's functional. So let's change the move component. And if I want to find the move component file, I can do Control-Shift-F and search move component like that, and that's searching all of the code inside of the files. So here we can see it's in a file called spin component, and here is the move component right here. This is the code that relates to this component that's on this game object. And so it's declaring properties like distance and speed, and you can see that those are showing up here. Now this right here is the starting value of the speed, but because it's an exposed component,
I wasn't expecting that to take that long to load up.
In the editor, this can be changed and overridden. So if we go back into platform and we search for a move component, you'll see that it's declared at certain points.
What did he say there? Into the platform scene file where the levels is saved.
When you search for a move component, you'll see that it's declared at certain values right here. And so this is going to override this default. But if I were to add a new move component to this, so let's turn that off. Let's do add a component and add move component here. You can see it has 10 as a default. Okay. So let's remove this. I'm going to right click, remove component, and enable this again. So let's change its actual behavior. Let's look at what it's doing. OnEnabled is a function that's called, so to explain what these methods do, we're going to go to the docs. And again, I have a link to this in the description. In documentation, I'm going to go into scene, components, and then show you the execution order. Now this looks complicated, but these methods are basically how you get the game to do things at various stages. Games are kind of like movies or motion pictures, where you're displaying many pictures very rapidly. In a game, displaying the picture is rendering it, but you also, in that loop of displaying the pictures, have to change properties of the things like their position and rotation, and that's how you get an interactive experience. That's what's called a game loop. And so we have, inside of the game loop, we have fixed update methods, and rendering methods. The difference between fixed update methods and update methods is that update will run as quickly as your computer can allow, and fixed update is locked in to a specific time step so that it can do physics calculations. For example, if you have a really high-powered computer, it's going to render those frames as quickly as possible. That's where you get like high FPS, high frame rate. And so it's hitting that update and that render as quickly as possible. However, if you're saying make the player move forward every update, the player's movement will depend on how quickly your computer is running the simulation. And you don't want that. You want your player's update to be dependent on how fast you want them to be in real time. And so that's the difference between fixed update and update. So as you can see, if we go back to the move component, you'll see that the movement is happening on fixed update. So what this does is it says the local position is equal to, a single equal sign means that you're setting a variable to be equal to a value, the starting position plus the distance, and then this formula basically makes it go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If we want to change this, we can multiply the distance by 10 and then save. And you'll see now these platforms are flying into the distance. And there was hot reloading right there. I'm running the game in the engine, I changed something in the code, and it reacted nearly immediately. So that's the basics of how to get the editor up and running. In future tutorials in this series, I'm going to teach you how to actually make a game from
Is this loaded finally? Oops, I want... Okay, why are we... This window? Alright. So... He said we needed a scene test. Menu? I don't remember what he did. That was like 5 minutes ago.
in the test bed, and we can click to that directory. With that, it starts with a welcome tutorial. I recommend going through this if you're not familiar with these kinds of editors. So we want to get into test bed from within the editor, and clicking play will do nothing right now because we don't have a scene selected, and scenes are like levels in a video game. So we're going to go in the asset browser and choose assets, scenes, tests, and then double click on menu.scene. Now if we click play,
I did double click on it, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Whee! So this is the fog scene. Why are these guys all floating? What are they doing? I wish I could go a little faster. Hold on. Where is full screen? No, I updated last night. I went through and I downloaded I ran the latest get on it. So it should be updated. So whatever's on their GitHub is what I got right now. At least as of last night, like 10 hours ago. Oh, my hip just cracked. Wish my other side. Oh. Oh. Felt a little bit of the muscle crack. Oh yeah, I wanted to. I was wanting to change the player. Oh, that's not what I want. I don't know what I did here. Right. No, I just want to. So F8, I've learned F8 will pop you out. I don't know what we're doing actually. Okay.
back in the test bed, and we can.
I crashed. I think I crashed. So hitting buttons repeatedly fast crashes it. I really hope the next time here doesn't take 5 minutes to load. So yeah, I hit F5 and like I was trying to get out of the menu there so I could I wanted to edit the player model because I know how to do that. But then I hit F6. I think F6 records because it turned the border around the window red, and then I hit it again. So it might have been like my SSD was upset. Like I need to reinstall on a different SSD. My Windows SSD, let me C drive is like piece of shit. I think it's a Western Digital blue. All right, so it did load fast. That's good. Assets, scenes, tests, menu, F5, yeah. All right, so I wanted fog. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm still having issues with my AdSense, but it's not It's not an issue that I need to worry about. Sorry, that was probably really loud. Sorry, I had some emails. Is this not gonna load? Load. There we go. So F8. Let's see if it crashes again. Like, it looks like it's crashing. I don't know. Do you know what F8 does? Because apparently it doesn't do what I thought it did. Yeah, it crashed the thing again. At least it's not taking 5 minutes to load, though.
Click on any one of these, and this is actually taking us to another scene. We could just boot right into a scene. And here we are. Now we're in the test bed, except we're in the editor. So if you press escape, it goes back out to the menu browser. So what happens if I want to use my mouse in the editor? I can simply Alt-Tab, and then here I am in the inspector, where I can move things around and interact with things. So for example,
Blue Spark.
I can select the citizen.
So he says Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab was not taking me out of... I think it was just an issue of I was Alt-Tabbing back to YouTube here. Excuse me. Instead. Oh, did I didn't click this. So we're having issues right now. Hey, Blue Spark, are you following me on YouTube? Click that pinned message and go follow me. Everyone should be following me on YouTube. Like, click that sub button at the like and sub on YouTube and then come back here. I wanna try to get to YouTube partner tier 2 quicker. Because it took me 20 years to get to tier 1. I don't want to spend 20 years doing tier 2. But I have the ability to get thanks and gifts and all that now. And I do have my YouTube membership set at 99 cents. Doesn't give you any perks other than emotes, which there's only 5 over there. I need more subs over there to get more emotes apparently. All right. Let's do this again. All right, assets, scenes, test, menu. Let's do a different scene that's not fog, because apparently maybe that's what's crashing it. So what was the one that he went into? Player, physics character. Okay, so player, controller, physics character. So maybe it's the fog that's causing it. Like, I'm not doing my rendering on... Wait, do I have 2 copies of the game open? Which one am I loading from? Not this one, I don't think. All right. All right, Alt-Tab, but we go back to there, so... All right, there we go. So where is my layer? Is that so much? I was like, what the fuck is that? Huh? I don't think this is my player's body. Oh, citizen. They call it the citizen, not player. All right, so add component. Dresser. Yes. Random. Oh, I went into it. Why did it not apply? Apply clothing. Yep. Why am I not getting clothing on this? Citizen. Did I add it to the wrong thing? I might have added I might have put dresser onto the wrong character. Why are you still naked? I think I... Hmm. I was expecting that text to do something. I don't know why he's not getting dressed from this. Like, it has random clothes that you can utilize. So I'm not really getting this. So random clothing. Like, this is for the citizen. Oh God, my hip is just hurting. Owner connection, maybe? No. Because it's not applying anything that I'm setting here. Scale is... What the... Sorry, I accidentally scaled it 31%. So, like, I can do that. Oh, it's got camera on... Oh... So now we're in first person. Very up. All right, so yeah, like this. So it's similar to Godot, but I've not so the thing that is, so for me, I don't have experience in doing this type of 3D, but I have experience with this type of engine with 2D over on Godot. So this is simple once you know what the menus are. The coding side of it will be more confusing, but I don't know why I'm not getting clothing on here. Yeah, so I only recently heard of this engine. Oh, my whole body is hurting. I need to find a gym that's got the equipment that I need to use, and like all things for lower body. So for some reason, when I'm applying clothing here, it's not applying it. I don't know why. Let's see, platforms. This is what he was saying. So like the platforms. Whee! So what I was thinking for my first game is I want to do some 3D modeling. Panda, are you here still? Panda, Mask Panda. I want to do some 3D modeling, but I need to learn Blender. So that's part of our task tonight, is to get Blender, try to learn the basics of some Blender. Okay, let's get out of this. Let's see what particles look like here. I can't tell if it's loaded. Like, I like that down here in the bottom right, it tells you what's going on. Except for I don't know what I'm reading, so I don't know what's going on. Also, I think we might have crashed. There we go. Well, for me, I just don't know how to use Blender at all. And oops, that's not what I want, but okay. Being that I'm used to DayZ, I don't know why we have, oh, there we go, footsteps. Okay, so C does change first person. I was actually trying to hit V, but... So in the one game, you could turn on a light if you hit F. Apparently there's some lighting clipping through there. I don't know if that's intentional with this. Oh, I might have had too much energy drink. My body's kind of hurting. There's like no crouch. Wait, there it is. I forgot its control in this engine. There's no free look as far as I can tell. And we like completely turn. Alright. Oh god, motion blur. Fuck that. Oh, alright, let's go back to
out to the menu browser. So
I think
if I want to use my mouse in the editor, I can simply Alt Tab, and then here I am in the inspector where I can move things around and interact with things. So for example, I can select the citizen, which is this guy right here, and I can go and I can change things like his local position. So I can make him float like this. And this is just the basics of editing things in the inspector. So now let's change some code. I want to show you how the hot reloading works because this is one of the killer features of this engine.
Okay, so I don't really care about that part. Let's go to
all right, so let's go over the sandbox editor.
Second one.
We're going to click new project and we can leave these as they are. Let's start with game minimal and click create. Okay, now that we're in the editor, let's talk about the camera. So if you hold down middle mouse button, you can pan and move your inspector.
I just got my back to crack a few times. All right, I don't know if I want to play around with anything more in this. We just... Oh, there's no sounds in here. All right. Terrain, this is a 1024 10 by height map. Textured by Splat Map, imported by Gaia. Okay. Oh. There's no floor sounds to this. Is there more down below? Oh, I can't. Bye. Right. So that. Oh, we were just in this. So this is just the rigid body test. So the way they do ladders is you just walk up to it and look up or look down. What is this supposed to be? Is this... Interesting. So in this, at least in this, there's no... We just errored out. That's not what I expected. That's funny though. Oh, hold on. Let me do that again. I want to see if after we error, if we can move. Because I didn't even try moving. I can't do anything. Alright, I have no clue what I'm expecting here. Oh, what did I just click? I have a that's not the button I was expecting.
You've come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have.
Come.
All right. Close project. Oops. Ooh. I don't know if 3D test here was my test or if this was a test project that was on here. Find out in a minute. Let's watch more of this video.
If you hold down Alt,
What do you mean they added a door component? So was there no doors before? So I don't know a lot about this engine. Like, I'm learning as I play with it here. I saw this down here and I'm like, what is that icon? It's on his desktop, not mine. Oh, this is this. So, get out of this. This is broken. Close project. New project. So first, let's save these to my other drive, not that. Game dev S&box. No. We're just gonna call it first. Gotcha. Alright, so
Alright, so let's go over the sandbox editor. We're going to click New Project, and we can leave these as they are. Let's start with Game Minimal, and click Create. Okay, now that we're in the editor, let's talk about the camera. So if you hold down middle mouse button, you can pan and move your inspector camera around. If you hold down Alt and left mouse button, you can rotate. If you hold down right mouse button, you can look around, almost like first person. If you use mouse wheel in and out, you can zoom in and out. And if you hold Alt and right click and move up and down, you can zoom slowly. Another important thing is that when you press play, you lose your mouse and you are now looking through the game camera. So we can press escape to go into this pause menu and stop. So first things first, I like to click this layout button and click 2 horizontal. And now this one is locked to a top-down perspective. I like to click this button and change the view to 3D. So now I have 2 3D, this pause menu and stop. So first things first, I like to click this layout button and click 2 horizontal. And now this one is locked to a top-down perspective.
So apparently minimum gives you this. So do you say this? Yeah. And then what did he say?
If I like to click this button and change the view to 3D. So now.
Ooh. Okay. So wait, isn't 3D what's?
I have 2 3D views. You can see there's my light source in my camera. And when I click play, this left one goes into the camera view, but the right one can still see what's going on, okay? So let's add a game object. Over here is our hierarchy, and this is the scene, which is like the level. All game objects exist inside of the scene, so we can click on the main camera, and it'll show us a preview of what the camera's looking at, and we can move it around. Same thing with the light. So if I right click here, click create 3D object cube, we bring a cube into the world.
This doesn't, I don't think this is the same, but I'm not sure.
To a top-down perspective, I like to click this button and change the view to 3D. So now I have two 3D views. You can see there's my light source in my camera. And when I click play, this left one goes into the camera view, but the right one can still see what's going on, okay? So let's add a game object. Over here is our hierarchy, and this is the scene, which is like the level. All game objects exist inside of the scene, so we can click on the main camera, and it'll show us a preview of what the camera's looking at, and we can move it around. Same thing with the light. So if I right click here, click create 3D object cube, we bring...
So I don't know why this defaulted with all this, because we chose the, oh wait, oh, hold on, let's restart this. Close project. So, hold on, let's remove project. Let's do this again. I want to do the exact same as him. So, wait, didn't he? I'm a little confused. I think something changed since his video. Game minimum, game empty. So they changed it. It still says bare minimum here though. I wish I could probably change this default somewhere else. So first, oh, set as default location. That works. Oh, so I can whatever, we'll load up that. So apparently the default minimum now has all these options, all this random junk. I have like this, I have like this not a massage, but it's like a muscle stretcher wand or whatever, but it's got like these big like it's got these big like tennis balls on the racket balls on the arm, so it's good for like deep tissue massaging. I'm like digging my back into it right now. It's kind of helping it. No, Reddit, I don't want to take a survey. This is the worst time to have muscle aches because like I'm really fucking distracted by this. So if we hit F5, like, if there's nothing going on here because it's just these cubes falling.
Click. All game objects that exist inside of the scene, so we can click on.
So he just has main camera and that. So let's what does he have? Main camera and directional light, which there's no directional light in here. So okay, I can't do select. There we go. Just delete them all. Wait, do I have 3D on both of these? I do. So they must have changed what these were at some point, which for his tutorial to be different. Using
the main camera, and I have to zoom slowly. About the camera. All right, so pan and move your inspector camera around. If you hold down Alt.
So what view is this? What is the default view for that? Is it front 2D? I don't. Side 2D. We'll just do top 2D, whatever. It's not. It's not too important in my opinion.
I like this. It'll show us a preview of what the camera's looking at, and we can move it around. Same thing with the light. So if I right click here, click create 3D object cube, we bring a cube into the world.
Okay, so create 3D object cube. Mm-hmm.
Let's move the cube to a more sensible location. So if we select the cube, you can see...
All right, so where is... There's our cube. It's cubey.
We have this gizmo where we can move it around along its axes. And over here in the inspector, we have all of the properties of the cube. So in three-dimensional space, we have an x coordinate, a y coordinate, and a z coordinate. I'm going to zero all of these out so that the cube goes to origin. The x is the red, and we can move it here, or we can set it here.
Yeah, that makes sense. So just... There's a cube. Whoops. I still don't know what F8 does, but apparently I hit it there on accident.
20, or we can click on this.
Because I'm used to in Godot. In Godot, it's F5 to start and F8 to exit the view.
Drag our mouse back and forth like that. The Y moves along the green axis, and then the Z moves along the blue axis. And then we have the same thing for rotation and scale. For example, we can scale it. Now you'll notice this is scaling in the object's local Y. Now that I've rotated it, the local Y is pointing in this direction. It's not the same as the global Y. So I'm going to zero these back out. And now let's do something fun. So I want to make this cube drop. You can see that when I click play, nothing happens. The cube just stays there. So in order to make the cube reactive, we need a rigid body, which controls the physics of the game object, and we need a box collider.
Okay. So, did we move it up? Can't really tell. Let's do 4 squares. Oh, this might not be useful. What's all? Oh. All right, so rigid body. And what else was he saying?
The collider is the shape.
And a collider. Me false. All right, let's get rid of these views because this isn't helping. That's just falling.
Of the object that's in the actual game.
Oh yeah, hold on. I want to do. Make it yellow. Sorry, this massager is like falling out from behind my back. Just like keeps twisting on me. So let's see. I'm just looking at the options right now. It's like minimum speed. It's interesting. I made it like I went from 500 to 1510 and it didn't fall any faster. Gave it a little bit of mass. It didn't seem to. Oh wait, mass override. I don't know what the. Let's just go back to his.
The model renderer. So you can see this green cube. This is the collider, and this is what the game sees and what it interacts with in a physics sense, whereas the model renderer, nothing happens. The cube just stays there. So in order to make the cube reactive, we need a rigid body, which controls the physics of the game object, and we need a box collider. The collider is the shape of the object that's in the actual game as opposed to the model renderer. So you can see this green cube. this is the collider, and this is what the game sees and what it interacts with in a physics sense, whereas the model renderer is just a skin. The models can be really complicated. It could be a car with smooth edges or a person, and it's way too expensive for physics to act on things that are as intricate as like a person's hand. And so you have these colliders. And now I can actually customize the collider. I can extend the collider beyond the box. You can see it growing there when I move this. Okay, so let's add a plane so that this cube has something to fall into. So
Wait, where did
now I can actually customize a plane so that this cube has...
So 3D objects. So create 3D objects. Plane. Nope, that's line. Not what I want. 3D objects. Plane. Yes.
something to fall into. So I'm going to add the plane at origin, and I'm going to add a rigid body to it, and I'm going to add a plane collider. And you'll notice that the plane collider is actually smaller than the plane itself, which is something that's important because remember, the objects are actually only interacting with the colliders. I'm going to increase the scale of this plane, and then if we press play, you can see that the cube falls and collides with the plane. Okay, so now let's add some interactivity. So over here...
All right, so plane. Zero these out. Maybe not 10, but... Oh yeah, I didn't add a collider. Collider plane. Ads are going to start in 3 minutes. All right, I need a side view. Oh, why do I have side 2D? All right, we have that. Camera. How do I re-enable the camera view that's here? There was oh wait, it's probably in this. Not. I don't know why, but front 2D doesn't really show. Scale, rotate. Oh, I don't know what that means. Is there a way to get this? There's got to be like a keybind that just defaults to center. Preferences, editor keybinds. Oh. Like maybe it's like reset. Try and resize this. can also go. I have an ultra wide. Like looking off to the left there isn't as fun. Let's see. Control space cycles the view. Okay. Rotate tool. Hey Dev, do you know if there's like if you hit like a keybind, you can reset the view to center? That's what I'm looking for right now. So cycle view mode, that's probably the closest. Control space. T is global space. I don't know what global space is. Okay. So T doesn't seem to do anything because this is global up here. But yeah, control space will just toggle through these. That's fine. Okay, so the cube falls. That's cool. We'll go back to his tutorial in a moment. I just want to mess more with material. Well, that's no longer the right thing. Okay.
In the inspector, everything that you're looking at is a component on the game object. The renderer is a component, the rigid body and the collider and components are what bring behaviors to game objects. So we can click add component and type, let's do my script. We're going to click new single component, and then we're going to save it. And now that's automatically going to open Visual Studio for us. And now here we have the code that is the component. And if you go to the docs and you go to gameplay and input, it'll explain how input works. It'll give a
Okay. Where are we adding this?
the plane.
So off of the cube. So cube. So my script. Do I click it? New component, I guess. First, save. Compile local. 10 complete. Okay, then this doesn't look like VS Code. Oh, this is VS Code. All right. So VS Code. We'll enlarge that a little bit.
Okay, so now let's add some interactivity. So the single component, that is the component. And if you go to the docs and you go to gameplay and input.
All right, so docs. Where are my docs? Here. And he said under gameplay. My. Am I blind here? Sound, gameplay. Okay. Input.
But it'll explain how input works. It'll give a very simple example. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to place it inside of the component. And we save, and then you see that pop-up right there? That meant that the game hot reloaded. So...
Okay. Whee! That goes away really quick. All right. Damn it, I hit F8 again. I don't know what so shift F. Yeah. Doesn't do anything.
Even if the game is running, we can change things in that component and it will hot reload. So I'm pressing spacebar, which is assigned to jump. If you want to reassign keybinds, you can go press escape, go into settings, go into keybinds, and you can see that jump is assigned to spacebar, for example, but nothing's happening. Why is that? Okay, well, let's go back to Visual Studio. So what it's doing is it's saying the world position plus equals. This means we're adding something and assigning it to world position, and world position is governed by the transform. Vector 3.forward is a direction. It's the cube's forward direction. times time.delta. Time.delta is how much time has passed since the last on update. If you saw my last video, on update is running in the game loop, kind of like a motion picture that displays picture after picture after picture. This code is executing between all of the pictures. So time.delta is a really small number because this game is running really fast, and so it's not moving it very much. So I'm going to change this to vector3.up because I want it to move up instead of forward, and then let's set it to 1000 and say.
Did I just remove some code? Oh, I see what he was, I need to adjust my camera though, because my camera is just. Oh, there we go. The camera. Okay. Why are you snapping different? Stop it. Oh my God. Whee! Off the screen. All right. So that's the jump scripts.
Oh, look at that.
Like actually 1,000's pretty cool and all, but what if we, no, not that. What if we make it 10,000? What happens if we make it 10,000? Does it come back? It's interesting that it, so there's no checks on it.
Okay, so let's say 1,000 was a little bit too much. And let's back that down to 100. Save that. And now I can't see what's happening because the cube is too high. So I'm going to move my camera back. And let's move it up. And then we resume. And when I hold spacebar, it's moving up. Now, an important thing, just like Unity, is that any changes I make while the game is running are lost. You can see that the cube is back to where it was, the camera is back to where it was. So if you want to change something permanently, you need to do it while the game is not running, and then you want to save your scene. So I'm just going to go ahead and save my scene now because it wasn't saved. Now, what if we want the camera to follow the box? Well, what we have to do is we have to parent the camera to the cube. So we're making the camera a child of the cube. This is how the hierarchy works. When I'm...
Yeah, so this is what I've been trying on my other project that I was trying on here. So, like the other project where it has the player. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, is the... I don't think the collider is set right for the plane. Let me see here. Plane. Yeah, collider's not set right. Why did... I thought we set that. Oh, I set local scale here to 10. Where is... size? Is there a scale? So it's not that. So... I guess 100 is what we need. Oh, hold on. I set the code here to 10,000. Let's set it to 150. Or like 400. Oh, we're gone. All right, let's go back to the tutorial. We're getting the hang of...
around now, it's going to move all of its children with it. Okay, so I can still move the camera. Like say I...
Oh, so That not stay full screen. I accidentally hit Alt space. So the camera. I don't know why it does that. So what I want to do is I want to remove this tilt. Maybe that? Yeah, I think that's it. Move. Well, I'm going to zero this out, except for that one. We got that. It's not the orientation I want. So that. How do we change the tilt on this though? Oh, here we go. Is this it? The low rotation. Yeah. But I do want some rotation. Let's see. What is... Okay, so I don't know. 12. So a little bit of rotation. And that. Field of view. 91 will be fine. All right. Save. Camera wire. I see why he... We seem to lose collision after a while. Let's go back to, so let's see, 22 on this. So I'm not sure what happens there. It randomly rotates. And then we can only go, we only like float.
Angle on it. And let's rotate it. I can click this rotation gizmo.
Oh! What is the hotkey for this? So E? I don't know why it's in this. No, whatever. No art. Go back to that.
A little bit. Now, the rotation is currently locked onto 15-degree angles. I don't want that, so I'm going to turn that off. And let's...
Oh, wait. How did he just do that?
Spin it a little bit. Now, the rotation is currently locked onto 15...
I see. So up here, turn that off. So now it's more smooth. Okay. So I didn't know that. So like, I don't know, like 10 would be probably better. What is this setting? Grid snap? Okay.
Degree angles. I don't want that, so I'm going to turn that off. And let's get a nice like follower. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to move back to the movement gizmo. Let's put it down here. Okay. So now we kind of blast off into the air and the camera is following it. As you can see in this view, the camera's following. Now, gravity is no longer acting on the cube, and that's because we're moving the world position manually rather than applying a force to it. When you're working with gravity and physics, you need to be applying forces just in real life. If we had a rocket on the bottom of this box, as the rocket thrusts, it's going to be providing an upward force, and forces is how gravity works altogether. So one last thing I want to cover about the editor is that we have the asset browser down here, and if you look into the S&box core or citizen, you can pull in things directly from this scene file. If I actually open it in an editor, I can see that this is essentially the save file. There's the cube right there, and it saves things like its position and rotation and scale. You probably shouldn't modify .scene files directly. Do that in here and then save it, but just so that you know, those are the only two files that we've created, the scene file and then the script file. So that's the basics of the editor. And if you want to learn more about the Sandbox game engine,
I did not follow what he was just saying there.
save it, but see that this is essentially, we kind of blast off manually rather than applying a force to it. When you're working with gravity and physics, you need to be applying forces just in real life.
So this part I got.
On the bottom of this box.
But then he started talking about the
It's
citizen.
going to be providing an upward force, and forces is how gravity works altogether. So one last thing I want to cover about the editor is that we have the asset browser down here, and if you look into the S&box core or citizen, you can pull in things directly from this scene file. If I actually open it in an editor, I can see that this is essentially the save file. There's the cube right there, and it saves things like its position and rotation and scale. You probably shouldn't modify .scene files directly. Do that in here and then save it, but just so that you know, those are the only two files that we've created, the scene.
Okay, so what confused me, which I'm pretty sure what I got.
Now, gravity's no longer acting on the cube, and that's worked into the S&box
He talks about the citizen here.
core or citizen. You can pull in things directly from this scene file. If I
So he jumps up to assets and he does a time jump here. That's what confused me. Hey, Noom. Yeah. So he did a time jump here, and it confused. Like he missed some data. Like he was talking about the citizen, and then jumped to editing the scene manually. So that's what was confusing here. I don't know if he intended to miss that data, or just like I don't know. Maybe he accidentally cut out that chunk of splice.
actually open it in an editor, I can see that this is essentially the save file. There's the cube right there, and it's
because like I get this. Like Godot is very similar. Like you can open up the scene, you can edit the scenes directly in this, and then sometimes they cause really bad issues. But yeah. And when I say really bad issues, I mean AI fucks it up. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching my leg. My whole hip has been bothering me.
like its position and rotation
All right.
and scale. You probably
So,
should.
all right, let's
In
jump
this
to.
tutorial, I'm going to show you how to make a rolling ball game like Super Monkey Ball in the new Sandbox game engine. In the previous two tutorials, I showed you how to get started with the Sandbox editor, and now we're going to dive in and actually make a small game. Let's start by opening the Sandbox editor and doing a new project. I'm going to call this Rolling Ball. In a lot of tutorials online, you can
I wish his tutorials here would just like continue the first one. Do they really? Like, what part of terrain tools crashes the editor? Like, is there like a editing of the height map that's crashing it? Wait, it's getting cold in my office.
can follow along while somebody types out the code step by step. But there's a problem with this, and that it's if you're just following along, you're not actually learning how to do it yourself. And the point of me making this tutorial is to teach you how to make what you want to make. So I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm going to show you my thought process about solving the problem of how to create what we want to create and let you attempt it first, and then I'll show you what I do. So if you want to learn most optimally, try to make it work first on your own and pause the video to do that, and then see how I solve the problems that you may have run into, and that's going to be a lot more effective. Okay, so we're in the engine here, and I am going to right click here and create a 3D plane, and this is the plane that our ball is going to roll around on. So let's start by zeroing out its values, and I want to make it larger, so let's do 10 and 10. Since this is a plane, changing the Z scale isn't going to do anything because it's flat. And now we're going to add a collider. So we're going to go down to collider plane, and as you can see, the collider is what the ball is actually going to run into. If we turn out the model renderer, that green square is the collider, and it's not actually filling up the full size of the plane. So we're going to change the size of the collider to be 100, 100. Now let's add the ball. So we're going to go into create, 3D object, and sphere. Okay? And we're going to zero out these properties, and when it's zeroed out, it's actually intersecting with the plane. So let's raise the Z. We can click.
I'm sorry, I zoned out again. My hip is like really bothering me with what I'm with this. Add it to scenes. I believe so you can configure it to 512, 512. Then create new terrain, and then it loads, then crashes. So I don't know anything about the terrain stuff on here. So you created it and it just crashes when it's generating? Is that what you're saying?
Into, and that's going to be a lot more effective. Okay, so we're in the engine here, and I am going to right click here and create a 3D plane, and this is the plane that our ball is going to roll around on. So let's start by zeroing out its values, and I want to make it larger, so let's do 10 and 10. Since this is a plane, changing the Z scale isn't going to do anything because it's flat. And now we're going to add a collider. So we're going to go down to collider plane, and as you can see, the collider is what the ball is actually going to run into. If we turn out the model renderer, that green square is the collider, and it's not actually filling up the full size of the plane. So we're going to change the size of the collider to be 100, 100. Now let's add the ball. So we're going to go into create, 3D object, and sphere. Okay? And we're going to zero out these properties, and when it's zeroed out, it's actually intersecting with the plane. So let's raise the Z. We can click and drag, and let's raise it up into the air. All right, for fun, let's change the...
Yeah, so... All right, let's, can we just... Let me see here. Spear. Did we actually get it? Oh yeah, he never mentioned about gravity on here, why it stops working. So we never got to fix the gravity on here. So I don't know. Why is it zooming while I'm scrolling this? But yeah. Plane. So this has whatever. So that's going to be fine.
Tint. I like a nice coral.
Let's give it a better tint. I don't know. Shit, that's the plane. So I don't know why, but why is my ball invisible? Because there... I see the ball. No, wait. Are these not lined up? No, it's just, oh, I see what it is. So let's just... Okay. Why does it seem like it's like invisible though? Is it just it's the material that we have loaded on it, I assume? Where is materials in here? That's not it. But what does he have loaded?
Kind of color. And then let's add a rigid body. The rigid body is what is going to allow gravity to act on it. Now let's add a sphere collider.
So why is my ball like transparent? I don't want attachments. Oh, is it the material here? This is what it is. So black VR? No. Simple floor, simple tile. It's still not wall simple. Oh, that's a little better. Not material. Not. I wish I could escape to close out of that. Yeah. So the issue is I just have the wrong material set. So materials, default white. It's still oh shit, I just chose the wrong thing. That's the oops. Spear. But it was in here. Default. That has nothing. So materials, models, solids, black. Yeah, there we go. We just got a black spear, which doesn't have any tint on it. Okay, let's try re-adding. Model renderer. And then so model, I don't remember where this was. Well, now I'm in more trouble. Models, spear, and I'll just give it this ugly color. Wait, now it's got gravity again. So what did I fuck up earlier that took away the gravity? So I don't know why the we're off the board now. So ball. So I'm sorry if anyone's actually interested in learning here. Like this is learning, just fucking around and
just like with
seeing how things work.
This is the actual game object in the world. So now if we click play, we're gonna see the ball drop. And just like in the last tutorial, I like to have a scene view open, so I'm gonna click layout 2, and then I'm gonna click view settings and change this to 3D. Oh. And then we can move this around. And now while the game is running, we have a scene view as well as the main camera view. Great, so the ball is dropping. Now we want to make it move. So we're going to add a component that's a script. And so let's call it ball controller and do new script from component, and let's save it. And now I like to work in Visual Studio Code rather than Visual Studio, so I'm going to go into edit, preferences, and then in general editor, I can set that to Visual Studio Code if you have that installed. If you don't, I'm going to put a link in the description. So if it didn't open automatically, let's go into code in our project and then click on the ball controller and click open. Great, so here's our ball controller component, and now we have to make it move.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna have an issue with this. So where did he just open that? So wait, so oh wait, did he name? No, the project's untitled. Where did he get rolling ball though? He must have named this. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so just pull the camera out of here since we're doing it like this. So delete the ball. 3D objects, spear. So the spear, okay, this is what I hate with tutorials is not everyone like they leave out steps. Like Gramps for DayZ did the exact same shit. Like he like talked about stuff but missed a lot of important details. Like not a lot of details, but he did miss details. So, okay.
And now while the game is running, we have a scene view as well. We're gonna is the Z, and we're gonna zero out these properties. And since zeroing out, changing the Z scale isn't going to do anything because it's flat. And now we're gonna add a collider. So is of model renderer. That green square is the collider to be and sphere. Okay. And we're gonna zero out these properties, and when it's zeroed out, it's actually intersecting with the plane. So let's raise the Z. We can click and drag, and let's raise it up into the air. All right. For fun, let's change the tint. I like a nice coral kind of color. And then let's add a rigid body. The rigid body is what is...
Okay, so that might be what I'm missing. So rigid body.
Going to allow gravity to act on it. Now let's add a sphere collider. And just like with the plane, this is the...
And then... So sphere collider.
The actual game object in the world. So now if we click play, we're going to see the ball drop. And just like in the last tutorial, I like to have a scene view open. So I'm going to click layout 2, and then I'm going to click view settings and change this to 3D. And then we can move this around. And now while the game is running, we have a scene view as well as the main camera view. Great. So the ball is dropping. Now we want to make it move. So we're going to add a component that's a script. And so let's call it ball controller.
That's what I missed. All right, so let's just boom, drops. So it's missing the script. So did I spell control wrong?
And do new script from component, and let's save it.
Don't judge me. Oh wait, where did it go? Shit, what did I just... Full screen. I added a space there.
Now, I like to work in Visual Studio Code rather than Visual Studio, so I'm going to go into Edit, Preferences, and then in General Editor, I can set that to Visual Studio Code. If you go into our ball code in our project, and then click on the ball controller, and click Open. Great, so here's our ball controller component, and now we have to make it move when we take input. So this is the part where I'm going to try to lead you through the steps yourself, and then you can come back and see how I did it. So to do that, we want to reference the documentation. The documentation is your friend. If you go to sbox.game and then look under docs, we have the documentation and the API reference. If we want to make something move, that means we need to take input from the player. So we'll go under gameplay, input, and right here, it shows you how to make something happen. Okay, so we're going to copy this code and paste it into our ball controller. Okay, now this isn't exactly what we're going to need, but it's enough to get things started. So let's go back into the editor, press play, and then when we press spacebar, the jump button, nothing's happening. Why is that? Well, when you run into a bug, it's generally because something in your program is in a different state than it is in your head. There's a misalignment of understandings, and so we need to do some debugging to figure that out. If you go into the docs, code basics, and cheat sheet, you're going to find out how to log things to console. So we're going to try that right now. So let's go back into the editor, and first I want to make sure that...
Okay. Cheat sheet is code basics. So this is what he copied, right?
The input handler is actually...
Oh, it helps if I copy the code too. Whoa, compile error. Where was this supposed to go? Let's see. If input blah blah blah.
Firing. So let's just log hello when the input handler is firing, and we'll go back to the editor. And since it's hot reloading, we actually don't need to stop the scene from playing click console right here, and then press spacebar, and you'll see, look at that right there.
Oh, where is, so console. Okay, so console's just logging hello.
It's logging hello, so we know that it's firing. Good.
Oh,
Now, the next thing to check is maybe this amount is too small. So we're going to add 10,000. Let's add a really big number. Save it. It's hot reloaded. And look at that. It's moving. Okay, so that...
Yeah, so... But... Wait, did he add... Why is forward this way? What? Why is forward reverse? That's not what I meant to hit. I just want to see here. So negative is that way. Why is...
A really big number. Save it. It's hot reloaded. And look at that, it's moving. Okay, so that is a great example of how to solve a problem. You're gonna run into this a lot where you think something is some way and it's not reacting the way that you want to.
So actually, let me change. So, oh, we already tied the camera to this. So I think, let me see. So spear, is any of this rotated? No, it's not. So we'll rotate it 180 and then we can remove that, save that. There, so we don't have to deal with the negative now. The camera is just, I think, oh, because he doesn't have the camera tied to it. That wasn't
a ball rolling, that was just the ball shooting forward into space. So how do we get the ball rolling? Well, we need to apply physics forces to it. So again, let's go into the documentation. And physics would be a good place to look, but it's not very complete right now. And so I'm gonna give you a hint, and we're gonna type in force into the search box. And then we go down and see rigidbody.apply force. Okay, so now we are in the API reference. The API reference is going to be a lot more detailed than the documents. It'll tell you everything that you need to know about something in particular. And remember, the rigid body is how we get gravity and physics to apply to the object. So if we go to API components rigid body and we scroll down, we see methods, and then we have apply force, and we can read about the different things we can do to the physics object. So here's an interesting one, apply impulse. It applies an instant linear impulse like a bullet impact. Okay, that's not quite what we want. We want just to apply force. Okay, so if we click on that, we can see that this is what the method looks like.
Hey, Rocker, what's going on? Hey, Rocker, are you following my YouTube? Make sure you do. Like and subscribe. I forget what it, I pulled up my phone because I wanted to warm it up. It's getting cold out. Oh, it's still bright out. It feels like it's like 10 o'clock already, but like the sun is still out.
So let's go back into our...
Yeah, it's pinned. It's the pinned message there. That should take you to YouTube. It also will instantly sub you when you hit OK. Yeah, so I'm watching tutorials by this guy for how to use Sandbox. So we're just kind of doing some random tutorials today. Seeing what we can do. Excuse me.
And in order to apply force to the rigid body, we first have to obtain a reference to the rigid body. So we're going to go up here and type require component rigid body. We'll call it RB. Get set. Okay, so I'm going to explain what this is. So let's break this down. Require component is an attribute, and I'll explain that in a minute. Rigid body, this is the type of the thing. So this could be a collider. It could be a number, which could be like an integer, which is our whole numbers, or a float, which are decimals, and then the name of our variable so that we can reference it, and then get is so that we can access the variable. So attributes are a little bit more advanced, but if we go into docs editor property attributes, you can see that there are all sorts of attributes that we can add in front of our variables, and this is essentially either fetching or creating a component, which means if our game object didn't have a rigid body component on it, this line of code would create one. Okay, so now we can access our rigid body, and we can see that that's working by doing this. We add curly braces and then RB, and this is essentially saying that it's going to log this game object. So let's save and play. And if we press spacebar, we can see down here, hello sandbox rigid body. So we correctly have a reference to the rigid body. Now we can call that method. So we're going to say rb.apply force. We can see in the documentation that what we're going to pass into this method is a vector. So here we have the game object, the method we're calling on it, and then when you're invoking a method, you can pass information into that method so that it can do different things. And in this case, it's the direction and the magnitude that we're applying the force. That's what a vector is. It's a direction in 3D space and a magnitude, how far you go in that direction.
Oh, let me see here. So, well, vector 3. What if we change this to... doesn't like that. I thought maybe the vectors was the directions, but
vector 3.forward is a very small amount, and we want to set it to a large amount. So let's set it really big just to make sure that it works. And then we'll save this, and we'll go back into our editor, and we're going to restart because the ball had flown off. And now when I hold down spacebar, it moves. But it's moving very, very slowly, even though we used a really big number. Now, why is that? This is because the default mass of this rigid body is quite large, due to more complicated things than I'll explain right now. But we can set a mass override right here. So if we set the mass override to 1, that's going to give it a very small mass, which means that smaller forces will be able to act on it. So if we press spacebar again, now it's flying off into the distance, but it's flying off because we were giving it a gigantic amount of forward velocity. So let's just set this to 100 and see how that feels. Okay, good. That's a little bit better. So now we want to make it move in all 4 directions. And so we're going to go back here, and before we copy this code, I want to extract the velocity so that we can change it in one place. So on a new line here, we're going to do property public, which means it's publicly accessible, it's not a hidden property, int, which means it's a whole number, velocity, get set, and then let's start it at 100, like so. And now we're going to change this to velocity, and if we go back to the game and click on the ball, you'll see in our ball controller we now have access to the velocity. So if I press play and I go and I change this to a very small amount.
Oh, he must have streamed this for his camera to be in the way.
And then I go back into the game. Pressing spacebar just moves it a very little bit. If I set it to 500, pressing spacebar moves it a whole lot more. Okay, so now we have a property that we can edit and play with while the game is running. Before I copy this into using WASD, which is standard, I want to change one thing. This should be happening on fixed update, not on update. If you saw my earlier video, update is running as quickly as your computer will allow it to, which means that this game would run faster on somebody who has a fast PC and slower for somebody who has a slow PC if you used on update. And that's not what we want. We want a consistent experience across all computers. So we're going to use on fixed update, which is for physics. And that ensures that it's going to run the same no matter what FPS we're working with. Okay, so let's change this to forward. And if you want to look up the controls, you can go back into the game, press escape, go into open settings, click on keybinds, and you can see that this is what we're interacting with. We had jump before, which is bound to space. We want to do forward, backward, left, and right, which is WASD. So we go back into here, we're changing that to forward. Let's get rid of that. And now we're going to copy this. Okay, and we're going to change this to backward, left, right, and change this to backward, left, and right. Make note of the capitalization. So now WASD will move around the ball. Perfect. Okay, but we do want our camera attached to the ball because otherwise the ball will roll away and we won't be able to follow it. So you might think that you can just parent the camera to the sphere, like we talked about previously, so that when the ball moves, you can see now the camera is moving with it. However, that's not what's going to happen because the ball is rolling. So if we press play and move it forward, you can see that the camera's rolling with it. So we can't parent the camera.
Yeah, that's the issue that I've been having. So this will be good to know here.
We want to add a follower script. So we're going to unparent it, go into the camera, follower, let's call it cam follower, and create a new script. So again, I'm going to ask you to think about, this is a problem.
All right, so before we move forward, I'm going to add
and right. Make note of the capitalization.
I'm going to add this stuff in. So ball controller. Whoop. So ignore codecs there. Okay, so where are we adding this? Protected override. I don't know why it has 0 references listed, but so property, public, int, so it has all this info in, like VS Code is pretty good at autofilling this stuff out. All right, so So fixed. Forward. Did he remove the log in here? He did. So we'll just remove that. Oh wait, did he remove this? World position. Oh yeah, he changed all this up. So he made it. Oh right, where did he put our fuck? It's up above. Hold on. So there was where was this? So public required sealed class. So required component. So rigid body, literally all filled out there, ready to go. So just nuke that. So apply force. Is all of this correct? It's close. Close. So vector 3 forward velocity, yes. I don't need that in there. So it was forward, backward, left, right. Okay, so wait, this is just one too many. So forward, backwards, left, right. This is the one thing that's really nice with like VS Code. It just like the AI that's built into it knows what should be in these locations for this. So this is set to 100. Excuse me. I think I have it all the same now. Wait. Yeah, this should be good.
So now,
yeah, we should be. So if you save, and now we. I have no control. What did we miss? What did I miss earlier? So times velocity. Like all of this looks right. Oh. I think I forgot to add the component, didn't I? I don't know how far.
So we need to do some debugging to figure that out. If you start its
no, we did the
to the spacebar, and you'll see, look at that right there. It's logging hello, so we know that it's firing. So we're going to add 10 in the way that you want to. Okay, but that wasn't a ball rolling. That was just the ball shooting forward. Let's give you a hint, and we're physics to apply to the object. So if we go to API components rigid body, do to the physics that. So
I added rigid body in here, didn't I? Yeah, rigid body. Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot to do the mass. So mass override 1? No. Oh shit, hold on. Am I doing this to the wrong object? No, I did the right thing. Though my camera though should not be attached to it. That one should have been 0. I really need an inversion table. My back has been killing me. What am I missing?
This is what the method looks like. So let's go back into our editor. And in order to apply force to the rigid body, we first have to obtain a reference to the rigid body. So we're going to go up here and type require component rigid body. We'll call it RB. Get set. Okay, so I'm going to explain what this is. So let's break this down. Require component is an attribute.
So that's set in here, right? So required component, rigid body, RB gets set, yeah. Protected override, like this stuff gets added later, but
It could be a number, which could be like an integer, which is our whole numbers, or a float, which are decimals, and then the name of our variable so that we can reference it, and then get is so that we can access the variable. So attributes are a little bit more advanced, but if we go into docs, editor, property attributes, you can see that there are all sorts of
let's it's still not doing anything. What did I do wrong here? Error. Wait, when was this? 8:24. That was 10 minutes ago. That was for vector 1. That was a while ago. Can I clear this? Clear the console log. So we have collider. Wait, do I not have... Yeah, I have a rigid body. Oh, that's for just for damage. I don't care about that. Not right now, anyways. So, but it's not doing anything when I... So input, I wonder if it, no, input down should be when I'm pressing the button. So I'm missing something
that we can add in front of our variables. And this is essentially either fetching or creating a component, which means if our game object didn't have a rigid body component on it, this line of code would create one. Okay, so now we can access our rigid body and we can see that that's working by doing this. We add curly braces and then RB, and this is essentially saying that it's going to log this game object. So let's save and play. And if we press spacebar, we can see down here, hello sandbox rigid body. So we correctly have a reference to the rigid body. Now we can call that method. So we're going to say rb.apply force. We can see in the documentation that what we're going to pass into this method is a vector. So here we have the game object, the method we're calling on it, and then when you're invoking a method, you can pass information into that method so that it can do different things. And in this case, it's the direction and the magnitude that we're applying the force. That's what a vector is. It's a direction in 3D space.
I wonder if the keybinds aren't set. Dev, are you still here? Where is game keybinds? Like, this is editor keybinds. Settings. I don't know what he clicked earlier to set keybinds. In preferences? No, this is the same things. I'm gonna have to scroll back to the beginning. Where are we at? 750. I don't know when he set keybinds. It's probably around here.
if you go into the docs, code basics, and cheat standings, let's go into code in our input. Our ball credits is than it is to that rather is that let's object, and we have one of us to go back body this game they are to pen then magnitude 3 by to 1.
All right, hold on. We're gonna go back, but we're gonna watch it at like 4x.
This is playing that our ball is going to roll around. So let's start by zeroing out its values, and I want to get larger, so let's do 10 and 10. Since this is plane changing the Z, scale is going to be flat, and now we're going to add a collider. So we're going to collider plane, and as you can see, the collider is what the ball is actually going to render, so we can render. That green square is the collider, and it's not actually filling up the full size of the plane, so we're going to change the size of the collider to be 100. Now let's add ball, so we're going to go create, free object, and zero, okay? And we're going to zero out these properties, and we're going to zero out this, so let's raise the Z, click, and drag, let's raise it up here. Alright, for fun, let's change as main game. So we're going to start, let's go back together, press like, and then we're going to press button, and then cap it, white, dull, if you don't, I'm going to leave the insertion. So it's automatically, let's go into code in our project, and click on ball controller, and click right, so our ball controller, and we're going to input. So this is the part where I'm going to try to lead you yourself, and then you can come back and see how it is. So to that, we're going to the documentation different. If you want to ask game, and look at documentation, the characters. If you want to move, that means input in there. So we'll go to gameplay, input, and right here, it shows you the next thing happen. Okay, so we're going to copy this code, and paste it into our ball controller. Okay, now this is exactly what we're going to need enough to do things.
Wait. So you can customize keys in your game in project setting. Where's project settings? Like, that's what I was kind of looking for. Like, this is the issue, is I don't know where project settings are, so, but he was seeing it here. Project settings. So this, yeah. Do I gotta go back to here for it? So it only gives me remove project. Is it this option? Why would you? Okay, I found it. So for project settings, it's the gear in the top right, which is next to your project name, which just gives you the option to publish. So what I'm thinking is going on is my keybinds aren't set. No, they are set. Like forward here is set, so I don't know what's going on here. It's doing nothing when we press these keys. Okay, we were at 750. Playback speed 125.
We're applying the force. That's what a vector is. It's a direction in 3D space and a magnitude, how far you go in that direction. So we want to use vector 3.forward, but vector 3.forward is a very small amount, and we want to set it to a large amount. So let's set it really big just to make sure that it works.
Actually, so let me see here. So set it to a really large amount. Still nothing.
And then we'll save this, and we'll go back into our editor, and we're going to restart because the ball had flown off. And now when I hold down spacebar, it moves. But it's moving very, very slowly, even though we used a really big number. Now, why is that? This is because the default mass of this rigid body is quite large, due to more complicated things than I'll explain right now. But we can set a mass override right here. So if we set the mass override to 1, that's going to give it a very small mass, which means that smaller forces will be able to
yeah, so
again, now it's flying off into the distance, but it's flying off because we were giving it a gigantic amount of forward velocity. So let's just set this to 100 and see how that feels. Okay, good. That's a little...
Okay, so I'm confused why this updated code... Did I spell something wrong? Require? I bet this is required, isn't it? No, it's required.
And before we copy this code, I want to extract the velocity so that we can change it in one place. So on a new line here, we're going to do property public, which means it's publicly accessible, it's not a hidden property, int, which means it's a whole number, velocity, get set, and then let's start it at 100, like so. And now we're going to change this to velocity. And if we go back to the game and click on the ball, you'll see in our ball controller, we now have access to the velocity. So if I press play and I go and I change this to a very small amount,
forward, backward,
back into the game, pressing spacebar just moves it a very little bit. If I set it to 500,
I wonder
pressing
if
spacebar
I'm...
moves it a whole lot
So
more.
it's
Okay, so now we have a
compiling, but
property
am I
we can edit and play with while
missing
the
some...
game's running. Before I copy this into using WASD, which is standard, I want to change one thing. This should be happening on fixed update, not on update. If you saw my earlier video, update is running as quickly as your computer will allow it to, which means that this game would run faster on somebody who has a fast PC and slower for somebody who has a slow PC if you used on update. And that's not what we want. We want a consistent experience across all computers. So we're going to use on fixed update, which is for physics. And that ensures that it's going to run the same no matter what FPS we're working with. Okay, so let's change this to forward. And if you want to look up the controls, you can go back into the game, press escape, go into open settings, click on keybinds, and you can see that this is what we're interacting with. We have
Oh, wait. Wait, how did he get... Wait, what?
Okay, so let's change this to forward, click on keybinds, and you want to look up the controls, you can go back into the game, press escape, go into...
So when I press escape, why am I not getting these, this screen? What is this screen? How do we get this screen? So I did see something like this when we were in one of these. So there was something that said on when pressing escape or something. I think it was in something else though. I think it was in references. I had no clue where I saw it now. There was something that said when pressing escape. So like his tutorial here is out of date already, and it's kind of annoying.
Open settings, click on keybinds, and you can see that this is what we're interacting with. We had jump before, which is bound to space. We want to do forward, backward, left, and right, which is WASD. So we go back into here, we're changing that to forward. Let's get rid of that. And now we're going to copy this. Okay, and we're going to change this to...
So yeah, we set to RB, which is set to all these. So forward, backwards, left, right. So we should have all three. Let me
backward, left, right, and change this to backward, left, and right. Make note of the capitals.
And they're all spelled correctly. Excuse me. So RB, apply force. If input down, apply force. Yeah. I think you guys are going into ads right now, or just ended ads. So my velocity seems to be, I think that just my color scheme is different. So rigid body, this is public sealed class ball component. don't want this open. So get set. Yeah, so I don't understand what broke here. Oh. All right, so let's... Okay, so that still doesn't work. That's fine. Oh. Hmm. Let's remove all these just so that we have the one. Like vector 3. Like, is anyone seeing anything that... Wait. Oh, that's just for the log. So log.info. Okay, so it's logging the button press, which is correct. That's fine. I'm not understanding why this is not functioning though. So it has the mass of 1. We didn't change anything, did we? Nothing else? Like we added the model textures in that. Which actually I don't even think we added that. I think we just re-added a spear. I wonder if, like, are we missing something in here? What is his gravity scale? Did I change? Gravity is 1. Motion in it. Oh, hold on. Is motion... Oh, motion enabled is on. I don't get what changed here. Wait, do I hate that it defaults to the play. It's because I'm clicking on that when I do it. Okay, so we removed the rigid component. So rigid. Yeah, it's a rigid body. So spear, good. And then we're overriding the mass with 1. And just for the fuck of it, let's just give it our tint. So we made a red ball now. So we'll save. Let's go back to the old code from earlier. So this. So just that. I don't know if the that matters. Still not doing anything. Like what changed here? Why is this not working? What just happened there? Oh, I see. Hovering over windows just for whatever reason. So I gave it 1,000. So RB apply force vector 3 forward times 1,000 is what we're giving it right now. And like this is just isn't working for some reason. It's updating into sandbox correctly. So public sealed class ball controller component, curly bracket, required component, rigid body, RB, get and set. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, this is for property. Hold on. Ignore that one. Property. Maybe it's the property that's breaking it right now. Like it's registering the jumping. Like it's logging the key press, but it's not performing the action. I'm like really confused here why this just isn't working. Why do I have 16 lines?
And so we need to do some debugging to figure that console. The input handler is actually firing. So then look at, save it, it's hot reloaded, and look at that, it's moving. Okay, 1,000, let's.
All right, so if we go back to the original one, so times delta, yeah, and then still nothing. So this is changing world position. Can I just comment out? Yeah, that does comments. So world position. So forward. Okay, that is working now by doing a world position. So that's working. So I'm really confused what is breaking. So this is world position, yes. What was the one that he was talking about? So this is the cheat sheet. So, and then, but there's like literally nothing in here for details. Like there's controller input. So let's watch through the video a little bit
It's got a
again.
really big
So
number. Save it. It's hot reloaded. And look at that, it's moving. Okay, so that is a great example of how to solve a problem. You're gonna run into this a lot, where you think something is some way and it's not reacting the way that you want to. Okay, but that wasn't a ball rolling, that was just the ball shooting forward into space. So how do we get the ball rolling? Well, we need to apply physics forces to it. So again, let's go into the documentation. And physics would be a good place to look, but it's not very complete right now. And so I'm gonna give you a hint, and we're gonna type in force into the search box. And then we go down and see rigid body.apply force. Okay, so now we are in the API reference. The API reference is going to be a lot more detailed than the documents. It'll tell you everything that you need to know about something in particular. And remember, the rigid body is how we get gravity and physics to apply to the object. So if we go to API components rigid body and we scroll down, we see methods, and then we have apply force, and we can read about the different things we can do to the physics object. So here's an interesting one, apply impulse. It applies an instant linear impulse like a bullet impact. Okay, that's not quite what we want. We want just to apply force. Okay, so if we click on that, we can see that this is what the method looks like. So let's go back into our editor. And in order to apply force to the rigid body, we first have to obtain a reference to the rigid body.
yeah, so that's what we're looking at here.
Require component rigid body. We'll call it RB.
Wait, so what did his page look here? So void apply force vector3 force.
We click on that. Get set. Okay, so I'm gonna explain what this is. So let's break this down. Require component.
All right, so if we go for this version that has this, so required component, which is literally what we have here. So let me see if I search for this. Stomach kind of hurts. So required component. There's only one that shows up here.
Component is an attribute, and I'll explain that.
So, but if we look at this again, so on update, he hasn't updated
Rigid body, this is the type of the thing. So this could be a collider, it could be a number, which could be like an integer, which is our whole numbers, or a float, which are decimals, and then the name of our variable so that we can reference it, and then get is so that we can access the variable. So attributes are a little bit more advanced, but if we go into docs editor property attributes, you can see that there are all sorts of attributes that we can add in front of our variables, and this is essentially either fetching or creating a component, which means if our game object didn't have a rigid body component on it, this line of code would create one. Okay, so now we can access our rigid body, and we can see that that's working by doing this. We add curly braces and then RB, and this is essentially saying that it's going to log this game object. So let's save and play, and if we...
Yeah, so do I still have the logging on here? So yeah, it just says jumping, but that's fine. So when we run this now, so it should be, yeah, this is, yeah, so at the moment we F5 and it is logging it. So it's logging that in there.
It's saying that it's going to log this game object. So let's save.
But when we apply the force,
And
it's
if we
not
press spacebar, we can see down here
applying the
sandbox rigid
force.
body. So we correctly have a reference to the rigid body. Now we can call that method. So we're going to say rb.apply force. We can see in the documentation that what we're going to pass into this method is a vector. So here we have the game object, the method we're calling on it, and then when you're invoking a method, you can pass information into that method so that it can do different things. And in this case, it's the direction and the magnitude that we're applying the force. That's what a vector is. It's a direction in 3D space and a magnitude, how far you go in that direction. So we want to use vector3.forward, but vector3.forward is a very small amount, and we want to set it to a large amount. So let's set it really big just to make sure that it works. And then we'll save this, and we'll go back into our editor, and we're going to set it really big just...
Yeah, so okay, so oh wait, is he leaving world position in there? He is. So he's leaving this in here. But like this shouldn't matter. I mean, he might have commented or removed it. Give me a second though. So he does apply force times 10,000, but then he doesn't have any of this in here. So RB, apply force. Apply force, like this is all spelled correctly. Vector 3. Times 10,000, or whatever I put in there. It looks like 10,000.
To make sure that it works.
Yeah, so he removed that. So I'm just gonna comment this out for now. So save. F5. Nothing. It literally just stops working.
And then we'll save this, and we'll go back into our editor. And we're gonna restart because the ball had flown off. And now when I hold down spacebar, it moves, but it's moving very, very slowly.
Hold on. Nothing. I was holding space to just see if like maybe I
And then we
was...
used a really big number. Now, why is that? This is because the default mass of this rigid body is quite large due to more complicated things than I'll explain right now. But we can set a mass override right here. So if we set the mass override to 1, that's going to give it a very small mass, which means that smaller forces will be able to act on it. So if we press spacebar again, now it's flying off into the distance, but it's flying off because we were giving it a gigantic amount of forward velocity. So let's just set...
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Still nothing. Okay, I am gonna ask Codex and see if it knows why. There we go. You know what? I'm gonna use GPT. I'm gonna use GPT here. Explaining what this is. So like I'm trying to make this a little larger. So I'm using Game Engine Sandbox. This is a newer game engine built on Source 2. Telling it its scripting language is based on C#. I don't know how much this is going to even understand. Let's see if it has a clue. I'm gonna expect this to just like destroy it all. Oh, I should so it doesn't fully have access to everything, but oh, we should look at what we should have done was just look at another game, another program in here. So, so like this. Got like code. It's configuring for DayZ. Oh, stop doing. Though I did set it to on update, so that might be part of the issue. Though, no, I had that set right earlier. Okay, undo. So on fixed update. Still nothing. The compile of local editor, so that's because of whatever it tried to change earlier. It only changed that. All right, go away.
Set this to 100 and see how that feels. Okay, good. That's a little...
Float mass. Motion controls, local multiplayer. Maybe under like raw and like it's logging, so it should be working. Sound. Player controller. So rigid body. That's for collision. You know what? Where's my Discord? Or Discord. Windows? Discord's here. It exists. What's going on in here? Okay. All right, so Discord, rigid body. That's not gonna help us. Is this what we need? No, it's for box collider. All right, so apply force. Let's see what we get out of this. This is the same or similar. No, it's not the same at all. Where is there apply force in here? What did we search for? Vector 3 forward. All right, vector 3 forward. Yeah, this is not relevant. When was the when is this video from? 2 weeks ago, so it's recent. So it's from the recent recent chain. So this is not the step that I felt like we should be getting stuck on. No, I don't want to voice chat. I hate these in Discord where it throws you into something like this. Also, they didn't use, yeah. Take camera. Okay. Where is this? Where is what we're looking for? It's not. I don't want the voice chat. Go, get out of here. That's for controller. Can I not make this wider? That's only part of the code. I am really confused at what needs to be changed here for this to work. So apply force. So I wonder, so oops, that's not what I want. So rigid body dot apply force. Do I need to change something here? Well, rigid body RB. I'm wondering if there needs to be something here instead. Is it supposed to be... Like, no, it's not that. Log info rb.apply force. Like, this should be doing something. I wonder... Oh... I thought maybe forward was going down for some reason. So I get nothing out of that. So we have a mass override of 1. I just don't get this. So giving it, I gave it a velocity of 33. So, and that, that's interesting, but it's not what we're trying to do here. Like, we're still, so we are set to spear, which is correct. I'm looking through the settings right now, see what is maybe different in here. So gravity 1-1, like none of these are set. Motion is enabled. Like the mass override. Like there doesn't seem to be anything else set to this. So it's so enabling this does like that's some actually. Let's see if anyone else in their Discord has a ball controller. Huh? Ball controller. But not very related. Okay, this is the exact same. Oh, wait. Okay, what did they say the... Your curly braces are outside of the quotations. So apparently... No, these are the same, so that's fine. But where are they? So your curly braces are outside of the quotations. So this guy has the exact same, but okay, I think his is a little different. So he has this. That's what is different there, I think. But it doesn't seem much different here for what... Do I even have that in here? I do. So that's our logging. So this guy's just, they're having an error on it. Let me see. Does he have any comments here about it not working? "11 days ago. C# dev kit. I think I do have that installed. Does he include... I don't see anything about the code in here, so... What the fuck am I missing here? Like, apply force. Wait. Oh, that's different. So... Like, everything looks correct. It's just not working. If input down jump, and it's all the exact same. I'm getting hungry. I might go microwave some food here in a minute. So ball controller component. if input down, like it just isn't working. So if we go just with the exact so it's showing down in the console that it's recording it, but it's just not doing anything. Which one were they recommending?
Welcome to Fish School Episode 2. In this episode, we create our let's look time is that a trick for patent since we are while you didn't and read set tidy up really, but it's useful with this sort of master components that need other components just to work. We won't be using these move mods in our game, but I'm going to show you how to set them up anyways, in case you want to use them in the future. First up, with the lowest priority, is walk mod, which is what you've seen me do until now, or bring them back in itself, which shows up in the hierarchy as explained last episode.
None of this is what I'm looking for here.
Welcome
6 minutes.
To Fish School Episode 1. In this series, we will be recreating Snot Farm, a Facepans classic and the first game to feature the beloved citizen, also known as Terry. As a disclaimer, S&box is still heavily in development, so things might be replaced
How old is
or
this?
moved around. If you find out that
A
something
year
in the
ago?
tutorial changed or is missing, make sure to read the pinned comment below or let us know in our Discord server.
I don't need all of the details here. None of this is what I'm looking for. He hasn't made anything new in a year. Those are also from 2 years ago. And this is just people yelling at this guy for trying to use ChatGPT. Oops. Sorry, I was... This is from last week. So let me see. So like maybe if we look for like movement. So yeah, this is the part that is kind of sucks with this. So actually, let me stop doing this because there is some code that we can look at. Yeah, so like this. Minimize this for now. So nothing to do with it. Example components. Don't care right now. Door components. That's what we were talking about. Let's actually look at that. Rotation, target rotation, Yeah, so like this, yeah, that all makes sense. World rotation. Close that. This is still in here, so player footsteps, player controller. Let's see. So apply friction, force. Nothing in here about force. Player controller, maybe? Where did I download the, is this is test one here, isn't it? Well, this is for examples. Working progress. Scene menu. So yeah, this is for test bed. What is this loading into? Damn it. Property, that's launch settings, panels. Brick ball. I don't know what we're just loading. I don't want this loaded. Yeah. Oh, this loaded into cursor. That's, I want it in here. So I'm like trying to rotate my hip right now. Oh, I think I just got a release. Like I really got, like I got a sciatic nerve issue. A component rate. I don't know what is a razor file. So Derek create. I think you mentioned this last time. Open another. Yeah, so we're gonna look at that introduction. See, oh, my head hurts. Mapping tools. Ooh, I think that'd be cool, but not right now. What's going on with this? That's from a year ago. I'm gonna guess it might be in this.
Game objects are basic, non-functional containers, and by default only represent a position, rotation, and scale. Game objects can be placed in other game objects in a parent-child relationship, where the child game object inherits the position, rotation, and scale of its parent. Adding components to game objects gives them function. These components are added directly to game objects. A single game object can have multiple components that serve many purposes. S&box provides many default components for common features, like rendering models and giving physics to objects. But it's impossible for the engine to have components that solve every problem. But it doesn't have to. We can create our own custom components using C#. On a game object, click Add Component and choose a new simple component. Save this component and open it in your preferred editor. I recommend Visual Studio or Writer. To change what editor opens by default, open the Edit menu, then Preferences, and change the Code Editor in the General tab. Components provide many methods for us to write code. Each of these component methods will be called at different times. To keep it simple, we're only going to look at a few. The onUpdate method will be called every frame, while the onStart method will be called only when the component is first created in the scene. To help visualize this, we can log to the console using log.info. As you can see, the onStart log is called when our game starts.
Yeah,
And the onUpdate is being called every frame. Let's check for user input using input.press.
Alright, what the fuck, YouTube? I think I just crashed YouTube. F5? Oh, I like crashed Chrome. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off my camera while I try to stretch while doing this. My back is just killing me. Okay, Chrome, what the fuck? Shift F5. Can I go to other windows? I can.
Game objects are basic, non-functional containers, and by default only represent a position, rotation, and scale. Game objects.
I just wanted to click sub. I don't know how far in we were.
On it and open it in your preferred editor. I recommend Visual Studio or Rider. To change what editor opens by default, open the edit menu, then pref using log.info. As you can see, the onStart log is called when our game starts, and the onUpdate is being called every frame. Let's check for user input using input.pressed. This is a method that returns true if the action was just pressed this frame. You can see all the default actions that you can use in the project settings menu in the input tab. By default, attack 1 is bound to left click. Adding another log will show that the code inside the if statement is only called for every full press of our left click. Components can expose settings to the editor using C# properties. Let's expose a GameObject property so that we can reference a GameObject that exists in our scene. Create a property with the type of GameObject and call it target. Make sure it's a C# property and has the property attribute. Then look at your component in the inspector. You can see our target property isn't pointing to anything. Create a new cube in the scene and drag the GameObject onto the property. With a reference to the cube GameObject, we can get any component attached to it. Let's get the model renderer using the getComponent method. Then, set its tint to a random color. Since our code is inside our input check, every time we press the left click, the tint will change to a random color. Every time we press the left click.
It's fun that it just ends. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna just add this because I feel like it right now. So if input, if press. Model renderer dot tints wow, what did I miss? Get component. Oh. But we're going to need to add a property. I think here is fine. Yeah. Line 17. So Did I spell something wrong in here? Oh, wait, what? Why do I have... Renderer equals target.get component model renderer. I probably typed I typoed something in here probably. But let's see. So game object target blah blah blah. Yeah. So that's fine. I might be part of the required component, being that we're doing multiple things. It's expecting a semicolon at line 7. Oh. That one. Oops. Exception when calling update on ball controller. Oh, so our game object. Oh. Wait a second. He calls it spear. He doesn't put spear here anywhere. That shouldn't matter. But he's doing our game object.
Drag the game object. Let's get the with a reference to the.
But he's adding the target there. So like this. So did it add? I'm just going through each one, making sure that we didn't. So wait, where is ball controller? So shouldn't this be in somewhere in here? We're just going to go to the beginning of this and watch this tutorial
In this
over.
tutorial, I'm going to show you how to make a rolling ball game like Super Monkey Ball in the new Sandbox game engine. In the previous two tutorials, I showed you how to get started with the Sandbox editor, and now we're going to dive in and actually make a small game. Let's start by opening the Sandbox editor and doing a new project. I'm going to call this roll. Making this tutorial is to teach you how to make what you want to make. So I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm going to show you my thought process about solving the problem of how to create what we want to create and let you attempt it first, and then I'll show you what I do. So if you want to learn most optimally, try to make it work first on your own and pause the video to do that, and then see how I solve the problems that you may have run into, and that's going to be a lot more effective. Okay, so we're in the engine here, and I am going to right click here and create a 3D plane, and this is the plane that our ball gets. Then I'm going to change the and we're going to 3D object, and sphere. Okay? And we're going to zero out these properties, and when it's zeroed out, it's actually intersecting with the plane, so let's raise the Z. We can click and drag, and let's raise it up into the air. All right? For fun, let's change the tint. I like a nice coral kind of color. And then let's add a rigid body. The rigid body is what is going to allow gravity to act on it. Now let's add a sphere collider. And just like with the plane, this is the actual game object in the world. So now if we click play, we're gonna see the ball drop. And just like in the last tutorial, I like to have a scene view open, so I'm gonna click layout, 2.
Hey,
and then
Doug.
click view settings and change this to 3D. And then we can move this around. And now while the game is running, we have a scene view as well as the main camera view. Great, so the ball is dropping. Now we want to make it move. So we're going to add a component that's a script. And so let's call it ball controller and do new script from component, and let's save it. And now I like to work in Visual Studio Code rather than Visual Studio, so I'm going to go into edit, preferences, and then in general editor, I can set that to Visual Studio Code if you have that installed. If you don't, I'm going to put a link in the description. So if it didn't open automatically, let's go into code in our project and then click on the ball controller and click open. Great, so here's our ball controller component, and now we have to make it move when we take input. So this is the part where I'm going to try to lead you through the steps yourself, and then you can come back and see.
So I didn't miss anything here, right? Sorry, I did get distracted, so.
And just like with the plane, this is the actual game object in the world. So now if we click play, we're gonna see the ball drop.
Yeah.
And just like in the last tutorial, I like to have a scene view open, so I'm gonna click layout, 2, and then I'm gonna click view settings and change this to 3D. And then we can move this around. And now while the game is running, we have a scene view as well as the main camera view. Great, so the ball is dropping. Now we want to make it move. So we're going to add a component that's a script. And so let's call it ball controller and do new script from component, and let's save it. And now I like to work in Visual Studio Code rather than Visual Studio, so I'm going to go into edit, preferences, and then in general editor, I can set that to Visual.
Okay, so
add a component that's a script. And so let's call it ball controller and do new script from component, and let's save it.
yeah, so let me undo. Well, actually, I want to leave these in here because it's currently kind of functional. But oh yeah, so hold on. We're going to remove the stuff that we added a little while ago. Remove the rendering stuff. That's good. Oh, I was really hoping that that was it. Because we have sphere, rigid. So where does the scripts get applied in here? Like, how do you know that you have a script? So we added the script. Or I thought we did. Maybe it didn't add it. So ball controller, yes. And then ball control. Okay, so that's set now. So I figured it out. We just wasted how long did we just fucking waste? This has been what, like an hour and a half of this not working? Still nothing there. Wait. Make this number larger. Wait, do I have it set to go up? Up. So forward. This is probably going backwards. Okay. So the issue was the script was not loaded down here. Do I know why? No clue. And I couldn't see that because he has his camera over it. So that was the thing that was missing. So when we added the script earlier, it never added the script as a component. So we've been editing a script that didn't have a target assigned to it. It didn't assign anything. So forward though is backwards, which is interesting. How do we flip that? So off the screen, kill that. Spear. Wait, did my camera reset here? No. All right. So that is working finally. Okay, so that is working. Where is the rest of this code that we needed? It's like 2/3 of the way through this video.
Fertilization. Backward, left, and right.
Whatever, that's close enough. All right, so so forward. Just comment that out. I don't need that. So we can delete that. Let's make the speed like 800. Hey, Hitty. We're doing some coding. Poorly doing coding because we just wasted an hour trying to make this ball move, and apparently we never had the script loaded. So for some odd reason, I was able to move the ball in. I was able to log, but I wasn't able to apply the force. But when I added the script component again, it now works. So no clue. I don't understand this system much. So but right now what we're doing is adding in the actual motion controls. Forward, so we need to forward, backward. Ooh, yeah, VS Code is nice with its automation stuff. Yeah, WASD. Did I get all of it? Left, right? I don't care if it's reversed here. Oh, okay. So he has a property in here. That's not what I want. So property, public int, velocity, boom, 800. Why is it throwing me in error now? So I need velocity. Why am I getting an error here though? You Winnie. Well, I don't know how. I'm just following their tutorial at the moment. This is made 2 weeks ago. What did I do different here? What is it? There we go. It had a bracket at the end. So we had a 5. I think we went off the platform. But let's see. Jump up. No? Why do I not have up velocity? Oh, my hip wants to crack. All right, let's change this to just a high number. So that number's way too big. Number's too small. So let's do this instead. So velocity times, yeah, whatever that means, 1.5, whatever the F means. Did nothing. 10.5F. Too much. Do this plane. $50.50. Why is my collider not visible? My back's been wanting to crack all day, all evening. Let's just do that. That should, oh, that's just for the model. I don't really care about that. How do I add... Material test grid? Ooh. What does that do? No. Reflective. I think we went off the screen. Don't know where it went. All right, now we need to follow the tutorial to get the camera to follow.
So now WASDA will move around the ball.
WASDA.
Okay, but we do want our camera attached to the ball because otherwise the ball will roll away and we won't be able to follow it. So you might think that you can just parent the camera to the sphere, like we talked about previously, so that when the ball moves, you can see now the camera is moving with it. However, that's not what's going to happen because the ball is rolling. So if we press play and move it forward, you can see that the camera's rolling with it. So we can't parent the camera, we want to add a follower script. So we're going to unparent it, go into the camera, follower, let's call it cam follower, and create a new.
Yeah, so this is what I was having issues with earlier. So that's what happened with the spear. So cam follower, new component. Oh. So okay. So we did this. Save. Did it, so it added it here. So when we did the spear, it did not auto add this, and I don't know why, but so when we were watching his tutorial, when he added it here, We never
So again, I'm gonna ask you to
saw
think about,
this ad because it was way down here behind his camera.
this is a problem.
And he references that his camera's blocking something, but it was unrelated to that.
We need the camera to follow along behind the ball, and think about how you would solve this without me first doing it for you. So this one's a little bit more complicated, but we're going to give it a reference to the game object that it's following first.
Well, being I'm
let's
not a
do
coder, I don't know.
Property, which means it's available in the inspector. Game object, which is the type of thing that we're declaring, and then we'll call it target, and we'll do a get set, and then in on update. And it's fine that we're doing this on update rather than fixed update because we're not doing any physics calculations. We're just setting it to follow the game object. So then we're going to do world position equals target dot world position. We're setting the camera's world position equal to the target's world position, and let's save that. And now we need to associate the ball with the target.
I have this sped up. All right, so world position equals target position. There's too much stuff in there. Equal target dot world position. Boom. Is that all he added in here?
Equal to the target's world position. And let's save that. And now we will need to associate the ball with the target. So we're going to click on the sphere and drag it into this spot right here. And now
Ooh.
it's referencing the sphere as the target.
Okay, I like that because that is something that like is I'm familiar with from GoDot. So target, you just drag it there and then it's already it's all associated. I don't want the camera over here. Okay. How does he...
Now if we click play, what you'll see is the camera is perfectly in line with the ball. It's following it perfectly, but now we need to give it an offset.
So I saw this when we were in here. So I want to see if... Okay. Not what VS Code thought, but might be the first half. It's not that. So let's see what he says.
So we're going to declare a new property. We're going to do a vector.
My leg's falling asleep.
And the vector 3 is the X, Y, and Z points in space. We're going to call this offset, get set. And now let's give it some starting values that make sense. So negative 200 on the X, 0 on the Y, and 100 on the Z. And then let's add the ball's world position with the offset and save. So you can see it created this offset, and now we can change it. Let's press play first. So we're a little close. So you can see
so VS Code got it close, but it's not that. So vector 3 negative, wait, nope, oh, okay, it got close enough there. Oh, fuck.
let's add the ball.
And then plus offset, which there. So it's hard to tell being that there's nothing on the world there, but I guess whatever, that's fine. 150. It's not enough. 250? What did I just do? Alright. We need a different texture on here. Let's see. Material override. Core, I think. Materials. Not particles. Oh. That was not... Wait, what? Why did it... Oh, that was for spear. Why did it change the other thing? Material system. Materials. So default. Default line, I guess. I wish this would just go back to the last known folder. Solids, black. Okay, this. Okay. Oh, I see what it's doing. I'm accidentally clicking on the other thing. This one went. Oh, it does go back to the last one. It's just okay. So what is the problem here? Is I'm clicking and I'm selecting the wrong thing and not realizing it. So, but it is going back to the last known thing. So we can give it the sun, an overlay. I don't know what this. We're a dark. Ooh, I like this. It's I don't. So I keep hitting shift, thinking that I'm. Uh-oh. What, are we still? Okay. I know what's going on here. So I know what's going on. Plane. I set the collision layer way too big. Where is collision? So it's not 50. Is it 100? Yeah, it's 100. I multiplied that wrong. So now when we go off the ledge here, we'll fall for forever, which we're not going to be able to see. So we can't even see there. All right. We have a spinny ball. All right. What do we do next now?
World position with the offset and save. So you can see it created this offset and now we can change it. Let's press play first.
Oh, hold on. So he has a directional light. The thing with this current program is it's different than what he's got. Put our sun up here. Also, I don't like that this does what it does. So now we have the sun. Let me see. Can we give it a shadow hardness? Light color. I guess we want white. So it's. Why is it giving me a sky color? But oh, that's fine. It is a directional light. Okay, so it is a directional light. How do I add brightness to this? Like fog mode. No, we want with shadows. Oh, we got some. Oops. There we go, off the screen over there. So our sun is way up here. Let's bring it down a little bit. Our camera is this, which, let me move this back just a little. Actually, that's not going to matter because we have the offset. So our offset is here. So actually, so let's do not that much. Let's do 700. Just, I want to see what our actual. So that's not giving me that offset. I think the offset that I'm actually looking at is more like this one. I don't know what that 750 is actually referenced. Well, that's not it either. 1300. I hit F5 in the wrong window. That also is nothing. Hold on. Fixed update. That needed to be set. Close these. Those are not related to this anymore. did we...
So and then let's add.
So he does negative 200 in and 100. So let me see here. So he doesn't have public here. He doesn't have public for either. Let's just get rid of those because I don't know if they're needed for this or like what they're causing of a difference. So world position equals target dot world position. All right, what do we get different here? Not much. And oh, all right. Okay. Rolly ball, rolly ball. Oh, my phone's paused. I've been staring and like not staring, but my
the ball's world position with the offset and save. So you can see it created this offset and now we can change it. Let's press play first. So we're a little close. So I want to change this and bring it farther back. And you can see that as I'm dragging, it's updating in real time. And this is the reason that we made it a property so that we could change it in the scene.
Oh.
I'm just going to save my scene here so that if we start this up again, it remembers this.
Okay. Another thing that we can barely see, but it's there. So which one is he clicked on? He's clicked on camera. So camera, and then so that's here. So want this. Oh, what? So apparently this doesn't seem to be doing anything like at all. Like offset. I'm really confused at why this is locked. Let me clear logs. So literally no logs there. I hate that I can't F5 while from the other panel there. So I'm not getting any log errors from this. So I'm not sure why this... why this isn't doing it. Okay, that actually did something. That threw our camera way out there. So we set it to... okay, so that's working. Let's set it for 50, but also, so negative 300. Okay, now it's okay. So I'm putting these numbers in and then hitting enter. And I think that's what's saving it. Then I'm clicking over here. So that's okay. So let me just set this. Is it auto updating this? No, it's not. Or is it? 200, 100. No, I have 300 and 100 here now. So it's a big jump. All right, but like it's not saving here, so whatever, I guess. It's fine. All right, let's see what the rest
Now,
of
because
his...
I made those changes while the game was running, it wasn't persisted to the scene. If we want to change it while the game's running, we can pull the camera back and adjust it like this. And then we can right-click on the offset and press Apply to Scene. And now when we stop and we start again, the camera is going to remember that offset that we changed. If we don't do Apply to Scene, it's just going to reset when this...
Oh. So it's applying to the scene because we're doing it while it's not running. But like jumping to the code isn't doing anything. So I don't mind this camera view. That's fine. So I think it's negative 275 and 155. So I wonder if he...
starts over again.
Let's see if he says to like update
So
the
now,
code with
if
it
we
then.
move, you can see that the camera, let's turn off that preview, is perfectly following the ball. Okay, so a quick overview of what we did here. We created a plane with a collider so that the ball doesn't pass through it. We created a sphere with a rigid body so that physics can act on it. A collider so it doesn't pass through the plane. We set the mass to 1, and then we created a ball controller. The ball controller is really simple. On fixed update, because we're interacting with physics, we're checking for input and then applying forces. We exposed the velocity as a property to the inspector so that we can change it in real time. And we created a camera fall.
What did I set the excuse me. Let's set it to 600 velocity. Off the screen. Let's enlarge the plane a little bit more. Local scale 100, I guess. And Z should be 0, I think. Wait, does it actually go away? Do it at 1. And then size. I hate that you can't zoom out anymore. Wait, is this percentage? Oh, this is a percentage. So hold on, if I set it for 90. Oh, hold on. So 90. Yeah, so that's... I've been setting this as... So this is the scale. I don't know why default is 50, but this is a percentage. So like if I set this to like 300, and then I turn off this. Yeah, so it's a scale of it. So all right, so 250, turn that back on, save it. Save it? I guess there's no save sound. So the only thing I'm not, so I need grid lines on here because right now I can't tell like where anything is. Actually, let's do this. So I really wish I could zoom out a little bit more. So side 2D, top 2D, spear. I have a red spear on a red plane. Let's make this green. And then add component a cube. We have a cube. Oh, because we're on the side. We're on a 2D side. Let's do... Oh no, we're doing top. Why is it... So that, change the color to purple, because why not? So, okay, why can I not free move these? Oh, because I'm not grabbing the box. Yeah, so save F5. I need, fuck, all these don't have rigid body, so let's see. Rigid body. It's an... Oh. Wait, is that why some of it's... I've been control S-ing quite a bit. So like it's all saved right now. So let me see here. Did this not add a rigid body for each one? Or I need to add a collider. That's what I need to do. So rigid, I thought rigid body was all I needed for gravity. Well, I guess I also need a collider. So collider box. There we go. So collider added them. Ah. Okay. Oh, that's only the collider. I want the rigid body of it. Wait, so... So local scales. Oh, I thought for a second I changed something. So let's see. What option do I need to do to cause them to fall and stick to a plane? So like if I how do I make a group? Sorry, I'm like going all over the place. Player controller, UI, world. Empty, is this, that's not a group. That's a new scene, don't need that. I want to put all, oh wait, if I do that, does that move all of them? It does move all of them. Excusey, McScusey. I don't care about UI panels. Can you group in this? 3D object, plane, spear, audio, lights, miscellaneous. I need to change the plane. So I have it at 50. Let's make it 15, I guess. It's still a little too much. 8. Okay, so camera. So wait, is this, hold on. Which way am I? Not the way I want to rotate. More like that. All right. I'm trying to do kind of like a pinball effect, but oh, where is it? Oh, it's off the map. That's why. We have a smoky ball. Right, how do I do pre-warm? How many seconds pre-warm this affects will when creating start delay, particle time scale, game time, particle destroy, max particles, lifetime. Bum. You know what? I completely forgot I wanted to make food, like, I'm not sure what that's doing. On edge? What does being on edge mean? I don't know what that does. Great. Smoky ball! Thank you. I do need to go get more water. What should we do with this? Can you load FBX models into here? Do you know? Like, can I just go and do... You believe so? Oh, it's doing something. We're either going to crash it or I am loading a slab of beef into the world. I don't think it did anything. Oh, don't move it. Don't move it. No. Give me it back. Give me back. Show and explore. Don't move things, damn it. That's mine. Paid money for that one. There's my slab of beef. Yeah, that's what I tried. It won't let me do it there, but it's trying to do it here. But it's not doing anything. So, create model, maybe? Yeah, this is what we need to do. Save. There we go. Our slab of beef. Excusey. Excusey. So, FBX, you gotta... Oh, it's got no collision. So, beef. Model collider? I'm not sure what this is gonna do. I think it's... Actually, that might work. Hold on. Nope, it did nothing. Or not. So I might have just missed what I was needing. Static maybe? I don't care about the description because it's got the model. I don't see anything for mass in here. New component mass. We'll just give it a box. Oh, you could just replace it. We already added it, so it's fine. But let me see here. Oh, this is no different. What am I missing for the mass? So like, oh, it needs a rigid body. That's what we're missing. So rigid body, and then... So let's try that again. So collider, replace with... not capsule, model collider. All right, that doesn't work there for that, unless I need it to have a mass. But default mass, I understood from the other guy, was it's like a billion or whatever. Model collider, let's replace with just a box collider. Like the size. Why can I not see this? Physics. So, okay, so the collider is just this box down here, which is fine at the same time. Like, I'll just give it 200, and this will be fine. So now my beef body here has physics. Color. I don't know what this bottom... So this is a range? Range hue... No, I don't want that. What did I just do? Huh? We're just gonna make it red. I guess the rigid body didn't matter. Oh, I think the rigid. That's fine. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Just do this over here. Camera. Oh, am I rotating this the wrong way? This is the yaw. I don't want yaw. Oh, wait, no, I do want yaw. Why is... Wait, what? Why are we off the board? Where did I send the camera? Oh, it's under the... So... Okay, so camera. Where'd my camera view go? Whatever. So this is just up in the sky. Okay. Until I figure out like how these things line up, like it's weird. So because I put this over here. Where's like, why is it showing my camera down here though? Let's just move the camera down to the bottom of this. Excuse me. Okay, so wait, why is the camera set at 2000? Oh my God. So what I'm trying to do is rotate the camera. But I'm trying to rotate it towards all the objects that are on the board. So like right now it's facing that way. Why can I not move? I can jump. We're like spinning really fucking fast. Ouch. I think it's the momentum of being in the air. Problem of that is we're ending up under the map. I don't know. So is there a way to tell how high the terrain is at this point, or like the plane. Oh, ooh. Let's see. So top 2D, side 2D. Okay, so I'm rotating this on the wrong axis. So do that and then do. Oh, that's just Z. With Z, we don't want to change. Oh, wait, I was rotating both axes? Hmm? Wait, why are we flying into the sky? Oh, no, that was the other way around. So, okay, our camera's still way too far off. So 500. Our plane. So what I'm trying to do is kind of just like a tilted plane. I should probably just set this back to flat and mess around with a flat plane. Oh, I forgot I set this to reflective. Wait. I'm doing this one. Why am I not seeing this? What did I do here? Oh, wait. I think I just set my camera to... This is what I did earlier. I accidentally set the ball controller on. Let's remove this. This is what was the issue earlier. So the ball controller was set to the wrong object. Let me see. Does the camera have ball controller also? No, it just has follow, which is fine. Oh, 600 though is probably a little too high. All right, so plane. I don't know why I'm not getting the plane here anymore. Oh, I set the... Oh, this one's supposed to be just... Were these ones 50? Is it just one? Like what? Oh, I'm scaling the wrong thing. So scale that. And then these were, I'm pretty sure they were 50. Or close to 50. I keep adjusting the wrong one. So this is part of the problem with something like this. Is like I keep I scale the wrong thing. How do I clear this? Is there a way to reset? There we go. Model. So plane. We got, what is plane blend? Can I not select? Oh, there. Oh, so if you set it like this, plane inspector, plane. So it's setting is black there for some reason. Oh, so I had rotation here, which, okay. It makes sense, but I'm a little annoyed. There doesn't seem to be a way to undo this. So, test grid. And where is my spear on this? So like we're way off. Okay, so the plane, let's make this larger again. So 100, 100. And I don't know why I don't have the pattern. I think it's the materials missing. So materials default? No. Put error on it. Oh, that flashes. I don't want that. So default materials editors. Don't want any of those. Color purple. I wish I could zoom in on this while having this open. Okay, so let's see. Model render. I'm gonna wait. Reset. Okay. Wait, so the model render is so 100 to 100% does that. So this is all default now. Our collider is larger, so 200. Oh, wait. Damn it. Wait, that's wrong. So, okay, so I guess we want that at 50%, so okay, so that's our larger plane. Now, if I set this to a color, I don't know why it's not showing up as a... Now our camera's off. What the fuck? So spear, let's just set it at 10. So that puts us closer. So top 2D. So 200. Okay. Why does it keep... Oh, it's because there's the offset set. So ball controller 800. That's the velocity. But then when we look at here, so target is spear negative 180. I don't know. So that throws us off to the side. The Z, let's do Z offset of 0. So I think we went off the screen there. So let's do 100 on that offset. Okay, so I don't know why the camera's showing off just to the side there now. So let's set 50, 200 on the offset. So 50 seems to throw us just a little bit to the side. What if we do 20 on the Y? Yeah, so that's throwing us backwards just a little bit, which is good. Okay. So I think the issue is I'm setting rotations on these, and I don't know, I'm doing these wrong. Part of the issue is I'm like the offset is the rotation in both of the okay, so let's do 50, not 50, 0 on that, and then so because we have this, so 350, this should, it's too much. So if we do 0 on that offset, okay, that puts us directly behind the ball. So then if we do, so if we do 50 there, that puts us, so we're behind the ball again. 150? Still behind the ball. All right, and then negative 150. There we go. And then what I was trying to do earlier, I'll try that. Wrong rotation. So this is yaw and this is pitch. Okay, pitch is what I was looking for. Why do I not have the camera here? So 3D. So what I would like to do now is the camera rotate with the movement, the direction. I don't know if this, if any of these tutorials will get into that. Detect headshots. So let's see. So prefab syntax, going deeper. How long have we been live now? We're live on all platforms. Just under 5 hours, basically 5 hours. The next ad break, I'm gonna go make some food. We got about 8 minutes or so. So let's keep messing around with this a little bit. I don't know why I don't have a texture here now. Are we just zoomed out too far? No. The plane. What if I model in as the beef? Oh, the beef. Oh, the beef. All right. Scenes. Nothing shows up for that. Model. Let's player spear. New model. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Oh, not panel. So plane. So there's blend. There's inspector. I don't know what inspector is, but it doesn't show anything. And then there's plane, so it will just load plane. That's what we have loaded. I think it's there's no material is loaded, so so gray. Overlay, red VR, red. So I think, oh, that's kind of interesting. Test. Let's test grid. Test grid is what was loaded earlier. Except for it's not doing anything here. Static test. Oh, so hold on. Let's save, play. Not what I was expecting. I don't get why I'm not getting like I'm just getting blank. Advanced rendering overlay. The materials is showing up as empty here. So wait, floor grass, grass weeds. Oh, this is, it's not for this Hmm. Oh god, we don't want that. Like, debug empty. I don't know why we're getting a darkness. Tools, fill vertex. No. Oh, here we go. All right, so I loaded default, right? Default texture or material. Okay. So is there a grid? So there is a grid if I select that, but it doesn't apply. I don't know what the overlay there does, but it's not applying a color to the, okay, that's actually not too bad. If we get the grid on here, but like I was, and we went under, I guess. I wish, okay, not an escape, but I think we're already off the map. Ooh. I wish the side view followed the camera. Okay, so part of my issue right now is I'm trying to spawn this at a different location. Because all this stuff is right here. There is some momentum, so like I'm holding back right now. So like there's a bit of momentum there. So let's see, because we have the, not gravity, minimum speed requirement, impact to cause damage, impact damage. So if I set this to 0.115, oh, that's a lot of mass. But also, so let's see, 10 there. We're off the screen. Okay, so 0.5. Okay, we're gonna go with 1. I think I gave these cubes a lot of mass. So I'm just going to bump this back up to 500. And cubes here, not beef. Actually, beef is fine too. Actually, beef is different. But these have... They have no... Oh. Let's give them 3. 3 mass. Should make them a little... easier to actually bump out of the way or fly over. Like the beef is falling. Damn it. I need my camera to rotate with the So it does seem like they're moving, but like if we look at like beef has a mass of 1. Let's give it, actually, let's do 0.7. All right, so oh, have we started ads? Okay. Oh, and never mind. Sorry, I was looking at Kick. Ads played 20 minutes ago. Kick has no ads as far as I'm aware. So, all right. So when the next set of ads, when the next set of ads play, then I'll go get food. So I just got to wait like 45 minutes. It's fine. It's fine. Well, that'll let us get through this 14-minute video. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just quickly checking Discord, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Ball game in the new sandbox game engine. If you haven't seen the previous tutorial,
Oh, is he prefabs and action craft? This is what I was looking for. I don't know where this went, this graph, because this is what I wanted loaded up, and I don't know what to do to get this plane back, because I thought, because we deleted the material and then re-added it.
get you set up, you can check them out in the playlist that'll link below. So right now we have the ball that we can roll around with WASD, and we want to make some things for the ball to collect. So we are going to create a 3D cube, and this cube we're going to call Gem, and let's color it something nice, like yellow. And now, in order for the ball to interact with the cube, we have to give it a collider. Right now we're just passing straight through it. So we're going to add component and search box collider and give it a collider. Now we're not going to add a rigid body because we want the cube to stay there. We don't want it to interact with physics. But right now, since we've added a collider, the ball is bumping into the box instead of going through it, which is what we want for it to collect the box. So we're going to check isTrigger right here. And isTrigger will allow us to invoke a method when the ball enters the box, rather than preventing it from passing through like a physics object. So down here, we're going to press add item next to onColliderEnter. And then if we click this, it opens up the action graph. Now the action graph is a visual scripting language. Rather than writing in C#, you can make things happen just by tying these little boxes together. This is a lot like how Unreal Engine blueprints work. Before we do this, we want to create a game state object to manage our score. So we're going to do that now. Let's close this for now. Go into create empty. This is an empty game object. We're going to use it to store a script on it that manages the score. So we're going to call it game state, and we're going to make a script called game state, a new component. Once we save this, now we can start to edit it. So let's go ahead and make a variable to store the score. This can be a private integer. Private means it's not accessible outside of this object. An integer means that it's a whole number, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of a decimal. So we're going to add the usual get set. Now let's create a publicly accessible method that we can use to increment the score. So public means it's accessible elsewhere. Void means it's not returning anything. Methods, when they're called, can return data. We don't need to do that. We just need to change something. And let's call it add score and declare an integer amount. And then the curly braces is the body of the method. And then all we have to do is do score plus equals where. Void means it's not returning anything. Methods, when they're called, can return data. We don't need to do that. We just need to change something. And let's call it add score and declare an integer amount. And then the curly braces is the body of the method. And then all we have to do is do score plus equals. This means we're adding and assigning amount, like this. This could also be written as score equals amount plus score. That's the same thing as what the plus equals is doing. Okay, now we want to draw the score to the screen, so we're going to use gizmos. A gizmo is something that appears in screen space that is often used for debugging. I'll make a video on user interfaces in the future, but for now, let's just use a gizmo. So we'll do gizmo.draw.screenText, And now this is going to take 2 arguments. This is a method that we're invoking, and this method can take multiple arguments, which changes its behavior. So we can pass in a string, which is a collection of letters. That's the text. And then vector2 is a screen position. And so we declare a string with quotation marks, and we can say score like this. But if we want to insert something into a string dynamically, like the actual score, the number, we put a $sign before it, curly braces, and then the variable. And now for its position, we want to display a vector2 at 1010. And we can't forget the semicolon at the end, which declares that this is the end of a line. This could also be written like this, in a single line, but I like to split it up just so it's easier to read. Okay, now if we play our game, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, there's the score. And as we move around, it's staying in that position. So now when our rolling ball intersects with the cube we want to add to the score. So let's go back to our collider. It is a trigger, and so we're going to edit the action graph for on collider enter. And when we press Control Spacebar, we pull up this quick menu, and we can search Add Score for the GameState's Add Score method. The amount we're going to set to 1, and then we need to tie these together. I'm just clicking on this arrow and dragging, and it's going to flow from one to the other. On collider enter is the trigger, and when it happens, it's going to add score. Now, there's an error. It's saying that it needs a target, and this is an important thing to understand about the code. This component exists on a particular game object. There can be multiple game objects that use this component, and so what this is saying is, I don't know which game object to invoke the add score method on. And so what we can do is we can search get component in scene and choose that particular game object. We'll search game state and feed it into here, and now it knows it's acting on the game state. Another way that we can do this is by making the score static and add score static. And what this means is that this will be shared among all game objects that use this component. In this case, we only ever need one game state, but if it was something like attack damage, you might want different attack damage on each character. But if they needed to share something like height, you could make it static, and then all of your characters that were using the component that we're talking about would be using the same variable. So let's make this static since we're only having one score. Private static int score is the order that these things need to happen in. Its visibility, whether it's static or not, what type it is, and then the name of the variable. And then for the method, public static void add score. So this is the visibility of the method, whether it's static or not, its return type, which is void, nothing, and then the name. So we'll save that. And then when we return to the action graph, this is broken because the signature of the method has changed. So I'm just going to right click on this and delete. Let's search add score again. And now you'll see that it's only asking for an amount. So again, we need to tie these together. And then one more thing, I want to destroy that square when it's collected. So let's save this, and you can ignore this error, it's working fine. I don't know why that pops up. And close it. And now when we play, we roll into the cube disappears, and our score increments to 1. Great. But now we want multiple cubes to act as a trigger. And so I'm going to teach you about what prefabs are right now. Prefabs are a way of saving a game object in the scene that can be used over and over again, so that when you change the prefab, it changes all of them. So if we right click on gem and click create new prefab, we can try to save it, but it's going to give us an error. And this is because of that error that we saw earlier. Graph is from a destroyed object, so it can't be saved. So generally you should just be able to do create new prefab. It looks like something got disconnected at some point, so I'm going to show you a way to work around this. When you're working in a game engine, you will occasionally run into things like this, where something breaks and you don't really understand why. So I want to keep this one, the one that we set up. Let's imagine that it's a lot more work than it was to create. I don't want to lose this. So because it's not working that way, I'm going to go into Asset Browser, Assets, right click, click New, and choose Prefab. And then we're going to write gem prefab. Okay? Now we're going to open this up. There's our prefab, it's empty. We go back to our scene. I'm going to copy this into the prefab like so and save it. Okay, so now it's in and it's working just fine. So sometimes you'll need to find workarounds. And in this tutorial series, I want to show you when things go wrong so that I can show you how I fix them. Because most of the frustration when making a game is you'll run into something like this. You don't know why it doesn't work. And so it's important to be able to investigate and understand.
Yeah, like 2 hours ago when we spent an hour on a script that wasn't actually linked.
Why something's
in the
not
right place.
And how to get around it or how to solve it. Okay, so now we have our prefab. Let's go ahead and delete this gem because this is not connected to the prefab. And then we can take our gem prefab in the assets and we can drag it into the scene. And now we have multiple. And if we press play, we can move through them and collect our score. So say I grab one of these and I want to change its tint. Let's make this one green. You'll notice it's changing just the game object that I selected and not the other one. If I change the prefab's tint, like so, let's make this blue and save it, Control S to save, and I go back, it changed this one because this one is still attached to the prefab, it's not overwritten. It's changing future ones that are made from prefabs, but this one right here, this is overwritten. So you can change it directly, but then if I want this to apply to the prefab, I right click on tint and I can click apply to prefab, and that'll change it for all of them. So you can edit the settings here and then apply it to the entire prefab. So you may have noticed that
that's another thing that I forgot is like just right clicking on these to change your settings. So like, let's see, like plane. Reset to default. It just resets that, but so this resets the model too. Let's so we were having an issue with this earlier. Is it 3D object plane? So let's delete that plane and just move this up. It doesn't. Where'd it go? Moved it into sun. Excuse me. Minimize that plane. So yeah, so this added that back. So, but we want to make this. Why is my camera? Whatever. It's 150 in the air, but. So glider plane. So the issue I have right now is 50, not Z, 50, but collider size 100. There we go. That's what we were trying to fix earlier. Where is my sun location? Because we got... Oh, it's not a shadow. It's a giant F. Why is there a giant F on here? So if we do this, this will change the tint of it. Let's go for like a greenish tint just for whatever reason. And then... Oh, I think it was the shadows that I messed up earlier. So the sun is up here. Let me do this as 3D, 2D top down. Where is... sun? Move the sun over here. Why is my camera way off the screen? Okay. And my spear is also set there. That's good. Local rotation, that's fine. And then, so camera. Okay, we are off the screen. So why is my panel here not as large as I thought? Local scale, 100. 100. Is the collider the same? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's all the same. Good. All right. So we have our boxes, and then we have like way far away, and let's change this to 2D side. Front side. Ooh, okay, so plane. Oh, let's do 2. Actually, let's do 5. Just trying to set a thickness to this. Whatever, it should be fine. Because all these blocks are at a height. Okay. So that's better. So we now have that, which is what I was trying to do
start and
earlier.
stop the game. The score continues to increment, but it's also not resetting. It's not resetting when we start and stop the game. This is because we made it static, and so it's living in the memory of the editor. And so the way that we can fix that is, since game_state is a component, we can add a onAwake method, and in that set the score to 0. And so this is saying when the component wakes up in the component lifecycle, which I explained in a previous video, it'll set the score to 0. And now you can see the score starting at 0. So one last thing, just for fun, because these are collectibles, I want them to float up and down and spin. So we're going to have them do that really quick. And rather than adding a component to the gem itself, I want to add it to the prefab. So again, we go into our project, assets, let's double click on the prefab, and in here, add component, and we'll call it gem, and then new component. So in order to get the gem to float up and down, we want to change its local position, not its world position. We've used world position before, but since we have multiple instances of these, we want it to float up and down from where it is currently. So we'll do local position, and we're going to assign it to the local position plus mathf.sign. If you're unfamiliar with the sign function, it takes a number and converts it to a number between -1 and 1. So this is going to give us a perfect float. We're going to pass in time.now. Time.now is the current time, so that's a number that keeps increasing. So as that number increases, the sign function will change it to -1, 1, -1, 1, and float back and forth. Now, my editor did this on its own, but math.f is a library that is inside of the system namespace. You can see that when you hover over mathf, and so we need this using declaration. Without this, it doesn't know what mathf is. So using system allows us to use mathf, and we'll do a semicolon to end the line, and now we'll save that. Now let's go back into the game and play, and we can see that they're floating away. But interestingly, they're floating at an angle. So we want to go back into our code, and I'm just going to Alt-Tab and change this in real time since Sandbox supports hot reloading. We want to multiply this by vector3.up. And we covered vectors in the last video. Vectors explain where something is in 3D space. It has an x coordinate, a y coordinate, and a z coordinate. So you can see they're floating up and down. If we want them to float faster, we can multiply the number inside of the sine wave. Let's do 2.5f. F means it's a float, which means it's a decimal. So now you can see that they're oscillating a little faster. Okay, now they're moving really fast. I like 2, so let's stick it with that. And now I want them to rotate. So I'm going to do local rotation times equals rotation from yaw. So in rotation, you have pitch, roll, and yaw, and you can see by this graphic what each of those means. Yaw is this way, roll is this way, and pitch is this way. And we're going to say 90f, again, that's a float. Notice that it is taking a float. It doesn't have to be expressed as a decimal. This is the same as 90.0f. And then we're going to multiply that by time.delta. And time.delta is how much time has passed since the last onUpdate method was called. We're going to add the semicolon and save that. And now you'll notice that they're spinning. But now they're really up high. Why is this? Well, that's because we've been hot reloading and they were moving up higher when I changed it to slow down their movement. So if I stop the simulation, they go back to where they were. And if I start it again, now they're moving up and down. So now when we roll into them, we are now collecting the score. Okay, so to go back over what we learned, we created a game_state game object with a game_state component on it. That component stored a static score variable. Static means it belongs to the entire class, rather than individual instances of objects in the world. And since we're only going to have one game_state class, we can let it be static. On awake, we set the score to 0. We created a public static add score method that we added the amount to. Then in the gem, we made it a trigger collider so that it doesn't actually stop the ball rolling, but it will just trigger a callback so that we can use the trigger to do something. And then in here, we used action graph to say, when a collider enters, add 1 to the score, and then destroy this, which is a reference to the game object that this script is on. And lastly, we turned the gem into a prefab so that we could bring more of them into the game, like so. And one last thing, you'll notice when I'm dragging it in that it's not quite where the mouse is. That's because if we go into the prefab, it actually has a position inside of the prefab. If we zero this out and save it, and then go back here, now when we drag something in, it's right where the mouse belongs. My goal for making these tutorials is to get you proficient as quickly as possible in using Sandbox to make your own games. And if you're just following along while I make these videos, the information's not going to stick. So what I would encourage you to do is after the tutorial is done, delete what we did in the tutorial and try to recreate it from memory. When you don't know something from memory, try to reference the documentation at S&box.
So I think what I need is a player controller is where we need. These are short videos. We'll keep going.
So now that we've made a basic game in the Sandbox game engine, I'm going to do a quick C# primer and show you how to get syntax.
So I'm not. So I understand like the game state and that. I'll have to rewatch it again for what code he actually used. But like I'm not looking to make a collections. Well, I don't know what I'm planning on doing here, but like at the moment I'm just throwing things at this. Like so I have the FBX files. What else do I actually have that we could throw in here? Like just stuff that we can throw in here to do things with. I got vehicles. What is this? Pickup truck. This rusted truck. I think I actually paid money for this. Oh, like one, I should rename this. So truck. And oh, did this just move it? Stop moving things, damn it. That should not be the case here. Also, it apparently renamed it. Just do that, that's fine. All right, so where was the option? Oh, create model. Create model, truck. Yes. All right, so truck. Drop that there. It's fine. What was the hotkeys in this? So W. What is this option? Scale. Oh God. Is there no there it is. Wait, why did it apparently dragging right moves it oh, so this has okay, it's fine. Why is my mouse so slow? Oh, is there no wheels on this? Truck's a little big. Oh, all right, let's see here then. I don't know what, I think these are just the same. Like there's an object file, so I wonder how you apply, well, I guess, okay, hold on. Yeah. So truck. I have no clue how these will apply for this. Okay, so truck error. Missing model. So truck. Yep. Why did that not fix? Hold on. That doesn't help. Oh, okay, hold on. Can we regenerate, recompile? I don't think that's it. And delete, yes. Create model, yes. All right, so there's our truck. Still does, so it doesn't have any texture. So material, truck, textures. So let's see. Oh, the PAA files we don't need, but So diffuse, create material, yes. Ooh, it's a VMAT. Okay. Truck textures, VMAT. Ooh, oh, this is so fast to do things. Look at that truck. All right, then let's see. So truck. So model emitter collider. So there's that. What is the option that has mass under it? Rigid body. So rigid body, I guess. Or body. Model physics. Used for model physics is for rag dolls. So I guess we want a rigid body here. But like so rigid body, so 0 gravity. And then leave that as is. Scale, save. Let's see if so our scale here is, I need to figure out camera rotation here. So, let's just sink it into the floor for now, but I think this did not work for that. Yeah, so that did not work. Excuse me. I don't know what the static means or the surface. Oh, I could just uncheck gravity. That would help with that. Also uncheck motion because I don't care about that. Mass override, 500 because whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh wait, okay, so model collider, surface description, that's not important. So it's getting it from the model, so that's good. Let's see if that fixed it. Nothing. All right, so model collider doesn't seem to be mattering here. Because, let's see, truck. Visualization, lighting, view, component. That's just for views. Static prop model. I'm trying to see if there's anything in here for collisions. Like this is the LODs in that, so recompile needed. Scale, rotate, recompile. for errors. Needs okay, compiled up to date. So I just had to click this button right here. All right. What I'm trying to figure out, add. I'm trying to figure out how to add collision to the model. There's nothing for like mass or anything. What do you mean it has that for making an FBX model? So, or like making a model that has mass in that? Oh, we got ads starting in 3 minutes. I'm gonna go make food in a few minutes. Do you know what the layer is called? I assume it's just right here what I need to add. So in other things, it would be like, it would either add mass. You can add create hitboxes. Oh. Geometry. Geometry is what we want, but it target bone. There's no bones to this. Oh, calculated mass. Compile. Okay. Got it. I think it has solid mass, though. It didn't follow any of the curvature. Yeah. So it just added this. I need to figure out how to make this rotate with the movement. Yeah. So there's no. All right. So. So physics from render. Actually, not grass. Sheet metal. Yes. Shape info? Nope, that's not what I want, Matt. I don't want either of those. I don't care. Ooh, per element. Okay. Compile. All right, ad's going to start in 16 seconds. I'm going to go make some food. So I'll let you guys stare at that truck. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh. My stream deck not working? There we go. Did you raid again right as I went AFK? What is it, 11:52? How long ago was that? Oh, it was only a couple minutes ago. What is up? We're messing around with S&box, and we're doing okay now. So I have this model truck that I bought for DayZ for using in my map, which I keep forgetting to import it. I keep forgetting I own it. And we just loaded it in here, which was really easy. Really easy, and I mostly guessed on the options. Actually, I guessed on all the options. But like some of them they just straight up made sense, so you were able to choose them easily. I just microwaved some mac and cheese, and I grabbed a beer because it's like 10:30. Actually, it's midnight. It was 10:30 an hour ago. All right. So this mac and cheese, I haven't let it cool yet. I'm starving. All right. So in this, so if we hit a 5, actually, let me. That's not what I want. How do I untoggle that? I don't know what. So this is in windowed or in this mode, but when you go full screen, it goes outside of the full screen. No. It's, well, size wise, it could be whatever. I don't know the scale. But like the physics and that, like I added a collision to it, and that's now good. So like these boxes, my little pig. All right, so save. This is what we got so far. Now the truck, it is huge. It's got metal sounds now. What I added smoke to our ball here. Actually, that would be, let me do that. So there should be smoke. Yeah. Oops. I forgot the spaces are jump. Okay. So we can see through the truck, so it doesn't really help us. Oop. Oh, so F8 does take us out of that mode. Okay. Okay. So F8, the person that we were watching for tutorials earlier was saying just Alt Tab. Hitting F8 here takes us out. That's good. So let's see. So the spear, so jump, velocity. Well, that's not what we need for jump. So open the code. So we added this for jumping. Let's drop it back down to 2. That's not what I want. I keep hitting F5 in there when... So this hot loads. So apparently it'll just keep going forever, ever jumping. Oh, I think we went off the map here. Yeah, we're off the map. But what I'm looking for is the camera. Because the camera, let's see, 75. Let's stop the camera. So what I'm trying to adjust is the camera distance. I've been kind of messing with this. So camera. So that throws us that way to the left. And then hold on. So that puts us behind. So let's go 200 on that. And then 75 to bring us up. Oh, hey, YouTube. What's up, Robert? No, I've never touched Unity. Not for game development. Like I've used I think it was Unity Hub, or I think that's what it is. I don't know. I don't think I've touched Unity. I've done mostly like DayZ's tools, which are all built in-house. So, but like I've done like Godot, but I've never done anything 3D in Godot. So I've been just kind of messing with this, just figuring out what I want to set. Let's see. So like there's the offset. So I feel like I should have the local position as 0s and then program just the offset. Hey, can I not set? Is it because I'm in? Is it because I was in? Oh, okay. So these were already set. So if I set that to 0, so that's going to throw us under the. But then if I do that, that's too high. Where's my beef falling through the floor now? Not sure what I did to the beef. Let's bring it up to 75. I like that, but we're too close. So 225. Oh, that's the wrong direction. What? No, that's still wrong. There we go. But my height's not right, so not 1200. So 125. But we're not far enough back. Yeah, so something like this. I need to find the documents for rotating the camera. Because right now, like, I want the camera to rotate as we, like, move different directions. So I don't know. I need to find a tutorial that's got that details. But what I'm also thinking, let's do this. Do we want player controller? Is that what? Let's not camera, spear. Hide show. Control or Alt H. Okay. Why is the wait, what? I told it to hide the spear. It's hidden. Did I duplicate the spear? Or does it not matter? Whatever. So dresser, manual, randomize. $21,1. Okay, so spear. Let's do 75 instead of 800. Come on, come back. Oh, it went off the edge. And I don't know what's going on with that, but... Oh, so... Wait, what? Interesting. So it's giving the ball velocity, but I cannot actually control it. I don't know why it's showing, because I told it to not spawn. Oh, my food is cold enough to eat. I've been hungry for like the last 2 hours. Oh. So apparently I have enough gravity that I'm affecting that. Right, so let's see. Where is my footstep volume, footstep mixer? Ladder, walk, rotation angle. Excuse me. All right, let me see here. So scale. What did I do? Oh, that's kind of cool. This is what I was trying to do earlier. Like to run on it. So the momentum on it, though, is... Oh, do I? Hold on. Yeah, it just has a lot of velocity. Okay. So let me see here. So we're going to remove... We're going to uncheck the ball controller. Okay, so let's see. So mass, let's give it 15. See what that gives us. Ooh. Where is friction? So velocity. Oh, that's just we don't want that. We don't care about that at all. I saw friction in here earlier. I thought I did. Did I not see friction? Maybe it was in a different option. I might just be too hungry to see it. So for some reason, C is the camera control for first and third person. Oh, am I? I don't know if I was in the right menu or not, but okay. So gravity, linear dampening. No clue what that actually is offhand. Just bump that up some. That's the velocity. I don't care about that right now. So player control. Let's see here. Wheels on. Oh, you can't get in the back of the truck. Okay, I gotta fix that at some point. So the collision's not working 100%. I did kind of guess on the collision settings for the geometry. God, I have so many napkins in here right now. Oh, my leg just went to sleep. I don't know why, but I didn't even think of hot sauce for this. It has a little bit of a kick to it, so I think this is supposed to be spicy. Like it's supposed to be like Frank's like buffalo mac and cheese, but it's not really. So citizen, animation helper, used to control the citizen animation state. You don't need to use this to animate your citizen's avatar, blah, 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 blah. I don't think I need that at all. Dresser, fire damage, chair. Spawn point. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Remove that. Remove. All right, so we'll create. Let's see, what are the other options in here? So gradient fog. Let's do. Spooky. Let me finish eating this. I got a couple more bites, like 3 or 4. What's going on? My phone's chiming. There's a bug on my doorbell. All right, so let's see. Oh, that's interesting. So, okay, so let's do. Okay, so that start distance is key for that. So so gradient fog. I don't know why. Excuse me. Now I've made it impossible to see. All right, what did I Oh, I think it's the That's not what I meant. I don't know why this is flipping. I guess I haven't added enough mass to this, so our character's heavy enough to knock this over. All right, well, the camera is following us. Let me see. Let me drop this down to 75. That's more over shoulder, so this is probably good. I think this is relevant. I don't know why it's following this character, though, because it was configured to follow... Like, if we look at the script... Oh, wait, does this not have... Oh, wait, we're on plane. Camera. There should be... There's the cam follower. Unable to create hull state. Okay. Let me clear this, because this was from a while ago. Yeah, so, actually, hold on. Let me see... Let's, yeah, so I don't know why. So apparently hide here doesn't actually hide. But we could just uncheck. So if we uncheck those, actually I want the ball to stay, because we removed a ball controller, so that should no longer be following us. So wherever that is, right here, if it's... Yeah, so I want to add... So what I was trying to add to this earlier is I added more mass. So what I was trying to do, we can keep this in and do this. Okay, so it's... Oh, it still has mass to roll. Set that at 32. So gravity scale. Okay, never mind on that. Oh, I wonder if that's what I set to the beef. I wonder if that's why it's falling through the floor. Where is my beef? There it is. So beef. Now it has a gravity of 1. Its mass... I wonder if it's falling through because... Beef, 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 beef. There it is, beef. I'm just gonna move this down to the bottom because I keep losing it. So beef. So geophysics, let's do physics mesh. That looks a lot better doing mesh instead of a hull. And on that note also, so the truck. Wait, what? I don't get what we're doing here. Component display. I'm trying to figure out how to... What happened here? Okay, so there's no component here, so we should be able to clip through this. I wonder if... It's just for vertex. Oh, materials. That's not what I want. Oh, all right. So default. Okay, for color. This. Truck textures. So it's looking for a T. Yeah, so let's see if this will work or if it's gonna just scramble. Yeah, I think this no, this looks right over here. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to this. Oh, I might have fucked up default though, unless this is fine. So the normal, car normal. I'm waiting for this to process. Okay. Oh, that's not what I want. So I don't know why it shows bricks there. Open texture browser. Okay. Roughness. I'm guessing there's no... Okay, so textures. Texture browser. That's not what I want because that's not the right folder. Truck texture. Roughness. And then fog. Live update. That's not... Yeah, save changes. I guess I should have done live update, but I think we're okay. So compile. So apparently there's no up and down buttons. There's just zoom in, etc. So like, so this is missing textures, unnamed. Oh, what the, hold on. So physics body, what do we, so this is the mesh. Meshes. There doesn't seem to be a hide up. Should show empties? Okay. I think we're good though with this. So like save. Oh, I could do animations in this also. Oh, shift. Okay, so shift F brings you to whatever asset you're on. So let's see. So if I click on the truck somehow there. So if I'm over here, shift F will bring, oh, okay. Nice. So yeah, so shift F will bring you to whatever asset you're selecting. Okay. I like that. Gravity scale. Did we, oh, so, okay, so let me see here. We could, excuse me. Oh, this did apply. Oh, okay, so this did not work exactly as I was thinking. We just applied default to everything. Why am I, oh, I'm below the map. That's, there we go. So it applied it to there, but it also applied it to here. Okay, so if it's on this, so node editor. I'm confused. Yeah, so I did a global replacement. Why did it, I'm confused why it did a global for that. Wait, how did I, no, don't save. So open an editor, yes. Visualize, lighting, view, mesh, skeleton, visual, base model. So static prop. Open an editor. How did we... So global replacement, all materials in model. I don't know why it replaced the material for the pig. Yeah, so that pulls that up. Oh, I see what we did. We replaced the default VMAT. Okay, I see. Can we duplicate that then? Save as. Oh. Okay, so oh, this is saving in the wrong spot. So okay, so aim, because I only want this in this first assets. Actually, yeah, materials default. So truck. Close that, and then we have the truck now. So save, close, compile, close. So the beef. Delete that. And then we have this. Oh, wait. So... So beef, to open that. Okay, so we have a beef VMAT, so this. All right, so we have this. That's not what I want. Open this. Assets. So what I need to do is bring in the beef. Textures. So carcass. I was gonna say there should be stuff in here, so copy paste these in. Why did I only get 3? What did we miss? So missed the texture that I needed. So beef textures. So the beef texture. Normals. This isn't roughness. I don't know how that's gonna work. It's the metallic. Is there a roughness? I don't think there was a roughness. Like we have normal, transparency, it's whatever. We'll leave that as is for now. I don't know how that's gonna work, but live update? No? Oh, wait. I'm not sure what that did. No clue. save. That should... Oh, so, okay, so here's what I'm seeing. It's generating these vertex files. So compile, there we go. We got our pigskin. I like this. So, and then we have our mesh from, so solid, surface property, rubbery, I guess, because I'm not seeing anything about meats. Like we have cardboard. Let's save, compile. All right, so we got our beef, which is super dark. Oh, I know why this is super dark. Because we have a tint on here. So let me reset this. What else did I add? Why is it blue? I don't know why there's a blue hue to this. Trying to hit F5. All right. Uh-oh. Wait, why do we have collision in some of it, but not all of it? What? Could be because it has only some mass. I don't know if it's because it has partial mass. But let's see. Oh, I still have other windows open. There we go. All right, so physics from render, parent bone. That's just the beef. Oh, hold on. The bone name is this one here, I think. Oh, cannot rename multiple nodes. I'm not selecting multiple nodes. Guess I am. Oh, so I can add... Well, I assumed I could add mass from here. Density 1200, yes. Mass info. Okay, like half this stuff is not clickable. I don't know why. Base model. Maybe I need to be a generic model. Not a physics prop. A breakable prop? Ooh. That sounds interesting. Let's just do generic. Can still clip through it. Oh, I wonder if, oh, hold on. So we have rigid body. Where is collider box? So if we undo that, where is, so truck, model collider. Okay, so we need to change this for model collider, which is replacement. So model collider, and then turn that back on. There we go. The entire thing is set now. Hey Ball, why are you in the... Did I forget to rechange that? Okay, what happened to the beef here? Why did you fall through the floor again? Model collider. Static. It does seem like it might be through the floor a little bit. I don't know if that might be part of the issue. We could just turn off gravity. Well, no, I want gravity on because I want to be able to kick it, like just push it around. So it's kind of rigid body. Why is it falling through the floor? It's the only thing that's falling through the floor. I bet it's... So model... How's the truck configured here? So model collider, yes. Oh, it has no gravity. Okay. So that's why... Oh, it's okay. So we can get in the back of the truck this way. We can jump out of it. Okay, that's working. The truck is... Oh, the beef is still floating away. I just saw it. Well, it's down there somewhere. Okay, so I think I want it to have gravity, but I don't want it to... I think it's the motion enable. Oh, does the... I disabled motion on the truck, didn't I? Start asleep, motion enabled. So if I turn that on, let's see if we can push the truck. Yeah, so... Oh, I need to adjust that. Okay, so motion. Okay, so the motion is what's letting it fall under the floor there. But well, the rigid body is what gives it physics. Okay. So turning on motion. All right, and then let's try. I keep hitting. Yeah, so, and then, so let's do cubes. So all these cubes, let's give them. So this, I'm able to rotate it, unlike the pig. So one of the things I want to mess around with next, that's all the way off the edge. So, okay, hold on. I gave this a ton of mass, didn't I? I gave it 10,000, so let's do 5,000. Come back here. Can't run faster than it. Okay, so it slides forever for some reason. I need to figure out that. So, well, I gave it a gravity of 100. I don't think the truck has a gravity of something. Actually, it has a gravity of 0. That doesn't matter though. But like the boxes have a gravity of 0 or whatever. Okay, I need to figure out why the spear is up in the air again. Wait, what? Oh, I must have hit the spear. Damn it. Damn it. So the spear, it's set for 10 for whatever reason. So mass override is that there was a radius. Oh no, this was 32. So I don't know what happened earlier. Where's the ball? I bet. Excuse me. Yeah, that's what happened to it. What did I do? Radius of 320. What did I do here? Why does this have no size now? Is it invisible? Great. Why is nothing coming up for spear? Models. I don't think it's in, what is it under editor? These are not. Where did this go? Hmm? Scripted sequence. That's not what we want there. Clear that. Whatever. Oh, wait. Why is it so it's set to hidden, but that, oh my god. So I set it to hidden and it actually went hidden that time, but now I don't have a model here. And I don't know where the spear model is under. So it should be under models. Arrow light room. So dev. Spear. Found it. Okay. The radius is a lot more than I want. Not velocity. Where did it go? Here it is. Oh, this is the all right, this is the collider. That's not what I wanna. It looks correct. Okay, scale is what I had. 0. There we go. It's going away. All right, so that, let me see here. Collider is about the same, so that's good. Beef, you're a little too heavy. You're also sliding. So how do we stop this from slide? How do we set friction? Effects. Can I? Physics collider. Physics filter. Collider joint. Control joint. None of these I want. Nav mesh. Uncategorized. Okay, these are my scripts that are in here apparently. A rope, dresser, chair. Movement. Nope. Yeah, so what I'm trying to figure out. Hey, Fallout. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. It's taken me a little longer than I would like, but I've also kind of gone on a tangent quite a few times. Also, my back is hurting. Like, so let's try setting 9,000. I don't know why this one won't spin. And it also keeps sliding. Well, my back hurts. So there's that. But otherwise, I'm okay. I'm drinking a beer, which is not helping my back pain. Yeah, this stuff, I live for this stuff. This is the stuff that's fun in life, is just figuring this shit out. Friction. What is this? This is set for spear. Okay, so friction. Let's... How do I add to this? Oh, I just checked this box. All right. But there we go. Easy. All right, where was what is that friction one under? Surface properties, collider spear. So it's under collider. Okay. So model collider. There it is. It's literally right here. It's just in a different spot than I was expecting. So let's drop this mass down to 600, I guess. Well, that's going forever. Oh, okay. Rolling resistance. I thought it was a... Oh, okay, but wait, I thought I turned on rolling resistance. What did I turn it on? So that just insta stopped it. Oh. Oops. Wait, what? I just realized. So the video earlier, the guy was saying apply to scene. Okay. I get it now. So okay, so rolling resistance, let's drop this down. Oh, so because if I close out of this, wait, did it actually save? I change this. Let's just boost that up. So it stops. Okay, but it reset. So we'll just roll that up. Apply to scene. So that's too high. But if we restart it, it's still there. So, okay, good, good. So we'll drop it down about there. We don't need to apply to scene yet, but for some reason we have the way too high. So the friction here, let's drop this down. It's not... I don't need elasticity to this. There we go. So that's rolling. It's not rolling as much as I would like. So I don't know why it's... Let's try applying it. Let's see if that makes a difference here. Did we... I think we might have added mass to this earlier. I think when we were messing with things, I think I added a lot more mass. So 1300. Oh, what did I just click? Mass, there we go. So mass, let's do 900 instead. Oh, because that's what we were doing. So I was adjusting it while in game and it just wasn't doing anything. So there. Okay. Okay, so that's good for that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've already applied it. So beef. So in the beef, let's see. Oh, that hurts. Friction. I guess. Where's the beef? So beef has a mass of that. So let's do 1200 and apply. It's going to go all the way away. So I don't know why we keep defaulting to the spear there. So we have friction set there. Using so 32. Apply it. Let me see. What if we give the plane some friction? So we apply friction to this. That made no difference. So I would assume friction would grab anything on it. I don't know why. Like I don't expect rolling resistance to. The fuck? Apparently we don't have full collision on this. I don't know why this one's under the ground here. Let's bring that up. Whatever, that's fine. I don't care about that right now. So change the player. Beef. Beef. So 2500 on the mass. Why is the mass point up there on the Z? What is the mass on these? It's center is all 0. What about the truck? Does it have it has an oddball mass also. Oh, this is just okay. Oh, we got to override it. So there. Bye beef. I'm gonna have to do like some research. Okay, I don't care about the overriding that right now, but maybe it's the rolling resistance. Nope, it's definitely not that. is sleeping. That's for bouncy. These numbers are not applying what I'm setting, so I'm really confused. Advanced properties. I have no clue what advanced is because it doesn't do anything. Wait, do I need to move this in a different order? So hold on, what is the... So the spear, let me see here. Collider, rigid body. Let's try changing the order here. So move up. No difference. Well, I also reset these, so. No, it just keeps sliding. Sliding, sliding, sliding. Let me see here. Oh, why am I getting tagged in this Discord? Oh, not join it. So friction. I don't want to reduce friction. Your ground friction is low. Works well. Yeah, so they're sliding through it. Oops, no. So that's what I was trying to adjust here for the plane. So if okay, so if we give the surface, I'm going to give it 3,500 and we'll reset that one because it doesn't matter. Not stopping. Oh, so collider plane. Wait, what? Model renderer. Can I open two at once? I should have opened Sweeper. Sweeper is much quicker to open. This one takes a minute to open. Wait, why do I have two of these open? I literally have two of these windows open. Let me see here. Oh, it must be open. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Terrain benchmark. Not what we want. Physics. It's for collision. Open an editor. The dampen test. All right, we're gonna go back to watching videos because
so if we click on our sphere and right click on the ball controller component and click open, it'll pull up our code in VS Code. That's because I set the editor to VS Code in edit, preferences, general, code editor. For you, it might open in Visual Studio if that's what you installed. You'll see in my version I can hover over things and it tells me what they are. I can click on the references and it shows me where this code is being used. So in order to get that, you're gonna need the .NET SDK.
Because what I'm wondering is if it's a code issue that I gotta change.
You can install it directly from Microsoft at .net.microsoft.com/en-us/download, or if you click on the extensions panel right here, you can search .NET and go to the .NET install tool. Make sure that's enabled. And then if you press Control-Shift-P, you can type .NET install and install the .NET SDK system-wide. You'll also want the C# dev kit. So in the search bar, type C#, click C# dev kit, and make sure that this is enabled. Once you enable it, you may need to restart VS Code. So now you should have syntax highlighting working. And I'm gonna do a quick primer on C#. This is not an extensive C# tutorial. This tutorial series is for working in the Sandbox game engine, and there are lots of really great tutorials online for learning C#. But I just wanna give you the basics, because we're gonna be using some of those basics while we're programming in Sandbox. Okay, so we've been working with classes. A class is like a recipe for pie, and then an object is like an instance of that pie. The recipe tells you what goes into the pie, and then the instance or the object is the pie itself. So for example, this is a recipe, a class, for a player object. When I create a player object, for example, in another file, if I was to do protected override void on awake, and then I were to do new player, I am creating a player object from the player class. And the player object will have access to these things that I'm declaring here in the class. So for example, this is a field. Private means it's not accessible outside of the class. Public means something is accessible outside of the class. And these two things right here are fields, whereas these right here are properties. And properties are a way of managing fields. This right here is a shorthand for creating a property from a field. For instance, you'll notice there's no lowercase name field, but it's implicit in this property shorthand. If we want to be more explicit, we can use this form right here, where we declare a public health integer, which is a number, and then we declare getter and setter methods. This =sign arrow is a shorthand for a method like this, which I'll explain in a moment. Get is returning the value of the field, and then set is assigning something to the field and then running logic on it. So let's talk about operators. This is assignment, it assigns 1 to health. This is addition and assignment. This is exactly the same as health equals health plus 1. This is subtraction with assignment, so that's the same as health equals health minus 1, and this could be any number, it could be 9, right? There's also multiplication. Health times equals 2 is the same as health equals health times 2, and there's also division. Health divided by equals 2. Now sometimes we want to have something happen only under certain conditions. This is called a conditional. This is an if statement, and we can check if health is equals to a number, any number. And then inside of this, we can do something. So this is an equality check, this is an assignment. So if I were to go here, and I were to say player.health equals 1,000, 10,000, that's actually going to set health equal to 100 because of this setter right here. Right here, we're clamping the value between 0 and 100. This is using the property health, not the field. The field is actually inaccessible. You notice that mana doesn't work. That's because mana is private, and this property is public. So let's talk about types. In C#, you have variables that you can name whatever you want, and then you have types, which explain what they are. So int is a whole number, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Float is a decimal number, like 0.1, 9.3. Bool is a boolean, which is true or false. And there's more, like strings is text, essentially, a list of single characters. Like this, the name is a string. Okay, so methods. So methods have visibility too. You can make them private if you want to. This right here is a return type. For example, if I were to say public int get height, I could return a number. And that means when I call it like this, it's going to return this number into this variable. I could also make this an integer, since we know that getHeight is returning an integer. Var is shorthand for basically just saying, make this whatever type it needs to be. For take damage, there's no return type. It's void. But we still need to say, and then this is an argument list. You can pass information into a method so that it does different things. So for take damage, for example, I can do p.takeDamage 10, and this makes it take 10 damage. This 10 becomes the amount right here that is subtracted from health. Now if we go back into the ball controller is the name that we gave to our component script. This could be anything. This colon is saying that the ball controller inherits from a component class. This is a different class declared in the sandbox game engine that gives the ball controller access to certain things. Methods like onFixedUpdate is one of those things. So if we want to use the component's methods or properties, we can do that. If we click on component and then press F12, we can actually go and see what it is. And now we're looking at the source code of Sandbox. And if I search for onFixedUpdate, you can see that this function is declared with the intent that it be overridden. Overridden means that the child of the parent that it's inheriting from will define its own behavior for the method. So that's what we're doing here. Protected is visibility, just like private or public. It basically means that it's accessible to this class and any children that inherit from ball controller, just like how we're inheriting from component. Override means that we're overriding a method from the parent. Void means it's not returning anything. And then the name onFixedUpdate. This can't just be whatever we want it to be. It has to be onFixedUpdate because we're using something from the component, but we can define our own variable, our own methods, and have them do whatever we want. So this method is how we're hooking into the engine. We know that onFixedUpdate is automatically going to be called by the engine every time there's the fixed interval. Okay, so we already know that this is a property because it has the special getSet shorthand, but this right here is an attribute, and this attribute is exposing the property to the sandbox editor. So if we come down here to ball controller, we can see that velocity is here and it's set to 100. That's because we're defaulting it to 100 here, but we can change it in the editor, and if we save our scene, it's going to remember that new value. There are many different types of attributes. This one, required component, is of type rigid body, and we have a rigid body component on this sphere object. And so this is getting a reference to that rigid body, and we're naming it, again, whatever we want. I'm calling it RB for rigid body. And then we're using that component here. We're saying rigidbody.applyForce, which is a method that is defined on rigidbody. Again, if we press F12, we can go to that, and we can see that it's taking a force vector 3 and then applying that force. And so we're passing in this argument, vector3.forward times velocity. And then one last thing, I mentioned this in the previous tutorial, but the using declaration gives us access to things that are in other libraries. So for example, math.clamp is defined in the system class. And in order to get access to that, we need to put using system up here.
I was thinking maybe something in here had to do with the velocity in that, but this is only if you're pressing buttons. None of it's being applied.
Is defined in the system class. And in order to get access to that, we need to put using system up here. But because our player class and our ball controller class are all in the same project, we can just use the player without a using declaration because they're all in the same area. So as I mentioned, this is a very basic introduction to C#. There's plenty of better and deeper tutorials out there, but the focus of this tutorial series is to get you up and running with Sandbox. So I'm going to try to just keep it to the basics and provide you with information that you need as we're working through it. I hope this is helpful, and let me know in the comments if you have any questions. So in tutorial 4, I introduced Action Graph, which is a way of visually making it so that whenever the ball rolls into one of the gems, it enters the collider, adds some score, and then destroys the gem. But there's a problem. We didn't specify what has to enter the collider. It could be any collider, including the collider of the plane. So in this case, these gems are touching the ground plane, and when I press play, they're removed immediately and my score goes up to 9. So let's fix that. Now when you're working with Action Graph, one thing that's very important is the types of things. For example, if I hover over amount, it says that it's an int, which is a whole number. If I hover over object, it says that it's a collider. Now this obj, the object, is the collider that's colliding with the gem, and so we want to check to see if this object is the rolling ball, the player character, and not just any collider. So what we have to do is we have to press Control Space and type if to add a control flow node, because we want to say only if it is true that the object is the player ball, then we will add to the score. So we're going to interrupt this control flow right here and drag from the true to add score, and now we have to figure out how to check if this object means this condition. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose the sphere, and up here under tags, we're going to add a tag called player. I just added that myself. You can type player like that and enter it, and it adds that tag. And so we want to take this collider and get the game object that the collider belongs to, because remember, the sphere has a collider component on it. The collider is not the same thing as the sphere. So we essentially are converting this collider into a game object, and you can see that that's what this is. And then we're going to search tag, game object tags. This gets the list of all the tags that the game object is tagged with. And then off of the tags, we're going to say has, game tags has, and then for the tag, we want to say player. And includes ancestors, doesn't matter right now, but it needs a value because this sphere is only one object. It doesn't have any ancestors, any parents or children. And then the result is a Boolean, which we can feed into this condition right here. So now when we hit play, you can see that the gems, they're colliding, but they're not colliding with the ball. It's triggering this on collider enter. It's going into if, it's evaluating this condition and saying the collider's game object's tags, does it have the tag player? If true, then continue. If false, then don't. If I were to rewire this, look at that, it just removed them all because it triggered the false collider. So we want to set this back to true. And so that's a really important thing about Action Graph, understanding the control flow, these white lines, and then understanding what types things are. And you can feel free to explore with the Control Space key. You can add whatever you want and then inspect it with the Control Space key. You can look at what common nodes are available, or you can just search. Something that I really want to emphasize in these tutorials is that exploration on your own is really how you're going to learn. If you just copy what I do verbatim, chances are you're not going to remember it. So try to change some things up, rewire some things, change the tag to something other than player. It's just a word that I made up. It doesn't have to be player. Like for example, if I told you we wanted to make the ball jump up into the air when it collides, how would we do that? Well, it needs to happen after the if statement is true, okay? And then we already have the game object here. So let's get the rigid body. Type rigid body, get, there's the rigid body of the sphere, not of the gem. And then we're going to do apply force. Okay, apply force takes a force. What is the force? It's a vector 3. So let's do vector 3. We'll create one, connect that. Let's give it a really high z value because z is up, and set x and y to 0. Okay, but now you'll notice it needs to be part of the control flow. So after true happens, let's just move these down here. After true happens, we're going to wire it into the apply force, and then we'll save. Let's see what happens. and it did nothing because the force wasn't high enough, so let's put it to 20,000, and look at that. Now when we move into them, it jumps us up in the air. So there's a lot of experimentation you can do, and I encourage you to do that because that's how you're going to learn. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to bring custom models into the S&box game engine and animate them. This tutorial is going to cover a lot of advanced topics, but from a very high level. I just want to make you familiar with the concepts that you'll eventually be working with in order to get custom 3D models working. So don't feel like you have to follow along each step. If you're a beginner, it's probably best just to watch me go through these steps to see what it's like to take an external model and bring it in.
Okay, so I don't care about animating models right now. Let's go to player controller.
In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use the 3D character controller in the S&box game engine. I'm also going to show you how to integrate it with a nav mesh attractor, how to clothe the 3D character controller, and how to use the human and citizen models. Let's get into it. So I'm going to load into the testbed project, which is the game that FacePunch has made in order to show off all the things that their editor is capable of. I showed how to download this in my first tutorial. Once we launch that, we're going to go into the asset browser down here, go into assets, scenes, navigation, and nav basic scene, and let's double click on this, and this tab up here should change to show that we're in the new scene. Now when this loaded for me, I was way down here, and if you need a reminder for camera controls, you can hold down Alt and left click to look around and rotate. You can pan by holding down middle mouse button, and also what you can do, if you just click on something in the scene and press F, you're going to focus on that object and move the camera towards it.
Oh, it's just F. I was hitting Shift F, or yeah. Because that was, yeah, so that makes sense, because that's what that's the same as Godot. Godot uses the same method there. My ear is itching. These headphones make my ears sweat.
So we can grab like this random cube, press F, and here we are, we're looking at something relevant. Okay, so this scene is pretty cool. It comes with a nav mesh, agents, and an attractor. So all of these guys are running towards this present box, and you can click and drag and move it around, and they will run to the new point, even though it's going to take them a minute. So we want to add the third person character controller to this. And we're going to go into our scene, right click, click create, and go down to player controller. And it has spawned way off at 0, 0, which is not where the rest of this project is. So I'm going to right click and copy the local position of this item, and then go to my player controller, which is here at the bottom, and let's paste as local position. And here he is. So we've just brought him into the scene. Great. And now if we press play, it's just working out of the box. We can walk around and everything. So this is the citizen model, and a lot of people are not fans of this, and I understand. He looks like a weird sausage person. So if we go down here to player
I love
controller
him.
and
I love it.
drop down arrow, we can see that this body object is a child of the player controller.
Like, I love it because it's unique. It's not just a boring human. Like, I wish that they had like a default clothes that they put on. Like, why are they always naked? But yeah.
The player controller is holding a lot of components that dictate the animations and the movement and how the camera works. The body, this is the actual mesh. You can see that it has a skinned model renderer, and we can change these things. So if we click on the model, right now it's a citizen. If we go up to models, we go to citizen human and citizen human male. Now we're a citizen human, and I think that looks a lot better. So let's put some clothes on him. Let's go back to the player controller, and we're going to go down here to dresser. Owner connection means that this is going to use the clothes that the player has chosen in the S&box game. For right now, I'd like to just apply some manual clothes. This might be how you can clothe an NPC or something like that. So click manual, go down to S&box, citizen, models, citizen clothes, and let's go for body, human 3 clothing, and we're just going to drag that in here, and then we click apply. And now he's wearing underwear, and that wasn't what I intended. So let's give him some real clothes. How about a shirt? Let's give him a flannel shirt. Click on that, drag that in, apply, that looks good. And let's give him some trousers. How about some jeans? Add item, drag that in, and then apply. Great, that looks a lot better. So now when we hit play, we're walking around and it works just like you would expect. If you press shift, he runs. If you press spacebar, he jumps. And if you press control, he crouches. This is all part of the 3D player controller. But now we want something to happen in this environment with him. For the purposes of this tutorial, I want all of these followers to chase him. And right now they're following this present box. So if we click on the present box and twirl down this arrow and click on agent attract, we can see that this is causing the agents to move towards the box. So I'm just going to grab this agent attract that's a child of the present box, and I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to add it to the player controller. Now when we hit play, we can see that all of the agents are moving towards us, which is cool. Okay, so let's have some more fun with the player controller. One quick tip, if you're in game and you want the mouse cursor back in the editor without stopping the game like this, you can press the tilde or backtick key, and that'll give you your mouse back. It's the key just above your tab on the keyboard. Okay, so let's go back to the player controller and let's mess with some stuff.
Okay, so Tilda does bring that. Oops, not F5. So I don't understand why this ball has... So it has better resistance than my beef. That was weird. I wonder if it's the actual model. Like, I wonder if it's something in here. Because we are getting this when when I'm in the full beef. Let's see what the truck shows as. So truck. Oh no, this shows as this too. But let's see. So mesh, materials, body, physics, body. Yeah, so all these are configured. That's just materials. Triangle count. I don't care about that right now. So physics. Physics meshes don't have mass. Don't save. So what I'm gonna look for, so core models dev. I don't know if my PC's having issues. My Chrome just refreshed everything. So that's interesting. Oh, let's look at citizen models. Citizen, that's maybe here. Yeah. Oh, these are FBX files. But now this well, hopefully my PC's not crashing here. I don't know why this one would be. I did have a spike in 3D, but that was when I opened that. Interesting. I don't know why my PC's being shit. Scale. Hands, legs. The physics body. Let me see. Can I open 2 of these at once? I should be able to. Okay, so physics body here added a capsule, whereas this is a mat. Okay. So, yeah, so physical shape list. So we did from render, whereas like this is just a shape list. Can I not zoom? There we go. That's our joints. I like that we have access to this. There's our hitboxes. Because in like DayZ, we do not have access to the models that they provide or that come with the game. I'm like really laggy right now. Whatever, that's close enough. So like I can even see all the LODs here, which is cool. But what I was looking at is not game data, not hitboxes, joint shape list. So the shapes. So we have all the so physics shape. My hip is hurting. Add shape. Wait, what is it? So, oh, so it's a prefab. Okay, so a prefab. Let's add this. How do we delete it? I don't care. Right, export. Go to location. Oh, that's not what I want. Not what I want at all. Show and explore. Because what I'm trying to do is not the citizen. Prefabs. Physics shapes. Yeah, so I think this is... Oh, God, my hip is... Oh, so that fucked up. We don't need that open. I'm gonna have to refresh to fix that. All right. So prefab, paste that in here. So beef. Okay, so the prefab. So load. Oh, there is a flush prop. Oh. Okay, hold on. Flesh. Yes. So what is this? Physics shape capsule. So, okay, so I hope these aren't deleting from the other ones, but delete those. So we have this left. That just does that. I don't know what just happened again. My PC just like flashed. Okay, so let's do this instead. Let's remove this prefab. Just delete that. How do I rotate this? Like this. Good. This just looks weird. All right, sure. Surface property, flesh. I don't know if flesh should be set here or not, but then let's disable that. So that way just the capsule is enabled. Compile. I think we just crashed. No, we did not. But YouTube
Stuff.
was okay. That's fine though. It's still working. All right. That's actually not too bad. Oh, it's not moving anymore. Okay. Okay. So that's the capsule there. That's good. I don't know if it's because it's under the ground, but let's reset those. Oh, you guys are in ads. So yeah, let's set that. Some of you are in ads. Hopefully not too many. All right. Why is it? Is it the friction? Do I need to? Okay, so I guess I just need a little bit of friction. All right, what is the mass currently set to? So let's give it a little bit of mass. Where beef? I hate that that's so easy to. Oh, I wonder if this is affecting this. Apply to scene. Okay, so the plane having some friction is applying to it. Yeah, so we want the plane to have some friction. I've already applied that. So, okay, so into here, let's try removing the friction from the actual object. Okay, we need some friction. $2,500. Oh, it's because I didn't save that one. Oh, listen. There. Hold on, let me pause this. Damn it. Maybe it might be easier to push these into it. I need to make this a little thicker. That's the sound of flesh squishing. Stretching my hips. Oh. Don't get old. It hurts. All right, so mass, apply to scene. Excuse me. So right now it's kind of a balance between the ground for its friction and the objects. That feels like we added more to it. Reset that. Apply that. Why am I... Okay, hold on. I think adding the friction here made it so I'm sticking to the ground too much. Did I add friction to the player controller? Oh, here's where the camera settings are. So I do have 2 cameras configured. Oh, input. I didn't even see these hiding up there. Air friction, brake power. These are the physics. So I've removed the friction from the ground plane. But let's try removing our body mass. So we were at 500. Let's just apply it. So the problem is when I turn, my momentum is now staying where I was. Yeah, so that's interesting. So the plane here does need friction, or like the stuff isn't staying there. So let's apply that. I'm fine with that. I don't know why it feels like I'm like basically velcroing to the ground now. Oh, turn that off. That's why we're... Okay, so that player controller, I didn't adjust anything else in here. Actually, there isn't really anything else in here for that. Like I wasn't messing around with anything in here before. Like, so there's air friction, which how much friction to add when we're in the air will slow you down unless you have wish velocity. So back to beef. Oh, that just... Hold on. Oops. It seems like if we hit something, we start running sideways. Except for this. So let's go into the player modifier stuff. Like, shrink this down a little bit. Wait, look at camera. Oh, this is for the smoke, not the player. Problem is I'm in player mode, so what did I just change? It was under smoke. Like, even if I control S, it saves the scene only. Wasn't that? Not velocity. Scale. I lowered scale. Wait, is it not following me? Wait, where is... The smoke's not at the player. Oh, does this one stay? No, I think it reset. Player smoke. Yeah, this reset. So reset default. Set that. Okay, so like the spear is no longer rolling because of the friction. Let's drop that down. Let's drop the rolling resistance a little bit. How much resistance did I give the ground? Like it has almost no resistance. Wait, what? Oh, I don't want that open. So save. Okay, so okay. Smoke. I need to lower this. So just less particles because it doesn't really need it. But scale, we'll drop that down by a bit. And drop, yeah. I thought I was adjusting the other bit. Okay. Oh, so let me see here. So spear, I bet I boosted the mass earlier. It's at 900. Put it at 500. Yeah, so let's drop that mass down. So 180. That'll be easier to get it rolling. Okay, so and then rolling resistance, drop these down a little bit, and we'll just auto apply these right now. Okay, so I don't know why we're sliding all around, and that's annoying me. But like, I wonder if it's like the angle on that. Excuse. So general body radius. So walk, swim, ladder. Where's the run? I wish like that's for tags. In Godot, you could do a search and it'll just like you could just search in the inspector for what field you want to fill out. Okay, so here, run speed. Let's do just 600. That's way too high. Player controller input. What was the default? 320. So let's do 480. Yeah, so that feels better. Walk is 110. Let's do 160. I don't know why it's sliding. That's got to be a bug of the engine, because I didn't adjust anything else. So like 160 seems fine. Oh, acceleration time. I'll just try that for the moment. Okay, so that's like really high, so do 2. Not too bad. Do 3. Deceleration time 1.5. I don't care about swimming. Don't care about ladders right now. Oh, use button. Wait, so what is the use button? Ooh. Input. Use is E. So, I wonder what it would take to like pick something up. All right, so let's oh, we're in the so this, okay, yeah, we're still
If we
in
go into input, we can see walk speed, run speed, duck speed, jump speed. Let's increase the jump speed because this level is pretty cool, so we want to play around with this. So now we are jumping like a superhero, which is very cool. If we go into camera, we can click uncheck third person, and now we're moving around in first person. Eventually, you'll want to add like a gun or something like that, or hands, and there are models for that. You can do things like change the camera offset, so we can bring the camera in nice and close, and lower it down a little bit. And essentially, you can get really far just by playing with a lot of these controls. So this was a super quick and easy tutorial, but it's enough to get you going, where you can actually put a character.
Okay, so this is also something that I haven't messed with, so. Alright. Camera. Player controller. Camera. Because our current offset. What is the default here? So default 256 by 12. I like this view a little bit better. Damn it, I hate when it does that. Camera. Apply. Like, it's not a huge one, but movements, management, these are all what we already have set here. It's already 2 o'clock. I need to go to bed soon. Probably go stretch for a bit. I'm gonna load up like the next tutorial by them and see what it is. Oh, that's not rolling. It's just sliding. It's rolling the wrong way, but it is rolling. Oh, it's still not rolling. So I think what I need. So set 1. Oh shit. 1.5 because I just set that to the wrong thing. Spear. So 2. So it's got a little bit of sound. I just noticed we got the bald guy. Okay, there we go. That's looking better. It's rolling for a little ways, a little more than I would like, but actually, so what I need to do then is I need to adjust the mass here. So we'll do it 150 and apply that. So less mass will cause it to roll a little easier, like that. Yeah, so let's... So 120, apply that, but then add probably some rolling resistance. No, rolling resistance is bad on that. Actually, so let's do just like barely any rolling resistance. So it rolls, that's good. So then we'll add a little bit more friction. Because it'll still roll. Okay, so that looks fine. I wanna see about this beef again. Too much mass. Yeah, too much mass in that. So beef. We'll just reduce that by more than half. Okay, so this must have a lot of friction if it's stopping that. It's got like no friction. 05. Oh, we're locking it to Z. I forgot that that got set earlier. Okay, now it doesn't have enough friction and mass, so let's set 90. and raise the friction. Let's go 15. Not enough friction. Shit, that's... I want to keep the plane set. Oh, why does... Oh, let's set... I don't have elasticity on the ball. It's a little much, but... Weird. Okay. Like the elasticity isn't making a difference, so I guess, oh, this is for colliding. So apparently colliding into me doesn't matter. It threw me. Where you going, Beef? Beef? Did I adjust the plane again? Oh, what? That's not what I want. Okay. Eyeball shader. Wait, what I was thinking of? Oh, there's a beach ball. Ooh, okay. All right, let's see here. So model, material, override, beach, game. Kind of looks like shit, but Hmm. There is a beach ball. Okay. Oh, this is tiny. So let's do 18, but we need to adjust the actual model though too. Why is it not slowing down? The radius is still wrong. Where's the... $10. I wish I had a teleport option because just running is a little slow. Okay, the smoke was cool for a while. Can I just... Is there a way to disable it? Particle effect. Oh, hold on. Okay, so it's flying, so... Ah. Oh, so hold on. So the radius is not lining up with the collision at all. Where is the... So the collision, not static. Wait, what? Oh. Alright, why is the collision not lining up with this? Because we chose a different model. There doesn't... Is there an offset for the collision? I don't see one. Yeah, this is... Okay, so let's see the scale. Is there an option to scale the whole thing? doesn't scale uniformly, so 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Okay, so now, now I need rolling resistance. That's not rolling resistance, that's... Wait, what? Why can I not apply that? I'll stop working there for a second. Where is console? Come on, I just want to hit the truck. The steering on this is, of course, we throw it under. There's like an inertia with this. Well, that was kind of lame. Ooh, so that's where the rolling resistance comes in. Okay, so if that's the case... So, beach ball. I'm just going to bump the elasticity up. So we'll drop that down. We'll boost the friction up a little bit. So let me see. So if we max that out, what am I adjusting? Beach ball, yeah. So like this doesn't seem to be doing it. Squish. So the elasticity doesn't seem to do anything until it's restarted. Okay. Let's just drop it down to 20. Like, it is a beach ball after all. It should have some bounce to it. So the player, so let me slow down these, so the deceleration time, actually, let's make it 25. Like, yeah, that feels a lot better. Not that. So okay, so use button. Let's change this to attack and well, this is just use. So that's the end of this video. What was the next one? Nav mesh. I don't care about that. Don't care about multiplayer. So nothing else here deals with what we're looking for. Okay, he does have... Oh, that's the first part. Let's watch this.
In the sandbox game,
So I'll be back in a minute. Damn it. Oh, we got ads starting in a minute. I always do that. I always not pay attention to the ads and then go take a break like right before the ads. All right.
Tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use the first-person character controller. So similar to the last tutorial, we're using the sandbox testbed scene. I cover how to get the testbed scene in a previous tutorial, but if you haven't seen that, you can grab it at this URL and just download a zip. Once we open the testbed project, we're going to go under Scenes, Tests, and then we're going to scroll down and double-click on Weapon Lab, and that'll take us here. And if you click play, you can move around and interact. Now, when I first started the project, the arms were missing, and I'm going to show you how I debugged this. Let's go into a 2-window view, and let's start the game. Now, you'll notice there's a big error. So when I click on that, it's in my view model, it's called game object, and I can see that there's a model missing. And it says models, first person arms.vmdl. So I'm going to right click on testbed, click show and explorer, and then I'm going to right click in this folder and open it with VS Code or whichever coding tool you like. And then I'm going to press Control Shift F and search first person arms. And I'm doing this because this is declared somewhere in the code and we need to know where it is in order to fix it. Now I can also press Control P, which searches for file names, and let's search for first person arms. So it's missing entirely. But if we look under S&box, we can see that we have models, first person, and there's a first person arms preview right here. So we're going to use this one. So go back here and do underscore preview and save. And now when we restart the simulation, you'll see that the arms are there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this first person controller. If we click on citizen, this is the first person controller. And if we go into camera, there's a few important things. Hide body and first person is checked. If this was unchecked, we would see the body. We can see the inside of our head, and we don't want that. So I'm going to press tilde to get my mouse cursor back, go back to camera, and check hide body in first person, and that's much better. So the body still exists, but the arms are a different model. Now this is allowing us to change weapons with number keys. So we have an SMG, it makes nice noises. So let's bring this character controller into our own project. Under testbed and scenes, I'm going to right click and do new scene. Let's call it my scene, and then let's double click on that to open the scene. And I'm going to create a plane for us to stand on. Let's make it larger. Let's add a plane collider to it and make sure that that matches the size of the plane. Let's add a light. There we go. And let's add a camera. And then let's make a camera. And let's move the camera up so that we can actually see something. And now let's bring our first person character controller over into the new project. So right click and copy. And then you can do right click and paste or Control V. And here we are. Let's bring ourselves up. And when we hit play, there's a problem. We're walking around just fine, but oh, look at that. Our arms are down there. Why is that? Well, rather than just telling you how to fix it, I'm going to show you how I figured out what the problem was, because someday you're going to be running into problems like this, and I want to give you the tools to learn how to research them yourself. So if we go back into Weapon Lab, when we press play, you'll see if we investigate, I'll press tilde to get mouse control back, that the crowbar is actually part of this view model right here, and so are the arms. It's not actually attached to the citizen at all. And when I'm moving around, you can see that the transform is moving on its own, which means that it's not parented to the citizen. So we have to investigate why that is. So I'm gonna go back to the code and I'm gonna Control-Shift-F, which searches the entire project, and I'm gonna search for view model. And here I find testweapon.cs, create view model. And test weapon is a script that is attached to the crowbar object right here. And so I can see that it's creating a view model, it's attaching the arms, and then there's also an iCamera setup here with a camera component. That looks like a clue. So I'm gonna click on the two references, and here I'm gonna find a file called camera setup that looks like it's passing in a camera component. So I'm gonna Control-Shift-F and search camera setup. And would you look at that, there's our Weapon Lab scene, and camera setup is a component in that scene. And if I scroll up here, I can see that it's a component of the main camera. Oh, so we need to have the camera setup component on the main camera. And if we look down, here it is right here, camera setup. So let's copy this main camera in and delete our old camera. Or if we want to use our camera, we can just go here, add component, camera setup. And since we're in the project that already has access to that script, it'll grab it. And look at that, now it's fixed. So now we have a working first-person character controller in our own project. In future tutorials, I'll be showing you how to make more stuff happen with...
Yeah, but what about the extra arms? What about the extra arms?
the character controller. Please let me know in the comments if you have any questions. Thanks. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create projectiles that shoot out of the 3D character controller in the S&box game engine. Okay, so I'm going to use the testbed project from Facepunch. I'll leave a link in the description where you can download this if you didn't get it from my previous tutorials. Then in the asset browser, we're going to go to testbed, assets, scenes, tests, and scroll down and open the Weapon Lab scene by double clicking on it, and you'll have a tab up here. This is our 3D character controller, and right now you can hit things with a crowbar and shoot things with an MP5, so we're going to go ahead and disable that crowbar because we want to create our own projectiles. So Citizen, twirl that down, go to crowbar, and just disable that. Now let's create the projectile. Right click, create, 3D object, and let's go to...
So here's the thing that I want. So is this for testbed? This, I think. Is there a kick script? We have an update right now. VS kick action, kick light. So kick action jump. Like, I don't think there's a way to, like, I don't know if there's a way to actually kick right now. Oh. Yeah, everyone that's talking about kicking is about getting kicked from the game or something. All right, punt. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what ooh. I think what I should learn first, like punting explosive barrels. What is this? Like, this is just using like the grappling gun, the gravity gun or whatever. That's not punting. Oh, here's the level editor bit. Detect headshots. Oh, this is like a 17-minute video. What other phrases would be look for punt, like kicking a ball? Well, I hate people.
Go to sphere. I'm going to bring it over here in front of us, and let's make it smaller so it's not boulder sized. For the scale, we're going to do 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, and let's click on the tint, give it a nice red color. Now, it doesn't have any physics yet, so we need to add component and add a rigid body. And then we also need to add a collider so that it doesn't go through things. And if we press F to center on this, and if we have draw gizmos on, we can disable the model render, and that is the collider right there that will be interacting with the physics world. So we'll enable that again. Let's call this glass.
He ran out of VRAM because he did this.
Prefab. The point of turning it into a prefab is so that we can spawn them in without having to have one inside of our scene hierarchy. And it may take a moment, but it'll turn blue, which means it's connected to a prefab. And now that we have the prefab down here, we don't need this one anymore. So we're gonna go ahead and delete that. And next we need to create a spawner object. That'll be the position that we want these projectiles to spawn in. So right click, go to create, and choose empty. And let's bring it up in front of our character here. And let's name this spawner. And let's add a script to it. And we'll call the script spawner as well. And save that. It'll automatically open in our code editor. And now we need to get a reference to the prefab. So we're going to use the property attribute, which allows us to get a reference. It's of type GameObject, and we're going to call it.
Okay, so I don't really want to watch this right now. What was some of the other stuff? Game objects and
game object. We can get any component attached to it. Let's get the model renderer using the.
Oh yeah, so that was player kicking ball. Let's see. Hover cube. Skateboarding. There's the golf game. The hell's J-ball?
Yeah, this feels too big.
So like this is mostly skybox.
Yeah, I can tell. The light map resolution on these are clearly a lot different.
You can totally tell, right? Yeah, I think generic did a 512 for the skybox. It looks like Dalmatian spots everywhere.
Does it even make sense to have a skybox?
It's like a skybox.
I think he wants it to be huge.
Arena.
Yeah, he just wants it to look huge. Yeah, here there's clipping, so you can't actually go past this.
Yeah, that works. I kind of wish we still had the like the high school gymnasium look though. I liked that.
I figure we'll probably have like 2 or 3 variations.
Do like a map load, or yeah.
Now, how would that work? Would we basically put 3 maps within the same VMap?
Do multiple, like you could have like a UI at the end, like vote for your next map.
Yeah, but from what I'm seeing, these maps are like really small, so they can like all fit into one VMap.
Yeah,
probably best just not have the level load.
So jet jump. Okay, so jet jump will activate when it's fully loaded.
As well sprint.
So I'm gonna try jet dash sprint and jump all at once. Oh damn, so far. Crap. Yeah, you can get some crazy air with that. Oh my god.
Yeah, if you go on fast enough, like I feel like that's gonna make for some fun shots or like
Dude,
ways to get around.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially because we want like jump pads and like some.
With pads, yeah. Hell, you could probably even make the court a little longer to accommodate for that.
Yeah, with the jump pads and the speed boosts.
Well, let's see, if you just had like one jump pad or one speed pad on the edges, like on the middle center edges, like that would be enough. Because one sprint can basically get you to that side of the map pretty quickly. And we could have the jump pad sort of lean you in.
I'm out of water.
Forward, like diagonal towards wherever direction you're going.
Oh yeah. With the right jump, you can clear the half the court. So like then.
I think this is literally them just running around talking about what their project is.
I think that might be fun.
And for right now,
Yeah, this is them just literally talking about their project. Rolling ball game.
In this tutorial, I'm going to show you.
No, that's what we've already watched. Ooh. Okay, so wait, 4 years.
I feel. I can work on that later tonight when I get back from the gym.
Considering where this was and where it's at now, this is so much more. Oh my god! Like we've legitimately got like somewhat resembling a game art.
I mean, we did this in what, less than a week? I want to see if there's like a thing we can do, like if we check like your dot product with like a trigger on the map, like we do like a dunking animation. I think that would be too much, but that would be
so awesome. Oh man, I'm all for that. I mean, we can make the dunk like something that you have to earn too, like I don't know, like some kind of charge so people won't just go dunking all the time. That way it's something like special.
That would be like an ultimate ability.
Yeah, like some kind of ultimate. In the movie Space Jam with Michael Jordan, he like jumps from half court and dunks it. I think that'd be pretty funny. Oh, nice bounce. There you go.
All right, I'm kind of like I'm not seeing what I need, what I want. Like this is what we got currently. We got this ball. So what I need to do is I need to figure out how to pick this up or a function to kick. Because right now there's no kicking function. Like, let's see. Input. So inventory, like flashlight, which is F, but that doesn't do anything right now. Let's delete that. Don't save. All right. Save. We're skating the beef. No, come back. Let's do that again. That was kind of fun. Oh, damn it. I rolled it. Okay, it's a little too slick still. So the friction didn't help that I set. Okay. Okay, Mr. Beef. No, 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 I want to ride you. We'll ride the toboggan. So, oh, ooh. All right, like I know we haven't really developed anything here in the last like 2 hours. Like I've been just adjusting settings. So let's close out of this. Where is my, do I have it open? Works. Oh, is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Game. I want to see what the current games are on here. All right, let's see here. What? All thumbnails published. All right, games. Let's see. Dark Descent. Ball. Let's see what shows up for ball. So Super Terry Ball. 50. So negative reviews. 66%. So this is like you're hitting the ball. Kickball punch. All right, let's see how this is. Like reviews, very positive. Only 2 of them. I love kickball. Let's see what they did. This is 20 FPS. Why is this so laggy? Motion blur off, Jesus. So this is, other than it has a lot of elasticity, it's no different than mine right now. Like the ball is just more responsive as a ball. Okay. Right mouse button to raise hands, left mouse punch people, have a kick, and okay. It's Okay, that's not kickball game. Ball. Push it over. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of people have made ball type games. Hit your balls. They fall. Hide the body. Grow a melon. Okay, let's check this. This is a soccer game. Actually, that's what I should have typed in. What are the reviews? Negative, unfinished, confusing, slop, just remove it. Doesn't work on Windows 11. Let's see. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, do I gotta wait for... I don't get that. Soccer, so... See what this one's about. Oh, I've been going 9 hours. Okay, Sure. Can I jump into the crowd? No. Okay, let's get out of this. So why can I not click this? I can do that. Like, needs work. Like, I don't feel like filling out something. Mow the lawn. Oh. Oh, that scrolls really fast. Is this literally a coin pusher? Like, some of these load up really quick. Let's see what this is. It looks like it's gonna be garbage, but like it's a gambling coin pusher. Like, what do we expect out of this? Classic table, play it. What? Why is there a poker chip? Code error. Can I kill the music? So, oh, red rubies. So are we winning? I wonder, like, are the... So this, so, okay, so like these are the, where the, not the dealer, but the house wins from these when they drop into those. Oh, damn it. We're kind of piling up here. Put a little more over this way. It's not as big of a push as I thought it would be. Like, we're kind of... Oops, it's not what I want. So IRL, this wouldn't let you drop this many at once. It would be a lot slower. Right, so, like, we're still low. There we go. Wait, oh, so that just gives us cash prizes. Achievement unlock. Win your first prize. What? A teddy! Alright, let's, like, that's not as many coins as I thought we were, I thought those dollars were actually going to give us a little bit of coins. What did we eat? Wait, that's it? A lot of these are flipping on top of each other. Another teddy. They're trying to convince me to push more over this way. I don't know when this guy is gonna do anything. We're getting low on coins. Need this to push over. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Like, we got stuff being pushed in the center there. Like, there's no winning at this. Like, you put, like, we're still down. Actually, like, we got cash, so, like, this is technically winning. But, like, these IRL, like, you wouldn't get that much cash out of the amount of coins that we've dropped. Like, this is, like, super boosted for the player. Like, also, like, you don't, like, this is sped up, too. So we got a teddy, so we got a prize. Oh! Active quest claim. So, wait. So we got a couple $1,000s from that. But we have no So we could sell these for not really much, so it doesn't even... All right, I'll try to keep that in mind. I'm not gonna end up doing that tonight. It's after 3 a.m. already. Like, we did get a little further than I thought I was gonna end up. Like, we actually, like, we're got a player and it's functional. I'm just kind of blowing off time at the moment. I need to go to bed soon. But like, we got a big push coming here. Oh, I don't even have to click back here. I just have to click anywhere as long as my mouse is in this direction. Yeah, like this is super easy mode gambling. Like, this is very bad for people that never gamble. Like $3,200 from all this so far. Like, the way these work is you usually push more into the sides than you do down out the front. There goes a pile into the side. I don't know what he's supposed to do. So we just got like another 500 there. I didn't even see that. Oh, we're getting low on coins. We should get a little bit of a push here. We got a prize. So if we go here. No, we didn't. Nothing in there. Oh, we can get upgrades. We could buy a shake. Oh, but right now would have been a better shake. So we have a cooldown ready in a minute and a half. Rain coins for $1,000. Yeah, it's not really worth it there. Just 10 coins for $100. Whatever. Wait, that was only 10 coins. So it's not even. But we got a prize, which where the prize is even at doesn't. Wait, next coin. Wait, are we getting free coins? Or is it auto dropping a coin? No, wait. 3, 2, 1. We auto get a free coin. So if we just sit here idle, it'll give us more coins. Or turned into a ruby. But like we've, oh god, a gold bar. Like, we gotta go for that. Yeah, there we go. We just got a big push off that. We got $3,800 from this so far, plus another bunch of coins. Yeah, there comes the gold. So what did we get here? So what is settled in? Well, we're gonna claim $2,000, obviously. We like just claim these. So inventory, we got teddy bear. We sell it for $100. That's it. We got 4 of these, so only $400 for the gold. All right, what is the shops? Shake. There's nothing worth shaking right now. All right, 50 coins from the sky right onto the board. Let's see what this does. Okay, so it just drops 50 coins there. That's not very efficient at all. And we spent $1,000 to waste coins. We are going to get a ruby here in a second, though. Still don't know what this guy is supposed to do. That's actually a bad place for those, because these are all just going to go down there. Let's see what piling them all up here does. Big push. Well, it's not even a big push. Like $200 for a shake. Not quite yet. I don't even think it's... These aren't even really on the edge. Alright, whatever. Let's give it a shake. That didn't do shit. All it did was stir it up. Like, this would be a good shake right now, but, like... No. 7,100? Okay, yeah, this is not balanced at all. Like, the only thing kind of relaxing of this is just hearing the money just, like, the coins hit the floorboard in there. I kind of, because, like, the $200 shake is not worth it because I'm dropping, like, I assume these coins, well, assuming these coins are like dollars. Like, normally they'd be quarters for these machines. Yeah, this is just non-stop, endless coins. Like, I'm winning back at least as many coins as I drop in. And I'm not even trying anymore. It's just why didn't we get any money from that one? Is that what this one is, or redeem code? Okay. Actually, hold on. What is the leaderboards? Like over 1 million. All right. Let me get out of this. Leave table. Oh, this is coin. Just play it. All right. Deep caves. So this visually looks like it's gonna hurt my eyes. Is this supposed to be a LiDAR scan? Yeah, LiDAR mode. Is there other ones? We'll try it for a second, but I feel like this is gonna hurt my eyes. LiDAR. I ate food a little while ago and I'm still hungry. Voltages. So I expect to play this only for a moment, but after this, I think we're gonna play one more game, and then I'm gonna call it because it's almost 3:30. It's 3:30 in the morning right now. My eyes are getting itchy and I'm just tired. Like my body hurts. Like my eye is like dry and scratchy. Also hungry. Like that blood. What? What the fuck is blood submarine? Oh, damn it! I alt tabbed twice. Eventually this will load. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. How long does this take to open? So apparently the new Steam controller, if you drop it, it screams, which is pretty funny. I don't have one, and I wonder if they're back in stock, because like scalpers were hoarding them. Oh, my eyeball itches. Oh, excuse me. All right, this is not loading. Wait, oh, this, you're talking about the blood submarine? All right, I don't know what's going on here. This isn't loading. I'm going to cancel this. Beep. All right, new game. Start game. Oh, you haven't Is there any reviews on it? 2 dislikes. I bet, oh, it has 11 likes, so. Now I'm not even getting the loading screen. All right, reconnect. It's not gonna connect because I'm not actually. I don't own Sandbox. Now let's just scroll through. Let's there's only 117 with 5 stars. So there's Sandbox. Trouble in Terrorist Town. Jesus Christ. I waited like 5 minutes. It never loaded. Puddle Pond. Terry's Granny, now of co-op. Opium. Some of these games. Creepy Donner. All Hell Big Marble. Dirt Bike Trials. My eyeballs itching. Piss World. Hold on, I want to see what the description is on this. Hardcore survival, colony management. Yeah. So, okay, so what'd you say it was? Deep Cave? All right, Deep Caves. New game. Start game. We'll give it another try, but it never loaded the first time or the third time. Like, I'm gonna pick up my phone and do other things because I'm bored now waiting for a game that's not gonna load. Ooh. He should be still streaming. Hmm. Dun, dun. It's been 2 minutes already. Been 2 minutes. I don't think this game works. Like, a game shouldn't take 2 minutes to load whatever this is doing. Yeah. All right. I'm going to give it another like 30 seconds, but I don't think it's going to load. All right, there we go. It's been officially 3 minutes. Oh. My arm itches. I'm canceling out of this. Like, that shouldn't take that long to load. All right. All right, back to not 4 stars. I want 5 stars. Let's see. Survival, shoot house, or grave quest. All right, let's remove these. Can you sort? No sorting. Work in progress. Friending. Crypt hunt. Cryptid hunt. What? You're not alone. Like most of these, like I don't care for like the names. Like Rustbound. Flappy. What is the reviews on this? So there's no reviews. I'm not gonna try that. Let's do 5 stars. Let's see what grave. This is a Lego ripoff. I'm not playing a Lego ripoff. Oh God. How many reviews? Unfinished, buggy, unoptimized, confusing. But it's got 94 reviews. All right, let's give this a shot. Downloading Shoot House. All right, so this one is actually working. Oh, it's a big game too. 600 megabits a second, 700. And it took like 40 seconds there. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe on YouTube, chat. I want to get my numbers up so I can eventually get actual ad revenue, because I currently don't get ad revenue. Graphic settings, medium sounds fine. Why is this so loud? Audio, just drop that down. Music. Toggle ads. What? Oh, ADS. Like, what? Why is there ads? Gets boring. They all get boring. Join game. No lobbies available. Crate game. Game mode. Endless. Great lobby. Ready, start. I don't know. I bet this is one of those games that you lobby up and then join when everyone's ready. Not everyone. Home, I guess. What? Wait, what? Defense? I thought this was a shooter game. I don't care about reinforcing. I just want to... How do I just play? Is this all this is? 6 hours until nightfall, so... Oh, we got a bunch of ammo. Not enough time to search. Alright, prepare for the fight, for the night. Yeah. So apparently it's one of those games that you loot and prep. We have like... What is that? It's like a rock. Oh, okay. Well, that was an explosive. There's a lot coming. Can I do anything? Okay, good. It looks like I have unlimited ammo. I think that one's done. They're all coming to this door. This might be bad. Kind of loud. I see what you mean about getting boring. Wait, did I win or did I? So they're all like 2 hits. Oh, here comes wave 2. Alright, I'm bored. Like, I'm not gonna defend a building with a pistol. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm hungry. I think I got some burritos in the freezer. I wonder how much space I'm taking up on this. Yeah, like, that's the vibe that I got, is there's nothing really cool on here. Well, I guess we're just... Why are we floating? The hell did I do? That is a hole into the other room. So can I not actually grab anything here? What is the point of this gun? Oh, well, we can grab that. Put that back. Or not. Good enough. Oh, we can't fall down there. Let's go up the ramp. Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? Let's see. Where is he? Thought I saw him for a second. Like, I'm pretty sure I know this one. I think he's on the left page. Right there. Found him. Pretty sure that's him. Like, if not, it's a really similar looking one. Like, I'm pretty sure Waldo has the cane. Just double checking. I don't think they put him. Oh, sorry, my Maltese. Ooh. Hey, Kiki's. Why can oh, I'm stuck. So yeah. Oops, I forgot Q is this. This game is very laggy. Okay. Am I stop pressing Q. I'm used to in other games, other tools, you can hit Q to go up and down. Yeah, none of these. Oh. X changes my perspective view. Yeah, so Kiki's magic. So I don't think it was because I clicked on it. I'm just broken right now. Can I pick up anything though? Super slam. Ooh. It's a Thomas the Tank Engine back here. Ooh, what are these ones? I spy a ruler, a fan, 2Ds. What? Lincoln Logs! That's actually pretty cool. Okay, what was I able to grab earlier? I don't know if this is working at all. I grabbed the TV. Yeah, I can still move things. But was the TV the... Damn, I keep hitting Q for... Take that off. Where would you even go in here? Maybe you fall? Oh, I have a flashlight. I completely forgot about this. Oh, I bet you... Oh, you can't... This somehow brings you up here. Oh, I see. It's a ladder or a rope. But I can't unplug this. Where does it go though? Meow. Kind of cool that they went through, did all this. All right, I'm bored. It's just a mouse maze. Like, it was kind of cool, but like after I got stuck and then clipped. Actually, I should have left a review. Clipped on Kiki. Ragda. Oh, I heard the skateboarding is actually pretty good on here. So let's see how well this works. Ooh. Oh, it just like lifted up and then set down, and my back just like knotted up hard. It's also 4 a.m. Scared the shit out of me. My summer cottage. Okay, so this kept all the, other than the, rip, okay, why is this so fucking fast? I'm getting sick. Can I use any other keys? No, I can't. Options. Input. Mouse sensitivity. There's no change. Grip. Alright, turn to grind, A and D to balance. Rip. Oh. If the sensitivity of this wasn't so bad. Oh, we turned back the wrong. The mouse sensitivity. Let me see if I can adjust this any better. So input. It's just give it no sensitivity. Game. I don't think this is changing anything. Well, that might have not changed anything. Concert overlay, I don't care. Game. Sound, I don't. Oh, now I have no. Okay, now I have no control. Mouse sensitivity 5. All right, that's almost doable. I don't know how we landed that. Ow. All right, how do we... Oh, there's a katana. Well, this can't go well. We made it up here. I want to get to... Not that. Not that. Well, at least we didn't die from that. Okay. I thought for a second we were going to be stuck outside the map. Oh, there's a oh god, there's cars. Ooh. Oh, that's a curb. That's a curb. I need steam. Alright. I thought it was cool for a second. Oh, so up D to... Okay, so D, A... I don't care. Like, the controls on this are pretty bad. Not for you, park 20%. This has, you said. Ouch. Oh, I'm not playing this. What is this? Just like a party house? I don't really care. All right, let's see. Trending. Northbound. Cash crop. Sand. Pet sim. No trust. 54%. What is this? Deathmatch game. This actually seems like it might be cool for a bit. Other than the... Okay. Why is the trending full of AI slop? This isn't trending. This is just new push to the thing. Cookie clicker. The Bible. What the fuck? The fuck is this? Why perfect game base? Obama. Rats in the walls. Human balls. Someone made balls and just put the human skins on them. No one's played it. I bet you roll around as them too. JFK part. Okay, why is there a Godot? Open source never built. The only problem is, why should I use a 17 gigabyte game if I could just use a normal Godot that is 100 megabytes? All right, grow a melon. I want to see what this is. I feel like this is going to take like forever to do. I saw this earlier and I almost clicked on it earlier. Oh, we've been going live for 10.5 hours. Oh, we're already in. Sorry, I was reading something. And of course it's laggy as hell, and my mouse is now way too slow. It's much better. All right. What the fuck do I do? Watch a watermelon. This is literally just watch a watermelon grow. Let me see. It'd been nice if they gave it collision, but I guess if it's enlarging on its own. Yeah, there it goes. It's covering our ears. We didn't need a player character for this. All right, leave. Oh, I can't rate or vote because I don't. Well, I can do this. Why? All right. So we are, let me see here. want to see. I am literally the only. Well, no, there's literally one other person streaming on here. All right, let's see here. I'm just making sure they're English, because a lot of people this hour are not English. All right, I don't know what he's building, but let's go raid him. I don't think they're in follower only. I don't know what this apparently they have drops on for Crunchyroll, so that's interesting. I didn't know that you could have drops for Crunchyroll. But yeah, so they're working in Blender right now. So sorry, YouTube and Kick, I do not have. Actually, I do have a way to raid out on YouTube now. Let me see if there's anyone streaming on this. And I'll see if I can do it. Let me see. Live. Is anyone live on? There is one person. I don't know if I'm going to be able to raid them though, but let's see. So let me clear that out. Okay, the YouTube one doesn't seem to be live. I'm not gonna bother with that. But yeah, Twitch. All right, bye. YouTube, like and subscribe. Later, bye.